right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lunch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody, hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. Let's happy birthday party to me. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Who we got in the building? We got the Madman. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got HR Death Poet. Welcome. Very good to see you. We got Liberty Plus TV. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And already, oh my goodness, starting us off already. Arrow with the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Of course, you guys remember that every single donation comes with a treat for Morty, and we've got a special birthday treat for him if we hit the goal today. Whoa, there I am. So I did make the goal a little bit special. We did 20 instead of 15 and 100 instead of 50, but I think we can do it, and I love giving Morty treats anyway, so let's do it. So here's the deal. There's a bunch of different stuff we can do. We can, I'm down to drop the link if anybody wants to come up and hang out. I have some videos that we're going to jump into, and then as people come through, we'll decide is there other stuff and all that good stuff. If you could do me a huge favor, hit that like button as we dive in here, and as always, if you can't hear the video, please do let me know.
To allow degeneracy. The whole point was for people to come here.
No, it wasn't founded to allow degeneracy. What did they used to do to homosexuals in the United States?
They did bad things.
Oh, I thought it was founded for the homosexual to be able to put the pee-pee in the poo-poo.
Well, the point is...
Yes, they did. They had state religions. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't have a state religion.
Did. I'll tell you what. Why don't we stop the debate? I'll bet you $100 that I'm right.
$100 that you're right?
This is destroying families.
What this is,
These are two values that are intrinsically...
This gay cope. It's called gay cope. So here's how gay cope works, right? You get a couple of anecdotal evidences of somebody...
This is hardly anecdotal.
Okay, then show me the proof that parents, by and large, the families are breaking up because their kids just have to butt fuck each other. Show me.
Do you reject that families have been destroyed?
No, I want to stop first.
So those of you who don't know, I did... Oh, what's going on with
my name is Andrew Wilson, host of the
Oh, come on, of course. Oh.
And today we're...
All right, it's kind of working. So those of you know, at last year's DebateCon, I was doing this exact thing with Andrew Wilson, and, it didn't go the way that I wanted it to go, but it was a good experience. And then the last time you saw me, guys, I was debating Jim Bob on the Speakeasy platform, and that also did not go very well either. I think it was a very interesting experience, but you know. So on the regular stream, we do have a running poll. Do you like celebrating your birthday? Yes or no? And I typically don't. But I am very excited to be hanging out with you guys. I think somebody said, where is it? Death Poet said I voted yes on the poll because my birthday is January 1st, but I don't love the delicious sleep. Yeah, a lot of times my birthday falls on Thanksgiving, and so I can get that out of the way. But I think a little bit has to do with your family and all that stuff. Like I went to lunch with my parents, and it was nice. It was nice. I got to bring Morty, so it was very nice. Thank you so very, very much. We got K-Ram in the building as well. Thank you so very, very much. Glad you guys are here. Like we said, my birthdays are cursed. It's the worst week of my year. Every year, 3 horrible things happen to me every year. Well, you keep that over there. Just was privileged to attend Cheap Trick 3 years in a row. Oh, well, there you go. Shout out to Cheap Trick. Hey, and we got Papa Lunch in the building. Welcome. Thank you. And of course, we got your grandson here. And he very much enjoyed the toys, the treats, the dinner. We love it. Welcome to the party again, guys. If you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
We're debating Christian nationalism and how Trump treats the left. And also, there's not a lot of bald atheists here, and I was going to use my normal intimidation tactic against them, but that apparently isn't going to work today. By my definition, what Christian nationalism is the advocacy for a stable society based on unchanging standards. I think that secularists and atheists and progressives, the only thing they ever do to advocate any type of change forward is to just sprinkle degeneracy on it. So there's an open loop.
Again, we have Andrew not understanding the difference between a leftist and an atheist.
In the country, they want to sprinkle degeneracy on the wound. That's it. That's the only thing that they ever say. I think I'll demonstrate that today. My first prompt is we need Christian nationalism in order to stop degeneracy inside of the United States.
So again, this is the part that frustrates me, because when he says we need Christian nationalism, he's basically just saying we need the influence of Christianity. But everybody else hears that as we need the church to take over. And that's why he, his message is not spread as far as it could be, but he's getting them clicks.
All right. It was nice to meet you.
You too.
So I guess my first question would be, what does this look like? Because I've heard you before say that you basically think that Christian nationalism should just be kind of like a cultural force, and then not necessarily like anything through government, although that's kind of downstream. Is that fair?
Yeah, so I think that government is downstream from culture, and culture is downstream from theology. So I think that every worldview has dogmas. Mm-hmm. And since every worldview has dogmas, I want the dogmas which I believe to win out in the worldview war. But I have no problem with the legislation morality through Christianity. Zero.
Okay. But it's your Christianity, right? It's not broadly Christianity,
well,
right?
Is it your secularism or is it everybody's secularism? The thing that's so funny about this criticism is that it's really stupid. So secularists can't agree on anything. Democrats don't agree. Democrats don't agree with secularists. Republicans, right? Secularists in general don't agree with each other. What's really funny about Christianity, though, is on core issues, they tend to agree because they have an unchanging standard. Did you see a bunch of Christians, for instance, running around crying about an abortion ban at the federal level?
Some?
No, you didn't. Show me. Yeah. Name a rally.
Name a rally?
Name a rally where the Christians got together and went, "Oh my God, they're banning abortion." Never happened.
No, I know people that were Christian.
Yeah, so I
don't know if you would call them Christians. So
there could be individuals who self-ID as being Christians who get upset individually.
But see, that's so he's taking a specific point and be like, name something here, as if that's the only thing that could demonstrate that people were unhappy. Like, we obviously people were unhappy. That doesn't mean, we're out in the streets. Shout out to Pumpkin. Welcome to the party. I said we need separation of church and state. Well, dilly to that. Imagine all the people. Pumpkin says, is that the guy in that video with the hat? The guy lost it on someone the other day. Indeed it is. And you know what that means, guys? We've got to take a side quest. So, I think X should be good for this one. Andrew Wilson triggered. It's gotta be. Yep, top.
Phrased it.
So again, typical whatever podcast debate, and typical Andrew Wilson, and trying to establish a worldview going wrong.
I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know, but the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So again, Andrew, that is an ad hominem.
Can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
So that's the framing. I want to sell you on my worldview. This is my worldview. This is a whole thing that I'm going to put pieces together, and then you'll see at the end.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz
under your religion.
You lick sniz.
And good job on her for ignoring the first one.
What is that?
You're a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
I will watch this
Your
every
wife
goddamn day.
What did I just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the
Holding frame.
men that you try to
Do the women that you try to?
That was the worst part. When she's clearly obviously trying to ask a question about, like, do the men that you talk to, do you, advise them to go after baby mamas and stuff like that? That's clearly where she's coming from. Well, do the women you, I didn't know what I was saying, but it's like, come on, bro. So yes, that is him. Like we said, I don't think Andrew realizes his argument is we also just have preferences. Bingo. Yep, we agree on our preferences, except for those who don't. Yep, sounds about like all of the issues that you have with the secular worldview, but hate.
Your hate.
Oh, wrong. Like,
There could be individuals who self-ID as being Christians who get upset individually, but you didn't see any collective of Christians anywhere outraged. It just didn't happen.
So people that self-identify as Christian, you would say that they weren't necessarily Christian, right?
I would just even be willing to grant it based on the self-ID. You still didn't see it.
Oh, I did.
Where?
Yeah,
where was the Christian
personal
rally?
People that I know.
Again, that's the individual level. So I'm
Wait, that's
not
what you
interested in,
asked.
one individual somewhere, a couple individuals somewhere, which you anecdotally come up with, got upset because they wouldn't let their wife kill their children or whatever. When you're talking about collectives and every power broker in the United States, that all operates off of collective power.
Well, let's talk about one specific.
Notice how this has gone so far away from Christian nationalism being needed in America.
And we're talking about one specific thing. So let's finish this point first.
Congress. What percentage?
Let's start with this first, though. I'm not going to let you back away or evade this. Where was there a collective of Christians anywhere in the United States, anywhere, who you saw on camera whining about the abortion ban?
That I saw on camera?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't watch too many of those protests.
So you watch every other protest, though? Like,
no.
Did you watch the riots that happened in California?
I saw maybe some clips. I wasn't like watching them.
You don't think that there would be some viral?
So this is again that, well, if you can't name the exact thing, that means that it doesn't exist. It's like, I generally agree with Andrew here, but the argumentation that he's taking is stupid.
Clips of Christians collectively outraged about a national abortion ban?
Viral clips? I mean, how much time do you think I spend on like TikTok?
I don't know. How are you informed? Do you read news?
Yeah, I read news.
Okay, where was the
news
stories?
I watch some videos, but I don't watch. I don't look for specific news videos about that.
It's made up. It's made up. All that happens is you anecdotally will point at an individual. Anecdotally, well, I know people who are upset about it. Yeah, but there's no collection. There's no collection. When we're talking about core values, core Christian values, didn't matter if it's Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox. All of them supported at least that being kicked back to the state. Yeah, all of them.
100% of Catholics.
The overwhelming collective.
I apologize. I have no idea what this means, but welcome to the party.
Supported it.
So the overwhelming collective.
Yeah.
Okay. So
that's how power blocks work. Well, I wouldn't say anything. I would never make a statement, a monolith about anything.
Well, you
can always.
Where is everyone?
You can always move towards an outlier, right? You can always move towards but here's the thing that's funny is that the exception proves the rule, right? So the fact that you anecdotally have to point to individuals and can't point to any collective that was outraged makes my point for me.
Well, I mean, I'm not like really big into like church communities all over the place, so I don't know specific communities that were advocating that.
Yeah. So when you're talking about Christian nationalism,
you have to find a specific video of this specific church doing this specific thing. Otherwise, I'm right.
Yeah, there's core dogmas which are shared between Protestants, Orthodox, and Catholics. There's shared dogmas. That's one of the shared dogmas that you usually find. Some Protestants bank against it. There's some Catholics that do, but as far as the organizational level, by and large, they don't, and they come together on it.
So, talking about like groups of people and how that works and integrates into government.
So lucky that they had a full 10 minutes. Oh man, what I could have done with 10 minutes.
You realize that Christians are they're disproportionate in Congress, right?
So
are you happy about that? Do you think it's bad, or do you disagree with those Christians?
I think that what has happened is that the First Amendment has been reinterpreted incorrectly. It was supposed to state that at the national level, you couldn't have the government institute a single religion. Of course, all the states had their own religions. Okay?
No, some did.
No, all of them did.
No,
I think there was only
all of them. There was about two.
Didn't? Oh, two?
Georgia, I know did. Yeah. Georgia for sure had Protestant.
Yeah,
which you disagree with.
They all had. They all had to one degree.
Not in their original constitutions from like 1776 to 1778.
So you're just saying that there was one or two that didn't, but the rest of them did.
No, I said there was one or two that did. The rest of them didn't.
Wrong. That's incorrect.
That's not incorrect. I know for a fact Georgia did.
Most of them did.
Let's see. Let's fact check. Which states had a state religion before the Constitution? Let's see. Before and even shortly after the U.S. Constitution was written, multiple states had an official government-supported religions. Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire. So, win for Andrew. New Jersey. Come on, man.
That's incorrect.
That's not incorrect. I know for a fact Georgia did.
Most of them did. Most of them.
Well, we got how many? We got 10. Yeah, 10 out of 13. That's most.
Yes, they did. They had state religions. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't have a state religion.
I'll tell you what. Why don't we stop the debate? I'll bet you $100 that I'm right.
$100 that you're right? Well, what are you going to define a state religion by saying that?
What?
Does it have to say? Does it have to say?
Yes,
state,
that the state endorses X religion. Yes,
that this is the state
do
religion.
you think, for instance, that if
That's
you,
only Georgia.
Yeah. Do you think that, for instance, if there was a restriction for voting, that you had to be a member of this religion in order to vote, that would be a state endorsed religion?
None of them had those types. None of the state constitutions had that.
Really? So there were states where there was no requirement. So you're saying
there were requirements to hold office,
and were some of those requirements to hold office or to vote that you had to be a
voting
Christian?
Was kind of all over
that
the place.
You had to be a Christian.
You had to be a Christian.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking back through all the state constitutions that I read. I know Georgia was the most strict because they explicitly did say that the Protestant religion is the state religion, but they were the only one that did that. I think 2 others said.
I'm waiting for more people to pile in so we can talk. If you guys want to watch other stuff and stuff has come up or whatever, but I don't know where everybody is. Larry said individual states could even issue their own currency. People really don't understand what states used to be. States. Yeah, and I am not principally against the idea of a state deciding, the people of the state voting to have a religion of that state. I don't know. I don't love that because of my own personal opinions. But in terms of the principle, I don't necessarily see anything wrong with it. The more power the states have, the better.
2, maybe 3 others said that you had to be Protestant to hold office.
Specifically, specific denominations, by the way.
Yeah, Protestant.
Not just Protestant, specific denominations. Like there was some states that didn't even want you there if you were a Catholic, right?
Yeah, like John Jay actually advocated for that in New York.
The thing is,
but that didn't work itself into the New York State Constitution.
I agree, but I'm just pointing this out, right? That yes, they were very strict when it came to religious adherence, including in the original states. After we got through the Articles of Confederation. So the thing is like, no, man.
How many states rewrote their constitution?
I disagree. Huh?
I'm not aware of many states that rewrote their state constitutions after the Constitution itself was ratified. Most of them were written in because most of the state constitutions were initially written in 1776, 1778, which is when the articles were written.
So what? What's the point here? You're saying that Congress already has Christians that are in it? And that's the majority of
and according to you,
do you think that Democrats
their policies are downstream from their theology? Yeah, but you don't agree with necessarily all of the.
Was Barack Obama a Christian?
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
What made him one?
The fact that he said he was. I don't think we've had a Christian president in a while. So I did just put up a new poll. I'm going to leave it running for a little while because I'm hoping people are going to come in. But we can continue watching this. Piers Morgan was on Tucker, and then Hassan was on trigonometry. But those are both good, so I wanted to keep those for like their own thing. But we will see. So let me know.
Was Barack Obama a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
What made him one?
He went to church. He identified as a Christian.
Okay, so it's just a matter of self-ID.
I mean, I don't know how else you could do it. We don't have like brain machines to test.
We don't need it. We
don't know. I don't know if you're a real Christian.
How does the Bible say that we're supposed to identify Christians?
The Bible? By their fruits?
By their fruits. Well, was Obama's fruits Christian fruits?
Yeah, I think so. I think he tried to help people out.
Give me the best Christian policy that Obama had.
Christian policy.
Yeah.
See, I don't think necessarily that he governed like as a Christian.
Right.
But
so what the Christian nationalism is advocating is that it's okay for you to govern as a Christian. It's fine.
That's a good name. Shout out to back. Shit, crazy. Welcome to the party.
Something about the fruits. Would you say something like low divorce rates, self-reported happiness, higher birth rates? Are those all fruits that you would say are Christian?
Possibly. Depends on the society in which the social order is.
In the United States. Like if we were to look at a state and say this state has above average birth rates, lowest divorce rate in the nation, it's consistently among the happiest. Would you say that would be a Christian?
No, it doesn't necessarily.
Actually, I agree with you guys. All right, I'll leave it running for a little because I do kind of want to check that, and then this is not as interesting as I thought it would be. Let's why don't we do this? Let's skip to the next guy, and we'll see.
The founding fathers, while they may have been religious, didn't have any specific religion in mind when they built this country. So
what does that have to do with the prompt? The prompt is that Christian nationalism is necessary to stop degeneracy. Do you have an argument against that?
Well, I would argue that what you want would foundationally change the essence of America and its principles that it was founded on, so much so that you would no longer recognize it as
really?
America.
So was porn ever illegal in America?
Oh, we definitely would be taking the time to make fun of him to no end. Come on. Why is my button not working?
You mean throughout most of American history?
Possibly, but I feel like regardless of that,
I feel like regardless of that, you should answer to the prompt. And the
Well,
prompt
yes.
is whether or not Christian nationalism is an antidote to degeneracy, not the foundational claim of whether or not you think the foundations of America aren't supposed to allow the church and state to have a synergistic relationship.
Whether or not it was
Could Christian nationalism stop degeneracy or not?
That's not theoretically, maybe, I don't know. But the point is America was founded. America was founded to allow degeneracy. The whole point was for people to come here.
No, it wasn't founded to
freedom.
allow degeneracy. What did they used to do to homosexuals in the United States?
They did bad things.
Oh, so I thought it was founded for the homosexual to be able to put the pee in the poo-poo.
Well, the point is to establish an official Christian religion was against all of the founding
Nobody's
fathers.
asking you to establish an official Christian.
Yeah, we're gonna switch it up. We're gonna switch it up because I saw this and I figured because I was part of it that the other one that it'd be a little bit more interesting. Blah 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 blah. But not really. So we can just jump into did the West really win World War III?
I have done a couple segments on the Second World War that have been very kind of shallow and not even really talking about the details or whatever. You're a Holocaust. Obviously, I'm not. Whatever that means. Hitler killed a ton of Jews. That's terrible. What? So that's been a diversion, really, that specific conversation from a much more important, broader conversation about what that war did to the West. And I think it's totally objectively fair to say the West, specifically by which I mean your country, which is really the seat of the West, has been in decline since the war. So, what is that? Do you know?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's been in decline since the war. There was a lot of recovery after the war. It was a devastating war. I mean, one of the most extraordinary aspects of that war is that Winston Churchill, who many people here to this day believe pretty well single-handedly rallied the morale of the people here to help us defeat the Nazis, albeit with obviously America's help, that he, in the end, at the end of the war, he got thrown out of office because so many people came back to a really bad lifestyle. A lot of impoverishment, a lot of homelessness, and so on.
Well, maybe were there other reasons?
No, that was why they took it out.
Did Germany attack you first? Was that what happened?
What do you mean?
Did Germany attack Britain? Is that how you got into a war with Germany?
Germany,
not quite. So I did. I think we're gonna stick with this. I changed the title on YouTube. Maybe we'll bring in a few people, but we will see. But yeah, they were saying I'm sick of the Crucible crew. Rob Norris still goated, but I was expecting Andrew's little tour to blow up. But it's honestly the same old shit he always says. Yep. Very non-pleasant. Agreed. It appears is basically giving up on his giving up on his country as long as there's curry. What? I guess we finna find out. Hey, a shout out to Funk Master General in the building. Welcome. 20 gifted memberships. My goodness. Thank you. So very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. And again, guys, if you were just gifted a membership, make sure you click the pinned link and head over to the Discord. That is where you will find all of that good stuff. Said happy birthday. Thank you. So very, very much. Of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. And hey, we got Indie Film. Welcome to the party. I was just thinking about you. I was like, where's Indy been? Where has Indy been? Welcome. Very glad to see you guys. It's my birthday. We got Vinny as well. Hello, come again. All right, diving back in. Thank you so very, very much, guys.
Did Germany attack Britain? Is that how you got into war with Germany?
Germany attacked Poland.
Oh, but not the UK.
No.
Oh, okay. Because that
they wanted.
So you voluntarily joined the war.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm not defending Hitler, of course, but it's just a fact that you weren't attacked. So when you say that Churchill saved Britain, well, Britain got into the war voluntarily.
Well, voluntarily. One of our neighbouring European countries was attacked, and it was quite clear that Adolf Hitler and the Nazis wanted to take over Europe. This was an existential threat to Europe and therefore to the UK. So
you're arguing that he would have come for the UK?
100%.
Even though
I think it's very naive.
Your politicians and there's like not one person who was saying that in 1939-40.
Well, no, Neville Chamberlain wasn't, because he totally misread what was going on. Winston Churchill completely read correctly what was going on and came out of the wilderness to actually come and save us. I think
you signed a treaty with Poland that locked you into a course of action that destroyed your country. I'm just saying.
You don't honestly think the Nazis would have stopped at Poland?
I have no idea.
Shout out again. My goodness. The Funk Master General getting us up there with the birthday stream goal. That is 2 out of 20 and 65 out of 100, guys. We've already hit the halfway mark. Thank you so very, very, very much. Cash, as always. Speaking of which, hit that Cash App at the Indian Jesus. That's Venmo for the $sign for Cash App. Thank you so very, very much. We got Tijuana Border Jumper. Thank you. So very, very much glad you could be here. Liberty said, I noticed he's putting on the pounds. It's all going to his head. Just like the Jerry Springer energy has been going to his head. Still talking about Andrew. I can see it. Western companies were literally working with the Nazi Party. IBM literally designed Scantron sheets to classify races and determine what camp they're going to. They knew the whole time. I feel like they would have to, right? I feel like they would have to. Like, come on.
Destroyed your country. I'm just
So
saying.
you don't honestly think the Nazis would have stopped at Poland?
I have no idea. I'm just saying.
Yes, you do, Duncan. Come on.
They weren't going to stop in Poland. Like, fair point that the UK was not attacked. But come on, Pierce is right there.
Look, I'm just going by what contemporaneous sources said. I have no idea. Hitler invaded Russia, so obviously that's deranged and incredibly destructive. So I don't know is the truth. He was focused on communism. No one doubts that. This was not a communist country. But I'm just saying Britain voluntarily joined the war. It was a war that you were not involved in and you got in. But my question is, why did it destroy Britain? I don't understand. As the victor nation.
It didn't destroy Britain.
Hey, we got equality and deference because of vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. My goodness, you guys are sucking at liking the video tonight. Please do so. It is so easy. It is so free, and sharing is the same. And again, guys, it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link at all. It does not matter. As long as you just hit that share button, the platform knows we should show this to more people. Thank you. And of course, a happy birthday. Very, very, very much appreciated. Welcome to the party.
Why did it destroy Britain? I don't understand. As the victor nation.
It didn't destroy Britain.
Well, look outside.
Look outside.
We're in the city of London.
Hang on. There's Tower Bridge. It's the Tower of London. Magnificent.
Well, it changed London.
Why do you look at this and see a wrecked country? I don't.
Well, I don't see an English country. So we're in the city of London now.
What do you mean that? What do you mean by that?
It's not. Well, people whose ancestors built Stonehenge are not here anymore. So the city of London is 36% white, and that's happened in the last, 40 years.
But England is about 70% white.
England.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it was 99% in 1945.
Okay, so we've evolved.
But you're on the way to becoming a minority in the country.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that evolution. Hey, shout out to equality and deference with the big $10. Very, very, very much appreciated. And of course, a treat for Morty. Thank you. So very, very much. Said a very happy birthday. Very much appreciated, guys. Thank you.
1945.
Okay, so we've evolved.
But you're on the way to becoming a minority in the country. So no one wants to say that. I think you can get arrested for saying that here. Well, that's not white supremacy. This is the indigenous population of the country.
Well, it's a statistical fact that I think by 2100, we will be a minority.
That's how the world works, baby.
White country.
2063 as of today.
Well, I've read a bit later.
But these are dynamic numbers, so they change.
Yeah, but here's my question for you. So what?
Well, let me refer to the beginning of our conversation when you said that the people who live in a country define the character of that country. And then you said, yes, all the things for which we were famous and in which we had pride, like our...
Yes. Yeah, a little bit of a cope there. A little bit of a cope.
Stoicism, our concern for others, our tidiness, the cleanest country in the world. Now it's pretty filthy. All those things change when you get new people moving there. You said that. I mean, you're the racist, not me. So I'm just using, I'm using the parameters that you said.
I did not say that was down to
you didn't.
White people coming to the country.
Well, that's who lived here.
I don't believe that.
No, but that's what you said.
I said there was creaking pressure on public services.
No.
From the increased
but
population.
You also maybe foolishly admitted the truth. You could get arrested for this. So I know the stakes are high. But you said that when the people who live in a country change, so does the culture, which is like the most obvious. It's like when it rains out, it gets wet. That's not a controversial observation, but it's illegal here because it is true. And my only point is not against, I've already said, I like the Bangladeshis better than I like the liberal whites in your country. A lot more. They've never yelled at me. I'm not attacking them.
They like borders. Calling said it's a statistical fact that America is no longer majority Indian?
What?
I'm just saying the things that made Britain. England. Is there still an England? I have no idea. those are going away because there are different people living here. And if you think that those are good things, in the same way that the Swedes or the Chinese or the people in Burundi and Chad, they like their culture. It's their ancestors' culture. And now it's gone. And like, why can't we say that's bad?
Well, you may think it's bad.
Good.
I love living in a very
yeah. That's the real question. Do you think it's good? Like, you may not think it's the end of the world, but if you can't acknowledge that that's not too good for the future of your nation, then I don't know what to tell you, bro. Guys, come on. We got 6 people on the landscape stream, and only half of you hit the button. Please, just hit the like button.
multicultural.
But you're rich. I mean, you're rich. You go to the white parts of London, they're exactly the same as they were when I was a child. I've been coming here for 50 years. They're exactly the same. What neighbor I'm saying is exactly the same.
Which do you think is a white part of London?
I'm not going to tell you.
Well, that's a little test for you. Which area of London do you think is white?
The one I'm staying in.
Damn, the vertical stream's got 100%. 3 likes for 3 views. Let's go, guys. You cannot be losing to the verticals.
Now, the one where my relatives live is...
Where?
I'm not going to say.
No, you don't want to say, because you know that I'll immediately say, come on, there's loads of non-white people living there. There's no
By the way, I'm not against non-whites.
There's no exclusively white area. Okay. There's not.
I am not now, nor have I ever been. And let me just restate, I think I have a lot more in common with the Pakistani cab driver than I do with the average Guardian staffer who's white.
But you're inferring that the more
I'm not inferring anything.
Well, you're referring the more multicultural that Britain has become in terms of other ethnicities coming to live here, then the worse it's got. And I'm saying those two things.
I'm saying the West.
My view.
It's okay. Quality says it's no statistical fact that America is no longer majority Indian. Tucker was saying different people are living in England, and now the presupposition that it must be bad. And my point was that it happened here in the USA too. It used to be Native American exclusive. Gotcha. So the feather Indian. So I get what you're saying, but that would be to then establish that the new culture coming in would be better. I think we all agree that our culture, maybe not these days, but at the time, our culture was superior to that of the Native Americans. So I mean, it's everything's relative. What's good for me is bad for you, in depending on the case, especially if we're talking about different nations. But Tiana said I used to live in England, and it was hella brown back in the 80s, and it's only gotten worse. Now again, ain't nothing wrong with brown and black people, but it's the culture that matters. There's a lot of whites, but also there's a lot of non-white neighbors. Seems like a contradiction. I don't know if it's a contradiction, but it is a cope for the fact that Tucker's right. Tucker's making a point.
You are not automatically linked.
And
there are lots of white people who behave very badly.
Well, I've met them, and they yell at me.
Where are we? Hold on. There we go. Shout out to Grade 1 Motorsports. Welcome to the party. Thank you so very, very much for asking. He is doing well. We're, keeping a watch on him, but he is doing well. Thank you so very, very much. We are thinking maybe, depending on what everybody says, we might drop by the nerd stream a little bit later. I'm not too much of a nerd, so I don't know what I would do in, but thank you so very, very much for asking. Big shout out to Grade 1 Motorsports. Everybody should go follow the Unreasonable Man.
There are lots of white people who behave very badly in this country.
Well, I've met them, and they yell at me. So yes, I just for the 5th time, I have more in common with the sincerely religious Pakistani cab driver than I do with anyone who works at the Times of London. That is just a fact. I don't like those people. I don't want to eat with them, and they're white. So all true. All I'm saying is the qualities that made Britain the greatest country in the world were linked directly to the people who live here. And so, of course, by definition, multicultural means less of some cultures because there's dilution of the dominant culture. And
right. And so there's a difference. There's a difference between racial diversity, which isn't necessarily good or bad. But when you're talking about multiculturalism, you're specifically saying the culture. Because we can have a diverse, we can have racial diversity. We want cultural homogeny.
There are lots of people who are non-white, who've been born and raised in this country, who've contributed brilliantly
I would never deny
the success of this country, who've risen to the top positions in top industries, whether it's music.
So defensive. I'm not attacking the non-whites. Because you're worried about getting arrested. I get it. And
I'm not worried about being arrested.
When they rush in the door with no guns, little bobbies with their sticks.
They might if they know you're here.
Probably.
I'm not worried about.
I got hassled at your airport again. And
really?
Yeah, always.
Or for being Tucker Carlson.
we don't know. It's just it's the AI, I guess. But
no, wait, I love that. What happened to you?
It's like, go see the attendant. And by the way, the attendant was some Pakistani woman who's like, oh, we're so glad you're here. Which I don't think I would have gotten from the liberal white lady. So again, once again, I'm not attacking anyone on the basis of their race.
Yeah, but you're saying that our culture
religion.
has changed because we've had other cultures come here. Is
Well,
that your position?
Well, it's not my
Hey, if it fits, right? If it fits, it fits.
position. It's a fact. And you just said it at the beginning.
I think
so it's better. So what about British culture didn't you like and has been improved by new cultures?
Great question. Claude says we can certainly agree that importing massive groups of the scum of other countries fucks up the culture of the native born. Yep.
Oh, well,
tell me, what didn't you like before? What are you glad is gone from the Britain you grew up in?
Let me tell you, if you came to London in the 50s and 60s, the food was crap. Absolute crap.
Well, it was that way in the 80s when I was here.
Right. Now, we have some of the best gastronomy.
Amazing. Some of the most expensive, too.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Well, we're getting claimed for this, so no more Tucker. Oh, man. All right. Well, we've got to find something else then. What was the other thing that I had? All right, let's just do something fun. Let's just do something fun. God damn it. I was really getting into that. Where is it? I'm upset. That was going to be fun. Shout out to
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to inform you that the rumors are indeed true. The Democrats.
Now I gotta go. Now I gotta go back and change the fucking title again. Oh my God.
In the New Jersey governor's race, the Democrat won. In the Virginia governor's race, the Democrat won. And in the New York City race, Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani defeated Andrew Cuomo to become the next mayor of America's largest city. But the question on everyone's mind is, was it just a fluke? Just easy wins in blue cities and states? Or is there something more to this? Is this a sign of things to come? Is the Democratic Party finally turning their losing streak around? Are they actually listening to the people now? Did they finally learn their lesson? No.
Every single time we're like, oh, this is great. They're like, you can't do that. Why? Fair use.
Thanks for watching. My last 3 videos about electoral politics were warning the Democratic Party that young men were moving right because the party sucks and was becoming the young men eat and die movement, spanking the Democratic Party for losing because they elected one of the most unlikable, shittiest candidates while offering absolutely nothing to voters, and defending the voters from the wrath of a bunch of liberal streamer man-children calling the voters stupid and evil for daring not to vote for Hillary Clinton and brownface. But the thesis for all 3 of those videos was basically the same. As the right embraces working-class populism, the Democratic Party and the left will continue to fade into irrelevancy. But as I also predicted in those last videos, there might be an eventual pendulum swing, and it might be happening much sooner than I predicted. Like, how did we go from Republicans winning the popular vote, in part thanks to a lot of the young people voting, to a bunch of data showing those same young people dropping their support for the GOP already? But the interesting thing is, those young people don't seem to be moving to the Democratic Party either. Where are they going? And do the Democrats have a plan to scoop these people up? Yes, they do, and they called it, I'm not kidding, deciding to win. Deciding to win, as if the whole time they have just been simply deciding to lose. It was a choice, guys. They changed their mind and they want to win now.
All right, new poll, since that is not working. So again, Grid One is doing a nerd debate night. I don't really know what nerdy stuff I could debate, but I mean, I'm definitely into TV and movies and stuff, so we could check that out. We could see what else is going on. Or we can find some videos to watch. You let me know.
In this video, I will talk about why I think Zoran Mamdani won. We will go through the Democrat Party's plan to decide to win. We will briefly talk about the rise of the
Don't we all?
Political commentator Nick Fuentes, the MAGA Civil War, and what I like to call the inevitable rise of shoe-socialism. If that sounds interesting, stick around. If it doesn't, you can leave. It's not like I'll miss you or anything. But baka. For those of you familiar with the Shoe on Head channel, you know I've harshly criticized the Democratic Party for all my career. Some say too harshly. Frankly, I don't care. And some say I'm not harsh enough on the Republicans.
I definitely agree with that.
First of all, true, but let's be honest.
This was Liberty. It said Republicans have no idea what's coming. They got nobody to replace Trump, and Trump's made sure to burn everybody's future in politics. I swear, if you were a Democrat op trying to destroy the party, it definitely, it doesn't seem like things are getting better. It seems like everything great about Trump is in the past. I'm getting scared as this goes on. So We will see. I definitely wouldn't put it beyond Trump to be petty of like, no, I'm going to be the last great president and just make everything horrible so that no matter what, for the rest of America, it just all sucks because he, I don't know, destroyed everything. Hey, shout out to the Rage page. Welcome to the party. Said happy birthday. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, a treat for, he ate. We went out before and there it is. Yeah, I don't know why he's being picky. But of course, a treat for Morty. Thank you. So very, very much adding to the goal. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the party. So remember when Trump floated the idea of auditing the Fed? What happened to that? Yeah. Lucci! I am Lucci! Shout out to Jesse. Welcome. And happy birthday to your son. Must be an awesome dude. Dilly to that. Welcome. Make sure you guys hit the poll because we were watching Tucker and Piers Morgan and then they decided to claim that. So that ain't gonna happen.
That's not why you come here. You go to Kyle Kalinske for that. Just like you go to Destiny to see opinions you can hear on CNN, or to Hassan for dog training tips. You come here to hear, golly gee willikers, I'm left wing and the Democrats have gone crazy. That's the shit you're here for. But are the Democrats...
Come on. To be 13 again? Oh my goodness. 13. That's a great age.
Actually getting their shit together? Or did they simply get lucky in a few blue areas? One of those blue areas being my city, New York, where Democratic Socialist candidate Zohran Mamdani won the election and will become the new mayor. And
so, yeah, we'll be talking about all of these people that are fighting, but I do think that there is enough, and if things continue the way they're going, that there's going to be enough of a coalition that, like I've been saying, MAGA is bigger than Trump. And so there needs to be a coalition of MAGA politicians that are against Trump that are strong enough as that coalition to show everybody we don't need you anymore, Trump, which is a tall ask. I definitely understand, but that's what needs to happen.
A lot of people are like really confused about how this happened. And if you're one of those people, you really need to keep watching. If you don't understand why Mamdani won, I'm sorry to say, but you're kind of like the liberals in 2016 who didn't understand why Trump won. It's actually extremely understandable why Zohran Mamdani won. And it's not just because New York is full of commies or whatever. He is objectively the best Democratic candidate that they've had.
Oh, hell no. Please no.
In a very, very long time. Like, I know the bar is in hell there, but he's young, he's energetic, he's charismatic, and people are really tired of the White House doubling as a retirement home. And of course, I like many of his economic policies. I like the universal childcare thing, the transportation, flipping off the Christopher Columbus statue. That's the shit I don't like. Bitch, that's our fucking guy. He was a brave Italian explorer who discovered America, and in this house, Christopher Columbus is a hero. End of story. I've said this many times, but I don't think the good left-wing policies can even exist alongside the bad left-wing policies. Like, I don't know how you can have free transportation, but also be soft on crime. Like, I don't know.
All right, hold on. Let's see what we got here. Because our boy Confluence is live right now. Talking about the Hassan thing. Well, I don't know how far that went, but let's see what they got going on. Let's back this up a few minutes.
Behavior. He just wants to make things happen.
I disagree because it's kind of like with Bernie, he points out individual billionaires, but when it comes to benefiting a multi-billion-dollar company, he's all in favor for it. So it's kind of, to me, like, don't get me wrong, AOC is very performative, but I think Bernie Sanders is just as performative because he points out the people who are behind the billions, but he doesn't point out the multi-billion-dollar organizations like BlackRock, like Pfizer, like
yeah, but those would be horribly strategic decisions. If you go against like Black.
Oh, shout out to Marilyn. Welcome to the party. Indeed, you did. Make sure you join the Discord if you have not already, because you are now a member. Thanks to our boy Funkmaster General, who's coming in hot again with the big 20. Said perhaps he's leaving us no other option but to fix it ourselves. Oof. I don't know if that's fair. Because fixing it ourselves means voting the right people into office based on what they promise us. So if we did that, and then he did this. I don't know, but thank you so very, very much. Of course, guys, that is getting us very close to the goal here. I believe we are about $25 away. Let me do the math and get that updated.
Like,
yeah, but those would be horribly strategic decisions. If you go against like BlackRock and what's the big three? I can't remember the other ones right now. You know what I'm talking about though.
Yeah.
That control like all the wealth. It's eluding me. But it's like, yeah, that's obviously like political suicide. So like,
then it's performative.
We got
At least you could say with Trump is.
Thank you so very, very much again. Oh my goodness, that is 3 out of 20, $85 out of 100, guys. Don't let him carry it on his back. Don't let him carry it on his back. Thank you so very, very much.
You could say it's less performative because at the end of the day, Trump's ruffling more feathers with the
is kind of being obsequious. Is that performative? Like if you know, like, okay, so like let's say Trump deep down is like anti-abortion, like hypothetically. I don't think he is, but let's say he is, right? Well, if he just comes out and says that, that's obviously an unpopular thing, right, for America writ large, at least for a lot of people. So then it's like you have to like slow roll it a bit. In the same way Hassan in this interview has been slow rolling his like socialist takes, right? Like there is a strategy to that. I understand how.
I'm hoping they are spending time talking about the actual, the actual podcast.
Is performative, but I guess the counterpoint is that if you want to make stuff done.
I have them sped up a little bit because I'm trying to see what they're talking about, what's the vibe and whatever.
Okay, Vanguard and State Street, yeah, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. You can't go against those companies in the same way that like a lot of the GOP can't go against funding towards Israel, right? Like even if they don't want to fund Israel, it's like that now the winds are kind of changing, but like historically that is like that you will be blacklisted, right? You will be.
You would have to show me the bigger plan then. Because at least with Trump, you can map out the bigger plan of abortion. And in fact, with Bernie, there is no bigger plan.
I think Bernie. I don't know. I think Bernie. I think Bernie. At least I see him as at least honest. I think he is an honest socialist. Like I think that is.
All right, give me 2 more votes. 2 more votes. We'll either hop in here or we'll find something else.
Absolutely. If you look at his voting record, you can see that I don't think he's as honest as people say he is.
Wait a second. I'm gonna tell you what it is exactly. Okay, I'm an honest thief. I just want to take away all your money.
We got from Marilyn saying I've been watching all evening and they've been on fire. All right. Rage Page, I apologize. I absolutely have to do that. My apologies. Let me do that right. Meow. We also got Behave in the building. Welcome to the party. We are not even going to do anything. I didn't add fucking equality either. I am fucking up here. All right, we had Arrow. Then we had equality with the longest fucking name ever. Equality and deference because vagina. Thank you. And of course, the Rage Page. Please do remember to remind me of that stuff, guys. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Bruno said of his leave for a nice. I believe it. Where are we at? Keep me in it. That's the goal, baby. And again, I need 2 more votes. Are we hopping on this? Are we finding something else? You let me know.
Okay, black pill me. I'm already pretty black pilled on Bernie, but black pill me more, Emmett. Go ahead.
What do you think socialism is? Like all of the people don't realize when they're like, oh yeah, the government should intervene. It's like, well, what does the money come from? Oh, it comes from taxes or it comes from printing. And if you print money, what happens? Inflation. And who is affected by inflation? Oh, well, all the people have savings, for example.
I did not know that. We might need to take a trip to Canada.
All the people that are living paycheck to paycheck. Those
all right, we got one more. We got one more vote, and Marilyn said, "Hop on Real Talk. You ask, and you shall receive." All right, let's jump in here. Get that back down here. That muted. Give me 1 sec. We gotta adjust the Rumble chat. Oh, come on. So I can see what's going over on YouTube. Boom. I'm gonna put you here. And if Quality says in the future, you could put me Batman in the banner. Definitely will do. All right, what am I doing? We got that. We got that. We got that. Now it's over here. And over here. All right, let's do it. Boom, 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 boom. Good. Where are we here? Good, good, good. All right, let's do it.
Two types of Dems, right? There's again, like, and I don't know if you guys, I think we all agree, right? There's the Nancy Pelosi Dem who is married to a fucking venture capitalist who is, you know, doing a bunch of corrupt shit, and we're paying attention, and I understand because he calls himself a socialist, but he's worth like 2 to 3 million in the political world. That's like fucking nothing. And like voting on different things for bipartisan support, not calling out Pfizer. Yeah, he calls out a lot of companies. He doesn't call out every single company. Yeah, again, but that would, if he called out Pfizer, it would be disastrous, and he'd probably lose his next senatorial seat.
Okay,
so like, of course, he's not gonna fucking do that.
What about the
Okay,
food companies?
Thank you, Marilyn.
You can say the money all you want, but the truth is the power, right? Because the socialism loves power. Socialism utterly loves power, and here's this about socialism when it comes to power.
Who's typing?
It's aesthetically
Is it still
pleasing.
you, Ivor?
Let that man type.
All right,
Let that man
the
type.
power, right? Power
Confluence,
is
stand in
its
chat.
own currency. Power is its own kind of like economy in a sense, because what was that bitch's fucking name that fucking died still in the Senate? What was Dianne Feinstein? She never relinquished power. She just wanted power, and it killed her.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like a Ruth Bader Ginsburg in a way, right? Should have probably stepped down during Biden. The Dems wanted another SCOTUS seat.
Okay.
Confluence. I agree with you. I agree with you. Bernie isn't the worst actor.
Wait. No, Confluence. You convinced me. Okay. The Bernie Sanders is not only retarded and wants to take your money, he's also stupid because he couldn't make money while being enough.
Yeah, about 30 seconds.
I agree with you.
I don't know if that's it.
Okay. He's just too stupid to make money.
Oh, that sounded like an intro.
I think he's also like kind of like he didn't want it to. He was like, "Yeah, I'm making $3 million. You know, my worth is gonna be $3 million. I don't need more. I'm a socialist."
Okay, thumping. You were the one who was talking the least. Do you mind if I replace you with JesusIndian who wants to panel up?
Yeah,
go ahead. That's right.
Where I copied all your links.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at them after StreamYard. I can't pull them up because I'm on my phone. But
I really need StreamYard Premium. That's what I should have set the dono goal to instead of me getting a Hunter Biden dick tattoo. Okay. In hindsight, good to see you, Lunch.
How we doing? I saw you guys were watching Hassan, and I was going to cover that. And
Hassan's a fucking stupid ass fucking e-girl.
What?
Okay, question into the round is
e-girl them all.
Is democratic socialism a form of socialism? Yes or no?
It's socialism just with a different name.
Yes,
it's in the name.
It's just a socialism with a different name, man. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. It's fucking socialism.
It's socialism
no matter how much lipstick you put on a pig, it's still a fucking pig.
Well, hang on. Everybody, hang on. First, define it. First, define what you mean by democratic socialism. Because Bernie has pointed to Denmark.
There's a socialist democrat and a democratic socialist. Those are two different things, right?
Social democrat and democratic socialist.
Right.
I don't think socialist democrat is an economic position. But yeah, there's social democrats, like for example the SPD in Germany, and there's democratic socialists, like for example Bernie Sanders, and at least in its founding papers, the Left Party in Germany.
Well, the reason why I point that out is because Bernie pointed to Denmark and said that was an example of democratic socialism, and then the president of Denmark said that no, that's not true. So I guess what do you mean by democratic socialism?
Yeah, so it looks like social democracy is significantly different from democratic socialism, but I think socialism is also significantly different from democratic socialism. Like, democratic socialism is a term in the economics that Marxists tend to teach, and it's a separate thing. It's its own thing.
Where were you guys in the
intermediary stances?
I don't know the exact I don't know like the exact criteria for what makes something democratic socialism, but I do think it's significantly different from socialism in that it has significantly more private property and significantly more markets and stuff.
Is it not voting on socialism through a democratic method?
Their median stances, what
No,
they
it's
said
not full on socialism implemented by a democratic vote. It's actually just
okay. Well, what is
system.
socialism? What is socialism?
Socialism is when all the companies are owned by either workers or the state, I would say.
Okay.
So how are democratic socialist economics different from any other country that's a mixed economy?
It's a spectrum. Like it's also a mixed economy, and it's adjacent to a social democracy, but not the same thing. It's just further along the spectrum towards the direction of towards the direction of worker or state ownership.
Shout out to Morgoth's Hammer. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you said like and shared again, guys. That stuff is so very easy and free and helps out.
This is where does not want private property. You know that, right? They do not want private property.
Right, but I guess the thing is like what Hassan, to briefly go back to Hassan, they're talking about China, right, which is a mixed economy, right? So that would be kind of an example where it's like further along, it's, I don't know, I think I'm mirrored, but I'm pointing, I intend to point to the left right now, right? China is more this way, still capitalistic. It's a mixed economy, but it's like obviously more left than, you know, a country like Canada is.
So fill me in real quick. What was the last point that you jumped off with the Hassan podcast? What were they saying?
Healthcare.
Yeah,
he was describing American healthcare, and I thought he was doing it in a disingenuous way by just making it seem like the problems weren't, or he's making it seem like problems were one thing when in reality I believe them to be something else. And so he went on the tangent.
Yeah, and there was an interesting Rorschach test where all of us heard that Hassan wanted to make healthcare accessible to as many people as possible, and I think we had different interpretations of what healthcare includes. Like, does it include toothpaste? Does it include Ozempic? Does it include HRT and cosmetic surgery?
Of course, it should all be free, says Hassan.
No, see, every socialist and communist says, "Oh, healthcare for all, healthcare for all." It's not true. It's just a lie because there never is full-fledged free healthcare for everybody. There isn't. And even in a communist society like Soviet Russia's and Mao China, it never happened.
I mean, it depends. What do you mean by everything? Like Canada, Ozempic's not covered for obesity. So if that's what you mean, or like you have to pay for an ambulance, but like any like life-saving medical thing is free.
If we're talking Russia or China,
it's never
just
free.
racist discrimination, right? Russia and China were just racistly discriminating, and that's why not everyone had healthcare, right?
No. This is what I'm saying. Like healthcare, like Tylenol is free. Like you.
I don't know that much about the healthcare system specifically.
That's the idea of the free healthcare. Or is that, hey, I need my my blood thinners for the month, or I need my blood thinners for the month. Here's my prescription. I don't need to pay for it.
But that's not free. You just pay it on the back end. You just pay it through taxes. So essentially, there's no such thing as free healthcare. Be free, and that's why it will never be free, because communism can spurg about free this, free that. Is never free.
There are no such thing as free. Costs.
Of course, it's not free. It's obviously like taxpayer funded. Obviously,
there are other costs. There's other costs. There's other costs that are involved into it. For example,
if you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I do know what I'm talking about. For example, quality. There is a cost on quality when you insert all of these kind of. What?
For the good of society, we must eliminate the fare from public transport entirely. Genocidal or not? Yes or no?
Is that
eliminate the fare?
What?
For the good of society, we must eliminate the fare from public transport.
So you eliminate the fare. So you eliminate the fare, right? So then what are you going to have? The haves and have-nots, correct?
Yeah, but is it genocidal to eliminate the fare?
Can't say the G word.
No,
you can just not too much, but yeah, G-sidal is preferred.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I thought he farted.
No,
All right, who on this panel would call themselves fair? And are they worried about a statement like that?
But what do you mean by fair, though?
Yeah, like in what context?
Like, there are very fair people and there are fair people.
Hey, shout out to Cool Big. Thank you.
Because,
So very much
very
for the
fair,
big
like, fair
10.
skin, fair
Of course,
hair.
another
Like, what do you mean by that?
for Morty.
Yeah, exactly. And when someone says,
Thank you. So very much appreciated. Welcome.
Okay, so all people
we're
that
trying
are
to jump
fair
in on this
hair,
panel.
fair
I just hopped in.
face,
I'm trying to
talking about paying
where
for it.
they're at, but
Yeah.
welcome.
He probably meant that.
Okay, so then it's the haves and the have-nots. Then that's where we're at.
What do you mean the haves and the have-nots?
The haves and the have-nots. Because
Yeah,
if it's fair, everybody will have something. So when it's not fair, it's the haves and the have-nots.
He's talking about the payment.
Yeah, he's talking about like a bus fare or a
Yeah.
FARE, I believe.
Yeah, just a homophone pun.
how would that how would that be G-sidal? What was the argument for that?
No, obviously it would not be. It's just a homophone. And it's a callback to what Michael Knowles said. It's a callback to a quote that Michael Knowles said some time ago where he wanted to eradicate transgenderism. And I felt at one point that eliminate the fair sounds similar to eradicate transgenderism if you mishear the word fair.
I'm still trying to figure out what you mean by fair. Is it the F? Is it FARE or is it FAIR?
Oh, Mamdani absolutely said FARE and it can be misheard as FAIR. And if you mishear it as FAIR, then it sounds similar to what Michael Knowles said.
Yeah.
Can you explain that? How it's similar?
Correct.
They want to eliminate the payment when you go into a bus or whatever. I think that's what Mandani said.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You're talking about like the ability to interpret. So, like, depending on what a person hears from that saying is how they interpret it. The same way that Michael Knowles, when he said he wants to eradicate trans ideology, if certain people hear that and they hear, "Oh, eradicate trans people," other people think, "Oh no, he's talking about the ideology."
It's like people are going to interpret whatever they want to interpret.
What's the ideology with the fair, though? That should be free.
Get it? It's just the interpretation. It's just based on what you hear. If you think FAIR, that's your interpretation. Versus if he says FARE, it just all depends on what you interpret.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you,
Yeah,
thank you, guys, and that means we have hit
essentially
the
it's possible to mishear that
Marilyn
quote
says
as
happy
"Let's get rid
birthday.
of white people," and it's possible to hear Michael Knowles as "Let's get rid of trans people." And that's how it's.
Let's go. Oh God. Okay, who volunteers as tribute? Who's been speaking the least? Because we have someone who's going to spice up the chat in the back.
All right, I'll go.
Okay, Frankie, your tribute.
Can't stay. He was being
Thank you. So very much
gaming right now
much
too.
Appreciated.
Okay, Frankie's gaming. He'll come back. Frankie, you'll come back.
Yeah, dude. I'll get somebody else time.
Okay.
Later.
God, I really need StreamYard's Premium, but I can't not have Emmett and Ryan and Ivor and Lunch.
Hell yeah.
Emmett, leave.
No!
Emmett, are you dodging? Emmett, what the
He's a
fuck?
baby, dude. He's scared of me. He always has been.
Emmett,
He's
I thought he
totally
had that
overpowered.
Mexican
Absolutely pathetic
machismo. Emmett, what the fuck?
Nah, Emmett ain't got shit. Emmett's a
That's
pathetic,
crazy.
weak loser.
That's crazy.
We got a star-studded panel right now.
Indeed.
Yeah, but then Emmett, I can't believe Emmett just left. Does Emmett hate you, Ryan? What's up?
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, every time I talk to him, he looks like a fucking moron because he is. So it makes sense.
Damn.
Really quick, I do got to give a big shout out to Marilyn, who, if you didn't know, it is my birthday today, and we just hit the goal to get Morty his special treat. Very much appreciated, Marilyn. Thank you so very, very much. Now, any super chat at all that comes through on my channel gets Morty a refill. So Come on through.
Okay, so is
Happy
your
birthday.
birthday on the
Happy birthday.
28th or the 29th?
28.
28th. Okay.
He's in the future.
Oh, you're in the future.
Or the
Got it.
past?
Emmett thinks you want him dead. Emmett, I want you to. I don't want you dead. I want you to have healthcare, dumbass.
Do you want him? What is Emmett? What are you talking about? Does Ryan want you dead?
Emmett was one of these people who, after the Charlie Kirk shooting, I went on a Sarah Raging Tomato panel, and I explicitly condemned what happened, talked about how it was bad for everyone involved in every way, shape, or form, and how it was a terrible idea. And I also said that I'm not going to whitewash Charlie Kirk's history and pretend he was like a good guy. And Emmett started running around telling everyone that I was calling for his death because he's a lying, pathetic, weak loser.
Bruh.
I fucking love the sound effects.
Emmett, I wish you would come back. Because I'm hearing Ryan's side. I want to hear both sides, you know? Because Ryan, I'm tempted to believe you, but you also you are radically coded as someone who might say some nasty things after the Charlie Kirk shooting.
I mean, I'm sure that if Emmett truly believes that I want him dead, he would be able to provide some sort of clip of me saying as such, right? But I guarantee you he won't be able to. This is his claim. He's responsible for backing it up, and he won't because he can't. Because I've never said
he said in chat, he said you went to Abe's, you called him a fascist, and you said that fascists deserve what happens to them.
I never said that last part. That's not true. I did call him a fascist.
Thank you so
but
very
I don't
much.
think the right thing to do to
Welcome
fascists is to
that
execute
party.
them.
Okay, that's the
you
sticking
brought us
point for me.
to the party.
I think
damn.
it's toxic to call Charlie Kirk a fascist, but to me, that's not crossing the Rubicon. The Rubicon is saying kill all fascists, because then the connection is anyone who I call a fascist should be
maybe
free
don't
game.
say that though.
Well, I mean,
I think
if
it's
it's
still bad.
descriptively true, then why would I not
right
say it?
now while we're all streaming, maybe don't say those words.
What, the word fascist?
Wait, which?
Never mind.
Hey,
Just go.
yeah.
Did I TOS myself?
Yes.
Sorry.
I don't think you did. I think the problem is it's context based.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, because I technically
Hey,
said
all anything.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I just want to point to everyone who tells you, because people say this all the time, right? They'll say that labeling someone a fascist is calling for violence upon them. But I promise you, none of these people, because they're all liars, cowards, grifters, they will not apply this to Donald Trump when he called Kamala Harris a fascist.
Yeah, but okay, but I guess the counter I would say, Ryan, is that the typical like punch a Yahtzee thing is not, the right doesn't say that, the left says that. So if the right labeling someone a fascist isn't actually that dangerous, because the right's not going around trying to murk fascists, right? The left sometimes is, right?
Very much.
We saw a lot of celebration
I thought we were unified in at least in World War II, like we were fighting against the fascists, but.
No, but obviously the question is like, who is a fascist, right? Like who? That's the question, and the right isn't commonly calling for violence against people that they deem to be politically against them, at least on
of course
average.
they are. What are you talking about?
There is example. I'm not saying everyone, but I think in general, I think it is true. You see the chart. You see, just to be real, you see Charlie Kirk. You see a bunch of people fully celebrating it. Okay, you can pick a comparative example like Paul Pelosi being hit with the hammer. You see jokes. You see like Dave Rubin talking about like hammer time. It's bad. It's not the same level.
But here's the difference. Here's what happens. This is how the right handle. They handle it a little bit differently, right? Like instead of pointing to like a bunch of like mostly normies, not like no political leaders are the ones who celebrate what happened to Charlie Kirk, right? No one in the Democratic Party proper, like no one who's elected to office was saying, "Oh, this is good what happened." Right. So that it's first of all, it's like online people who are not associated with the Democratic Party. But what the right does is they rewrite history. So when we look at Melissa Hortman, who was murdered in her home along with her husband and her dog, people will, number one, they'll deny this even happened. Or number two, they'll deny that it was a right-wing Republican, anti-abortion activist, anti-LGBTQ activist who assassinated her. They will simply lie about it full-throated because they're fucking miserable liars and they hate you and they want you dead.
Well,
Ryan, wasn't it you that was telling me that the Kirk assassin was like, we didn't know? Wasn't that you that you said you didn't know if he was right wing or left wing?
His parents were conservative.
Yeah, we didn't know right away, but I haven't said that recently. I think we know now.
This was like a month. If I remember, this is like a month later, brother.
It depends on what I said. Like what we definitely know is that he, according to his family, he was getting more left wing. But like coming from MAGA folks, that's kind of right? Like that's fair enough, right? Like I don't know what left wing means to people in MAGA necessarily. They probably think Marjorie Taylor Greene's a leftist right now.
I know, but the guy had a trans partner who was who's like a trans furry. Like we can make inferences, right?
You understand? There's a lot of like trans people. Like there's like trans groypers.
I mean, some people are confused.
Being
People are
trans
confused. Okay,
being trans is doesn't make you a leftist, right?
It's all the things together.
It almost always does, though. Like it doesn't make
really
you,
doesn't.
but the overlap is like 99% probably, right? If you
even
called
if you
all
wanna-
trans people,
hold on, even if you want to
don't
say
think
that,
so?
even if Ryan's right, it's not a causal factor. It doesn't mean because you are trans that you are.
It's a correlative factor.
It is,
but it's an
And so-
extreme correlative
but
factor.
what we're saying here is not.
right?
It's not
Like-
just the fact that he had a trans boyfriend, whatever. It was that, and all of the other things, the writings, the things on the note.
Right,
fact-
They're all, like,
we had
video
the
game
full-
names, right? Like, hey,
Oh,
fascist.
yeah,
catch,
there
like-
was a guy by the same name, same first name,
What is
same last name, 50 years older or something, who donated $15 to the Democratic Party once. That's also
that was actually Thomas Crooks, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think
Wait,
it's
are you talking about the
Crooks.
Trump shooting?
Yeah,
because Thomas Crooks did donate $15 to the Democratic Party. That was him, but he was also a registered Republican, which the right also likes to lie about.
I think he's also got posts that favor toward Nikki Haley. I could be wrong about that, but I remember seeing.
He also looked up online that day or the days leading up to it or whatever. He looked up like when Biden was going to be around too. So it doesn't seem like he was like targeting like a particular party. It sounds like he was like a radical nihilist kind of guy who was like going to go commit some political.
That I definitely like. I would be willing to accept that. Like clearly, this was not a right wing person in the traditional sense, and I'm willing to accept that it wasn't a left wing person in the traditional sense. But it's clearly if we are trying to this was about a lot of the debates that were like, oh, the right, which party is more the party of violence. I think it is a lot more fair to put that on that side if we're forcing it into that left-right paradigm.
By what metric? Like by
All the things we
lost?
just talked about, the trans stuff, the fascist stuff, all of those things, when you put them in.
So if we look at just lives lost, the same day that Charlie Kirk was killed, there was a school shooting, right? Who was like a guy who was like radicalized by online neo-Nazi propaganda.
Yeah, we're not. Why mention that? Why mention that?
Well, because he just said that it's like more of the left party, but it doesn't even follow from like even that day.
Okay, but that's
like,
not.
You can look at
That's
more
a different conversation.
Right.
I wasn't trying to
Yeah,
have
is
the
it?
conversation of which is the party. I'm saying because of that fact, because we were talking in that framing, that framing, then that is why it is more appropriate to put I don't know, furry dude on the left.
Wait, so you're saying that it makes more sense for people to lie because it was a common debate?
No, I said if it
are
has
you
to be left or right, then it is more of the left. It's not on the right at all. And so even if the actual reasons behind the event have nothing to do with left or right at all, the person themselves is going to be, if we are forcing left or right, you can't put that person in the right. I know okay. I tried.
I don't understand. You're not trying very hard because I have no idea what you're talking about, but that's okay. Or maybe you are trying very hard and that's sadder.
If we have to put this in a left or right dichotomous
Why do we have to do
paradigm,
that? Go on.
What?
Why do we have to do that?
We don't have to do that.
He just said if.
It's an if. It's a hypothetical.
How would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday?
Why? What's that? What's the point of the hypothetical? Can you walk me down the road a little bit?
He is
He's trying to deny the fact that saying that it is left wing coded is not reasonable, and it is.
Does someone else explain it to me? Because I'm still not following what his point is.
It's more left than it is right. More left than it is right. It's more left than it is right.
Who just did it? Like Confluence. Can you walk me through what he's saying? I don't understand. Maybe I'm like my IQ just dropped like 30 points or whatever, but I have no idea what he's saying.
Well, okay. I'll let Let's say it again.
Wait, hang on. If it's so obvious, if it's so obvious what he's saying, he seems to sound super smug. Everyone here should be able to explain perfectly what he's saying. So let's hear it. Let's hear someone else walk through what he's saying.
No,
I'm not asking you, Indian G. Thank you. We've heard you try to explain it.
I think the host.
I can't follow.
I think the host just asked me to explain it. Is this your show?
Okay.
Well, I don't care. I'm pushing back anyway.
Okay, look, you know what? Okay, I think I'll say I think what Lech is saying, this is, and then I want to hear it from Lech's point of view, but fine, I'll play the game. I think Lutch is saying if someone is more on the left than on the right, that means something. And at the end of the day, you can, for certain reasons, compress things to a binary. For certain reasons. For other reasons, you shouldn't. But for certain reasons, you can. And in this instance, it is obviously more left than right, right?
Like
but
maybe
I'll let
you want to
Lutch
compress it to
clarify.
a binary for sports,
Correct.
and maybe you want to compress it to a binary for bathrooms.
Right, exactly.
Okay,
Was
so
it.
like, so there are some
It wasn't meant to.
situations
Like, I
where
literally was
if
saying
you're
that
gonna
to
compress
try
it, yeah.
to find common ground with you. That saying, yeah, okay, maybe if we have to, which we don't have to force it into this dichotomy, then yes, it would be more left. But I'm giving you credit to say that it is probably not a left winger or a right winger in the traditional sense. That I'm trying to give you agree with you.
He's saying it's not a binary, but if it was binary,
Yes.
it would lean to the left.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's two out of three. You want to
to
strive? Ivor doesn't
Can you
understand
not
either.
connect it to the conversation?
But we're talking in the context of.
I don't know. You went on
of
a whole thing about which party is more when I was just trying to use that example. I don't remember what we were talking about before.
I mean, I just mentioned some. Well, I actually didn't argue the right was more violent, so I didn't go into that argument. I just explained
You
that
were
the right
going to.
lies about.
You were going to, and then I stopped, and I was like, "Wait,
Okay,
we're not
I'm sorry,
talking
I'm sorry.
about
I
that."
didn't know you were also a future predictor on top of everything else.
Nope, you could tell how a sentence is going to end based on how it starts when it's in these types.
You can make assumptions, right?
Okay, all right, dilly. Then I assumed that you were going to start a sentence talking about Thomas Crooks and Donald Trump in a context of the what is his name? The other guy, Robinson. What's his name? Tyler, yeah. So you were just bringing it up for no reason, right?
No, I brought that. So to be clear, the reason I brought up Thomas Crooks is because Iowa mentioned somebody donating $15 to a Democratic campaign under a name that was the same name but a different person, and I assumed he was talking about Thomas Crooks, who I know donated $15 to the Democrats, but also it was him. It wasn't like somebody with the same name.
Yeah,
so
I'm
that's what he was talking about. That's why that came up, by the way.
Yeah, my bad.
No, you good. You good.
So that's how we ended up on Crooks. So this isn't about Crooks. Okay, this is about Tyler Robinson. Okay, but Ryan, this was this. I correct me if I'm wrong, but a month after the Kirk shooting, you were trying to argue with me, unless I'm mistaken, which I could be. Well, that we didn't know if he was left or right, and I think that is absurd. I think that's like, why not just admit when I look at like, just hold up one sec, Lutch. When I look at like the Nancy Pelosi thing, I don't really need that much information to say that guy that attacked Paul Pelosi is probably right wing. Like I'll concede that, right? Like that's not like a hard thing for me to say, but it sounds like on the left, it was a very hard thing for them to admit, even though we had the bullet casing stuff written on it. Hey, fascist catch, right? You could say, yeah, okay.
He's like, can somebody else explain it? And then everybody else explains it.
Is a right guy, is a right-leaning guy, is some like Groyper writing that on a fucking bullet. Like we have to be in reality, right? At the same time. In the same way that I would be. Yeah. I try to be honest, right? If I see a mosque attack, right? Like I don't need to see much about like the New Zealand attack, the Christchurch shooting to know that guy's right wing. I need very little info to guess he's probably right wing, right? But why can't the left do that?
Well, I mean, I guess again, like I don't. What I'm pushing back on is the idea that he's like necessarily like a traditional like a political leftist. Right, I just don't know that. I still don't know that. Like, or like even a liberal. I have no fucking clue this guy's ideology. All I know is he had a trans girlfriend or boy. I don't even know that. I actually don't even know if that's been verified. We had a neighbor who said they saw them holding hands or whatever.
No. All the Discord stuff has been revealed. We've seen a ton of that.
So we had a partner who was trans. Okay, so that's it. That doesn't tell us very much.
That's not it. We have there's a lot. Well, again, you'd have to read the Discord logs. The Discord logs show he hated Charlie Kirk. He hated the message he was spreading, and to argue, it seems like really difficult.
Groypers, right? You agree with that? So do Groypers also hate what the messages Charlie Kirk sent?
Not in the same way. The Groypers think that Charlie Kirk's not going far enough,
right? Because Charlie Kirk was.
To be clear, I don't think this guy was a Groyper. I think he was probably more liberal, but I don't think he was a Groyper. I'm just saying like these things in isolation don't tell us enough, is what I'm pushing back.
Ryan,
but I mean, when it comes to the mosque shooting and stuff, like this guy had a manifesto. Like it's easier to make broader assumptions about this.
No, but I'm saying before them, I don't need a manifesto. Is what I'm saying. If someone shoots up a mosque, I will probably assume they are right leaning like that, and I could be wrong. I'm wrong some percent of the time.
Right? So the person who shot up the Mormon church, what would you assume their ideology is?
That one is kind of more confusing, maybe. And
well, there you go. That's
no, but that's not the same. Again, someone shoots up a synagogue. They're probably right leaning. Not always, because especially with IP situations, they might not always
I don't know
be.
about that either.
Yeah, but like in general, like at least historically, at least pre like 2023, right? Like you can make an assumption, right? It's not you're not always right. But it's like, why not just admit that? Yeah, probably. If someone has a trans girlfriend, they shoot Charlie Kirk and they say, hey, fascist catch. They're probably left leaning, and that was all stuff we knew very early on, right?
So where does that get us now, though? Like without any new information. Like, okay, yeah, we can say, oh, here's another example of a trans, probably left person doing this. But like,
he wasn't trans, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, close enough. But you know what I mean?
Really,
like, what?
Okay.
Where does?
I mean, only if words mean nothing. But sorry, carry on.
How does the yes, thumping people? It is my birthday. Thank you. How does
it's your birthday today?
Today, right now?
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Happy birthday, Lodge. I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay, sorry. Continue on. Happy birthday, though.
Nearly did it to you all. Yeah, I get that it's an interesting and somewhat relevant conversation, specifically closer to the event, to be like, okay, which is the party of violence and da 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 da. But at this point, I don't really. What do we accomplish by saying no? He was on the left. No, he was on the right.
Yeah, maybe it's better to just talk about lowering the temperature and toning down the vigilantism lottery. If you get the pun.
Yeah. So, Ryan, can I ask you? Can I ask you something maybe on a slightly different? I don't know what you call it. Slightly different topic, the same kind of thing. You said that you well, I think someone else was quoting you, but you were essentially saying that you didn't appreciate who Charlie Kirk was as a person.
To be clear, what I said was that I condemned the attack. Like as soon as it happened, I was very clear about that. And I've talked extensively about that. And not only do I condemn it just on its face, but also I've pointed out that like if you are this person in his shoes and he's like trying to whatever because he hates that Charlie Kirk is mean to trans people or whatever, then like what he did put his trans partner in far more danger than they were before. It's an extremely stupid thing to do, and not to mention other trans people in more danger. But what I also said is that I'm not going to pretend that Charlie Kirk was like a good guy and not a fascist. I do think he was a fascist, and I don't think.
So how is
the thing we do to fascists is how is he a fascist?
Yeah, like what was it about? Because in my opinion, it's very like
he's
middle
authoritarian and ultranationalist, and I think he supported an authoritarian ultranationalist who's currently in the White House.
How though? That's what I'm instead of just throwing labels. Like, what did he say that you didn't like? I'm not trying to. I'm just interested. I'm not trying to be like, no. I'm just interested.
Yeah, no, I understand. But what do you not understand about the words I'm saying?
I understand that you think he's a fascist. I'm asking, what did he say that makes you think he's a fascist?
I clarify. I broke it down into 2 more pieces. I'm asking you which one of these.
Authoritarian. I heard these words. What I'm asking you is, what did he say?
Okay, so do you think
what did he support? What did he support? That was
Trump. And closely, he worked with Trump. He was like damn near part of the administration.
I supported Trump. So we're all fascists then?
Okay, I mean, you're at least a fascist sympathizer. I mean, Charlie Kirk was more working with the administration. You're probably fascist sympathizer.
Really?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So Ryan, you think
everything I've ever seen from you, IndianJesus? Yeah, almost certainly, actually.
Okay, what about me, Ryan? You've talked to me. You think I'm a fascist sympathizer?
I think you tread it a little bit.
So
is there?
So I'm a fascist sympathizer adjacent, is what you would say.
Yes, fascist adjacent.
So I'm like at least 2 degrees.
We like compliments, do compliments.
Fucking
Christ. If you're sympathetic to fascists, then you should be. Yeah.
So
I guess
can anyone?
Well, that's a fair statement. That's a fair statement. 2 degrees separated, I think, is fucking nuts. To be clear,
I didn't say that. I mean, you interpreted that part, but yeah, I can just clarify.
Didn't you say? Didn't you say?
I say the 2 degrees thing, but
no, I know I said that, but what you said, yeah, okay, I can't. You said I'm not a fascist sympathizer. Oh yeah, I'm treading on being a fascist. So I'm really close to the line. So
I'm being a fascist sympathizer, not a fascist. I don't think.
No, I know, but you think I'm on the line of like sympathizing with fascists.
So what?
Yeah, again, like I said, I think you're way more sympathetic to them than you should be. So yeah, treading water. Yeah.
Would that apply to anybody who voted for Trump?
I mean, if you still support Trump, you're basically a fascist sympathizer. Yeah, I would say so.
What's unique? What's unique about Trump's authoritarianism
So if
versus?
I may, I just have one more.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
So what if somebody voted for Trump and now hates everything that he's doing? Would you consider that person a fascist sympathizer?
I would be more inclined. I would assume they're probably not, unless they don't like him because he's not going far enough, which is true of some people.
Yeah, let's say not that. They're saying like, I don't like how he's doing the way he's doing immigration. I don't like.
To be clear, what I would, if I heard something like, I supported Trump because I thought he was going to improve the economy. I thought that he was going to do good stuff and like lower prices and all the wars.
Thank you.
I did not expect
so very,
him to
very much,
increasingly
Jerry, welcome.
Heighten power
to
into the executive branch and also deport thousands of people, probably illegally, sending them off to foreign concentration camps. And I don't like that he's doing those things. I would say that person is probably not fascist sympathizing. In fact, they're explicitly denouncing the things that I would say are the cores of what makes Trump a fascist in the first place.
Okay, Ryan, what if someone's like, totally hypothetically, what if someone's like, I was a Trump supporter and now I have a nuanced take and there's some things that Trump does that I like and there's some things he does that I don't like. Hypothetically, would you say that person is treading on fascism or like what's good?
Depends on what they like and don't like. I would have to know more.
Okay, so let's I like this line of thinking. So we'll take me personally, because I was a never Trumper when it all started. I got red pilled, and I only voted for him in this last election, 24. Well, obviously not this, last general election. And I still am glad that he won over Kamala, but there's a lot of things that I am not liking about what he's doing or the way that he's doing it, the attitude that he has to people like myself who are, specifically with the Epstein stuff. Like we're like, yo, let's go, and why do you care? You're those stuff like that. So let's start there. Maybe you want to dig further into my agreements or disagreements, and again, if you decide I'm a fascist sympathizer, then fair. But I'd like to know where that line is.
Yeah. How do you feel about Trump increasingly consolidating power to the executive branch to a point that makes, makes Congress kind of like meaningless at this point? Like the Republicans in Congress are finally now in the past month like pushing back on him, but like barely. And it was just the Epstein stuff that he 180'd on. But like in general, how do you feel about him? Do you agree that he's been increasingly consolidating power into the executive branch?
Yeah. But I do think that's not. I think that's something that's been that was an Obama era thing that's just been continued. That Congress is not working with the executive branch, and then Obama became the executive order president, and then everybody followed that. So I don't love that.
I would say to just jump in. I think that is an escalating thing. So I think it's highest with Trump, but I think it's been something that we've seen historically be escalating.
I'm happy to say I do not like.
Was SDR did like thousands?
Obama increased it, but it was already a thing before.
Yeah, but I'm
that's
totally happy.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's going.
But that
up,
being said, I'm totally fine saying yes. I do not like that Trump is consolidating more power into the executive branch.
Okay, good for you. How do you feel about the deportation, specifically ones without due process to concentration camps or war-torn areas, anywhere he can send them? Like, how do you feel about all that?
So, I mean, I don't have an example of no due process. I understand there's going to be a disagreement between us about
example.
Hold on. What is the difference between what you and I agree is that due process. But yeah, I am very frustrated with the way that it is going. It was sold as we're going to take the worst of the worst, and I don't think we really need alligator Alcatraz. Like, just fucking send him home. But even still, I was like, all right, whatever. It was stuff like that girl that wrote a letter in her school newspaper, like, can we please just not give Israel money to the school, not to the government, and deport it. Like, that's fucked up. That is not what I was promised. I was promised that the people who are MS-13, like Kimar Gabrigo Garcia.
Wasn't that person on a student visa though?
Yeah. So.
Yeah. And
well, then fucking back.
Whoa! Give me your argument here. Why did that girl deserve to be?
You can cancel a student visa at any fucking time. Okay. You don't need. You're not a citizen. You're not under an asylum claim. You're not under anything. So for a student visa, you can cancel that shit at any time. There's no humanitarian issue with that.
You still have First Amendment rights.
Their First Amendment right.
You don't have First Amendment rights if you're on a fucking student visa. No, I
kind of
disavow.
Yeah, you
no,
do.
I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
Let's chat GPT it.
No, I think you kind of do. It might not be like to the exact same
I don't know.
extent,
I don't know.
but-
Like, I'm gonna be real. I don't know if SCOTUS has decided on this. In my opinion, if you're on a fucking student visa, I don't think you have First Amendment rights in the same way that citizens do. I don't think you do. I think if you're
it might not be in the exact same way, but I mean, just the spirit of the First Amendment. Like, isn't it concerning if we have people being deported just for expressing things the administration doesn't like? For
I don't think. First of all, it's not. If you're on a student visa,
it's me and Indian versus Confluence.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm against.
Let's let's slow down.
Apparently, Marco Rubio agrees with Confluence. That the First Amendment does not apply to student visas.
Based.
So let's slow it down. So you're saying, like, I agree with you that legally, if you're on a student visa, we could revoke that for any reason. Nobody is denying that. The question is, do you personally feel like saying, school, can we please not give money to Israel, is justification to take away that student visa? If you were the president, would you have taken away your student visa and I guess deported her because she's the school, not even the government, school, just please, maybe?
So I don't want to be seen as dodging, because I would have to honestly answer you. I have to look up exactly what she said. But my general stance is, like, if I was on a student visa in Japan and I start criticizing the Japanese government and they say, hey, go back to Canada because you're on a student visa and you're criticizing the government, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that kind of checks out. Like, low key, that checks out. I went to this country and I'm criticizing their government. If they want to send me back, yeah, I'm on a fucking student visa. I'm not claiming asylum. It's not some humanitarian crisis. If they want to send me back, they can send me back.
Yeah,
like, how is that not that, to me, that's like so patently
What if she just called Trump like an orange buffoon? What if she said that? What if she said Trump's an orange buffoon? Do you think that's a good enough reason?
It's not legally, yes. Like, you're on a student fucking visa.
That's not, we already.
I want to clarify. Personally, yeah.
We all agree that you can deport, or if someone has a visa, you can revoke the visa for any reason.
Yeah. So now we're in a bit of a So obviously we might disagree on, like, what exactly is the line, but I think there is a degree of, like, criticizing the country that you're in that does make it morally acceptable for that country to send you back if you're on a student visa, right? There's no humanitarian concern here. We're not sending them to Alligator Alcatraz, right? They're on a student visa. So it's like, so I don't think that's, like, so bad. If I went to Denmark and I started saying a bunch of shit about Denmark, at a certain point, there is an arbitrary line, and we can disagree on where that is. There's going to be some line where if they send me back, I'm going to be like, yeah, that was fair. I kind of fucked around and found out. You know, I talk shit about the government, and I'm in their country on a student fucking visa.
I will get the actual what she actually wrote. It wasn't that long.
I want to know what she actually said.
Because I did read
it without knowing exactly what
when
she
that happened. I was ready to be defensive and be like, I'm sure she did this, that. You know, liberal colleges, whatever. But then I read it and I was like, it's kind of just vanilla. But I asked.
Can I make a statement?
If it's truly vanilla, then I would agree. If it's Orange Man bad, then it's like, okay, fine. It's like, yeah.
I didn't think it was about Trump. It was just about, like, Israel.
Just about Israel.
Right. But it depends, like, how Hamasnik coded is the statement. Like, that's where my mind goes. Like, is it just like, hey, I'm questioning U.S. support, or is it really more than that? Because oftentimes, when people present these stories and I look into them, it ends up being a lot more than just like, hey, I'm just unsure about US's funding of Israel. It ends up being a lot more anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist or whatever.
I put into ChatGPT, what level of free speech is allowed to those in America who have a student visa? A person in the U.S. on a student visa has the same First Amendment free speech rights as a U.S. citizen, with only a few practical immigration-related cautions, not legal limits on the speech itself. So things like, if you're being terroristic and stuff like that. I can give you the whole thing.
You can the reason that doesn't really any reason. You
What-
can
yeah, so the reason that's really
Wait.
Yeah.
What a student visa holder cannot be deported for. They cannot legally be deported for criticizing Trump, criticizing Biden, criticizing the U.S., opposing U.S. wars, supporting controversial causes.
I want to see that
peaceful
case
protests.
law, brother. I want to see that fucking case law. On a student visa, you can cancel
me
that
too.
shit for any fucking reason, man. It might not be morally right, but legally, a student visa, there's nothing. It's a fucking student visa.
It's a gray area because, if I'm not mistaken, the position that Marco Rubio holds gives him the right to take away student visas for any reason, but they are entitled to the same First Amendment protections. The question is, do you view deportation as a punishment, like a criminal punishment, or do you view deportation as kind of a just, if you're going to criticize us as a guest, are we allowed to then deport you for any reason? And so we have two kind of contradictory things. And so the question is, the Supreme Court would probably have to weigh in on it. In which
So my comparison would probably be that deportation is going to be treated similar to getting fired, in that it's a negative treatment that arises from a cause, and if that cause is discriminatory, for example, because it's based on something that, if it's based on the person's use of their First Amendment rights, then it's discriminatory, and then it might not be allowed because it's a negative treatment arising from a discrimination protected cause.
Right, but Ivor, we actually were just talking about this yesterday. There's certain states, right, where like right to work states where yes, if you say, and we had a whole thing on the panel last night, but if you say I'm firing you because you're like black or because you're a woman, that is illegal. But you don't have to give any reason. You can just send them back.
I'm just
you can fire them. And so I jumped ahead my analogy. So the analogy is in the same way as the student visa. You can, if you say I'm sending them back because they're a protected class, maybe that would be illegal. I actually don't know, but that sounds more plausible.
Or using protected speech.
Well, no, I don't. I would be shocked if that is an actual legal case, protected speech. I would be chagrined, dare I say. And I mean, Lutch is pulling up some sources. I have to pee right now. Okay, so everyone hold down the panel. Don't say anything like too spicy because I don't want to miss it or what's good.
What's everyone's favorite slur?
I was thinking Star Wars slurs. So only slurs that come from Star Wars.
Without the R. Does anyone?
But it seems to be an interesting gray area because you kind of have protections that I agree are afforded to non-citizens, like due process, like First Amendment, but you also have, I guess, scenarios to where I don't think someone who's visiting the country can just go and buy a firearm. So I don't know if it's a full protection the way it's. I guess I don't think anybody visiting the country has the full board of protections under.
Sure.
I guess the Bill of Rights.
The question is, though, that okay, so what is the purpose of student visas? Is to bring people here who we think can benefit our society from outside of our society. So if we want to bring people in to benefit our society, now this is taking away the background of where we are with immigration and everything, just strictly talking about the student visas, then there's no purpose to having student visas if it's just going to be, well, you can come here but you have to do this. Like, I understand there shouldn't just be like, all right, free reign. There's definitely specific things that you can't do. You can't go around being a terrorist and so on and so forth. But I think I'm trying to find the actual thing. I don't remember the name or anything, so I'm just like searching around. But I remember reading it and being like, oh,
yeah,
this is nothing. And even if legally that's allowed, that's not cool, bro.
It's a weird line because it's almost like at what point is the shoe on the other foot? Could this be used against me? But I don't think I'm a citizen, so I can't think of it that way. I just think this is one of those gray areas where right now under law, Marco Rubio could take away anybody's student visa for saying whatever they want. He just can't come out and say it's because they said something. It's, I just take your visa away. Bye-bye.
Wait, so did we conclude, is it, I was absent, but did we conclude it is similar to the firing thing where if you if you say it's a protected class thing, then that's illegal.
Yeah.
But you can remove someone for any reason.
Right, but the question, my whole
long as
whole
you don't
chat
say
is
it
in
out
agreement
loud.
with you. My whole chat is in agreement with you, and it's saying that I'm
Base
being-
W IJ
No,
chat.
No.
W,
They're all woke and
W.
gay. They're all woke and gay. No, I'm kidding. But like the real, I think the more interesting conversation here isn't, well, technically we can get rid of this person. It is that arbitrary line of, well, we can do this, but should we? As
Sure.
the
I agree.
culture and so on.
Do you have the thing that Hamasnik said? Your words, not mine. Your words, not mine. Like,
Let's say that. No, I can't find it. Does anybody remember the person's name? I'm getting.
I can't even remember the college, to be 100% with you.
There was.
I don't know this story at all, so I can't be much help here.
All right, okay, I think. Wait, the ACLU. I think the ACLU will tell us exactly.
We love the ACLU. Oh God, that's something both sides can agree on. They both love the ACLU. Crazy horseshoe theory on that.
I'm honestly kind of indifferent to them.
Yeah, I was gonna say they've had some really good cases, but it's been a while.
I thought everyone kind of hated the ACLU. To be honest,
I hate them now, not before. I hate them now, but not before.
Ryan, are you still in the present moment indifferent on the ACLU?
I mean, I've heard people talk about things. I'm not like super well read on their particular actions recently. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. Well.
You could probably turn me with like specific examples. I don't know.
I would argue they've been quiet on every gun related thing that's reached the Supreme Court.
The ACLU is like the perfect horseshoe of like Jewishness, where like the horseshoe theory, where like both sides hate them for very different reasons, but everybody kind of like agrees, So maybe if you're like the true centrist, then maybe you would love the ACLU. I'm not sure, but
well, that's definitely not me. So
there's one thing that I think I caught that I would like to talk about again. I think Lutch said that that he didn't know a case where there was no due process. I really don't like the idea of quantifying due process. You either have due process, which means that every single statute in the due process law is followed, or you don't have due process. So if there is a single thing in the law about due process that is not followed, that's not due process. And I think in the case of Kilmar Rego Garcia, due process was not followed, right? So that
I understand.
It wasn't. I should have gone back. Okay, I'm just
saying. Well, I mean, I don't think so. We'll see. I guess we'll find out.
Not to his country, not to where they sent him, but he should have gone back. But not to what was that? El Salvador?
No, stop baiting me. Okay, I want to specifically respond because I understand. Like, I'm sympathetic to the idea that we should give people like full due process. But if you are like found to be an undocumented immigrant, like you truly don't have the same amount of due process that an American citizen does. Like,
but there's still a law that says how much. There's still a law that says what the process is.
Obama, for example, Obama was like the deporter in chief, but he used a lot of expedited removals, which I'm personally critical of. I don't like the way our expedited removals work. I think people should probably be able to see a judge before this kind of mass deportation stuff. But like there are ways to go about it without like putting them in front of a judge. So I think that's
but the thing is, even if you're an undocumented immigrant, there's a law that says which process is due for an undocumented immigrant. And part of that process probably includes like checking whether they have a special protection against being deported to a specific location.
Well, right, but that's specifically what due process means. So it means the process that is due to you. So the process that is due to me as a citizen is going to be more rigorous than or maybe the other way around.
Yes, exactly. And in all of those cases, you have to follow all of it.
Right. So what we're saying is, or what I'm saying is that
you don't have to follow all of it. I'm sorry. Sorry.
You have to follow all of the process.
Just triggered me. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Lech. Go ahead. Ivor's just fucking triggered me.
I'm saying everything.
It's not a binary.
Everything that should be followed should be followed. The question is, what should be followed? What should be followed for me is different than what should be followed for a non-citizen.
Yes, exactly.
So we're all getting due process.
I misunderstood. If that's what we're saying,
because my parents I was out with my parents before they moved, and we were talking about this. Like, he's a legal immigrant. He doesn't get any due process. I was like, Dad, that's not what that means. That's not what that means. He does have due process. We all have due process, and even if it's
Garcia's
someone who just
case-
showed up on a fucking raft, there
In
is still a
Garcia's case,
process.
the only problem was, and this, to be, my Ryan baiting aside, the only problem was that he was sent back to a country that he explicitly, legally, a court decided he shouldn't be sent back to. That's my true opinion. Because they did do an injunction on that.
The Supreme Court doesn't agree with your opinion on that, right? Like Sotomayor's writing on this specifically outlined how the Trump admin's justification for deporting Kilmar would allow them, if they did set this precedent, they would be able to deport anyone, including U.S. citizens, to a foreign country, as long as they did so before a judge could intervene.
Yeah, like I'm not like super happy with that Trump was trying to like do this like while they were in the air, and that like to do it before SCOTUS could rule on it. I'm not like super thrilled about that. But I'm saying the only illegal thing about, I think, him being actually deported, beyond Trump's trying to do it before SCOTUS rulings, is the fact that he shouldn't have been sent back to El Salvador, because that was specifically in the court hearing, is that they did grant him special protections to not be sent back because they felt he would, be what, I don't know what the words they use, but like threat of like.
The reason that happened was because they skipped a part of due process. They skipped at least one step in the process.
Well, I don't know. I feel like can't we just say that's like a bit of a oopsie? Like they.
Well, when you get millions and millions and millions and millions of people pouring into the country, there's going to be
it's that you don't skip steps.
I'm sorry. Okay, so every criminals, they all have due process. So none of them are. Yeah. So none of them are mistakenly misidentified as guilty or innocent. Just because you do due process doesn't mean you can't still make oopsies. That's a fucking American judicial system.
With regards to the Kilmar deportations, the process that they used, Kilmar just happened to be one person who there ended up being a stronger legal challenge that resulted in bringing him back, right? But all of the people who were deported, hundreds of people, who I believe only a dozen or so were found to have ever been even charged with some violent crime or had allegations of violent crime or anything like that. It was a dozen, maybe 2 dozen. I don't think it was that. All of these people had their due process rights violated, every single one of them, to go to a torture prison in El Salvador that we fund.
Define torture prison.
I mean, if you dig into stories about what's happened in CCOT, there's a lot of reporting coming out, or has been. Well, I mean, it's always been infamous for human rights abuses. CCOT has been for a long time. But recently, there have been a lot of reports starting to come out that specific people from this party that I'm referring to, even who were deported to CCOT, they went through things that were considered torture. I would have to pull up. We pull up one of these reports, talk about it. But this is what the reporting's saying right now.
But should you? That's the question we're discussing.
Yeah, that could be. And I will say I don't like the I don't want to call it. I don't know what the word is. It's like a type of poverty tourism or disaster tourism that the GOP has done, where they go to you guys have know the videos I'm talking about, at least, where it's they'll show the people in the background, right? They'll have a representative of the GOP in front of it. Have you guys seen this?
People do it.
And it's and they're the people in the back are acting way too calm and are way too orderly. That makes me suspect that there is probably human rights abuses. They're just because there's a bunch of people with face tattoos, MS-13 tattoos, all in the background. They're acting just calm. They're just sitting there while some Republican talking head is talking. Have you guys seen these videos?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys know what I'm talking about, or at least Big Soda does. Ryan, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Hey, Lindsey Graham was down there.
Give me one more vote. We're split. 50-50. One more vote. Next vote takes it.
Interview that he did there.
Right, and I will say I think that's negative to have all these people in the back. It's showing them off in a very zoological sense, and the fact that they're all not acting up makes me feel it makes me ask, why are they not acting up? Because if I was there and I was being treated, I would be shaking my fist. I'd be maybe flipping off the camera. I'd be doing something, right? I'd be acting up in some kind of way, and the fact that they're not does make me think that maybe El Salvador prisons are not maybe the bastion of what good treatments.
So we're paying for it, right? We're paying with American tax dollars. We're funding CCOT.
I remember like 15 years ago, I was reading a book about like the children of Theresienstadt, and what you said about those videos sounds pretty similar to what was going on in the book. Like people were just told to be calm and make the city look nice and all that stuff, so that the propaganda video could be filmed and everything would look fine to the general population. And it
Hit the poll, guys! Hit the poll. One more vote gets it. If you want to stay here,
Yeah, I think we've.
Stay
I mean,
here?
that's the
You
thing.
wanna
We've
go
seen
check
it
out
does
Islam
feel
and war?
eerily similar to the stuff we've seen before, where it's like, I mean, even with like, going back to the Hassan video, everything circles back. The Trump weave, it's like China has done this with like the Uyghur Muslims, right? Where it's like they bring people in to like Uyghur, and it's like, but it's like you can see the same people in the background. It's like it's obviously a guided tour, and they're like, no, this place is great. It's totally cool. Everything's fine. Like you see what's on camera. It's totally good, right? It's like 5 minutes of footage. It's like, yeah, that probably is not like indicative of the entire situation that's going on. So I agree with that. But at the same time, they should be deported, right? They should be. Like maybe that specific prison, maybe it is inhumane. I don't want people, I know Ryan thinks I'm like fascist adjacent.
I think you're more sympathetic to fascism right now than Indian has been in this conversation. At least,
oh shit! Oh god! Okay, so I'm treading so well. I'm basically front crawling right now, brother.
You're close. You're gonna become a full fascist. Why?
Yeah, I'm getting close.
Which is basically at least vocally, expressed. He's condemned most of these things that we've pointed to so far, and you've been extremely defensive of them.
No, okay, no. Hey, Ryan, sound off. What do you think I haven't condemned that I should have condemned?
I mean, mass deportations of people who never did any crime except for being here illegally, which isn't actually a crime.
Wait, Lutch, did you?
I did not say that.
Yeah,
I did not say that.
Okay, I'm in
really?
me and Lutch are treading together, brother. We're treading together.
I said that.
I'm gonna
the way it's being
side by side, okay? Because we're brothers in treading water.
Yeah, let's
apparently.
go.
I said the way it's being done, I'm not happy with the way it's being done. I was told that we were going to start with the worst of the worst, and I don't need any kind of alligator Alcatraz, stuff like that. But I absolutely believe that every single person who is here illegally should not be here.
Yep.
Should be deported explicitly?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
Well, I mean, they could, leave on their own, but because they don't belong here.
Wait, what do you mean belong? Like, wouldn't it be reasonable?
They don't belong here. They don't have the right to be here.
In your opinion, you mean? Like your opinion?
No, legally.
In my legal opinion, yes.
I don't know about that. I mean,
Ryan, you think that's a contested issue? You think that's contested?
What if they're like an asylum seeker?
Well, that's a different case, right?
Well, I mean, there are people who are like being arrested at their like asylum hearings, like before they.
Well, not necessarily.
Why, Ryan? Why are they being arrested at their asylum hearings?
Yeah,
because ICE isn't discriminating on the same way that we're talking about.
But if they're getting asylum, if they're at the hearing to get asylum and they deserve asylum, why would they get arrested?
Ryan, you're being dishonest
right
now.
Let me fucking cook, motherfucker.
Okay, I'll let you cook. I'm sorry.
Why are they going to? If they're at a hearing to get asylum,
before they get the trial,
and they deserve the asylum, why would they get arrested?
Because ICE doesn't care whether they deserve it or not.
Oh, okay.
Not happening, Ryan. Not happening. These are people.
For example, you'll tell me that I'm right. You'll stop saying that it's not happening, right? If I pull up an example
of people who are legally, they haven't missed any court dates, they haven't skipped any asylum hearings, and they are legally have declared asylum, and they are legally going to show up to their first court date, and they're still being deported. Yeah, if you have an example of that, then sound off, Ryan.
Yeah,
because that would be news to me. That'd be news to me because it's all people that have missed their asylum dates, and therefore, as soon as you miss the court date, then you have violated the law. You were here illegally. You have skipped a court hearing, right? So if you have an example of someone who has shown up to all their court hearings, I will condemn that.
I'll take some of those.
Tell you I'm wrong.
So if they've shown up to all their court hearings, and so if they're deported before I guess the most recent hearing, and you're saying that if they
bring up a case where the only thing is that they came in illegally.
Well, that's not. We're not even talking about whether they came in. We're talking about that they're here illegal, or like being here illegally, because an asylum seeker could, in theory, come through legal means, right?
Well, no.
So,
okay,
right,
wait,
that wouldn't be illegal.
no. Okay,
Actually,
wait.
being here as an asylum seeker is legal. It is
Ryan's
So
taking
again,
off the
I'm not
sweater.
asking
He's
about
getting
that.
serious. Ryan, do some dips. Where's your dip bars, brother? I thought those were always
so you
in your.
ask me to do it again.
Oh man.
I did. I did promise.
Sorry, I got distracted by Ryan dips. Okay.
I did. I'll wait for this one. I did promise. Grid that I would stop by his panel for my birthday. But if you got something,
Wait, are you talking to me or Ryan?
The panel. Everyone. Yeah, waiting.
I know.
If
Yeah,
Ryan can
I
pull
know.
something up. Then
I don't know
cool.
if me and I don't. Yeah, I don't know if me and you, Lutch, disagree. I think me. Yeah, I think you. I think
we had,
at least on this topic.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
are much
disagree
closer
a lot
together
but-
than we are to Ryan. But that doesn't mean you and I wouldn't have disagreements.
Yeah.
So Confluence,
Because the
are you
right's not
saying
called.
that if someone gets sick, or if someone like sleeps in, that is grounds for deporting them into a war zone if they're seeking asylum?
Yeah.
Not.
Well,
I mean,
because
Why don't you
because
say yes, right? That's what you just argued.
Yes,
No,
and
that's
the
not-
reason why is because if you have a court date
not what
and
I
you skip the court date because you're
really
sick,
want that?
you
I
would still
don't
go to
think you
jail.
really want that.
So citizens are afforded the same right if you
Interested
skip a court date that you're supposed to be
That's
to without prior authorization from the judge that you won't make it. Then yes, you will be deported the same way I would go to jail.
Yeah, no, Lutch, if you have to leave at any time, I don't want to. If you want to, you can come in and just do your sound off. I don't want to feel like you're being held captive.
No,
if you
you're
wanna go
good.
to
I'm waiting on
grids.
Ryan.
Okay.
I'm going to take a piss, and then we'll see where
Okay.
we go from there.
Okay. The thing is,
Wait, I'm going to show examples of people being deported from who are asylum seekers, right?
Yeah,
before their trials.
No.
That's what you guys are
The
looking for?
only crime, or quote unquote crime,
Not a crime. Yeah.
the only thing that they are being deported for is that they came in illegally. That is what I'm asking for. An example of someone who only did, and they did not get due process.
Wait.
They're
Am
only-
I?
Well, I mean, that would be the hundreds of people who were sent to
sure.
seek
Okay, great.
under the Alien Enemies Act,
Okay,
right?
yeah, go. Sure.
Wait, all the Kilmar, like
You mean
Kilmar
wait?
Garcia would be
Under
one.
the act
Wait,
that
I feel
makes
like
it legal?
I feel like we.
I feel like you just walked back. You just made a way broader target. Than what Confluence is trying to do.
You're making it so easy on Ryan. I feel like are you saying what you mean to say, Lutch?
What do you think I'm saying?
I thought you just said, show me an example of someone whose only crime is illegally entering the U.S. They've done nothing else and they're being deported.
No,
Because there are hundreds.
without due process. That's what I'm saying. Without due process.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, that would be all the people who were deported.
Yeah,
under the Alien Enemies Act. Every single one of them.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm not claiming to be right. I
know. I know. I just feel like you're giving Ryan like an easy layup, which like I don't like that. It's like
Did you not see me just fucking
there.
debate Jim Bob?
I also think that
I'm not
Lutch is
doing this to
giving
fucking
Ryan
have
an
wins.
easy
I
layup.
care about reality.
I actually
I
did.
also think that-
I didn't know you
First time,
debated Jim Bob. I want to watch that shit.
I
Holy
also
shit.
think that Lutch is giving Ryan an easy layup.
Which we all agree is bad, okay? We all agree on this whole panel. We shouldn't give Ryan an easy layup.
No, I agree
We
with
have
that.
to
Yeah,
give
make it hard on
Ryan
me.
shit. Yeah, we got to make him work for it. I mean, the brother took away his dip bars, okay? So we have to make it. We have to make it hard. Let's try.
They were stolen from me by an illegal immigrant, if you can believe it.
Send him back, Ryan. Send him fucking back. That's what I have to say.
There's a joke about the Crucible saying not one step back and something send them back. We got it. There's got to be something there.
This is well, I don't know. I was gonna say, yeah, some of the Crucible disavow. Okay, I will say that. I don't get hate on me, but some.
I started.
Some of the Crucible
I started off because I wasn't. I was like, hey, birthday stream. We're gonna, see what comes up, see what we do. And I started watching the second version of Andrew Wilson versus 5. Because I was in the first one. They only did 5 minutes. This one they gave him 10 minutes, and I was just like, I'm kind of bored. And then I came and found you guys. But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Ryan, do we have an example there or?
Well, for yours or for Confluence, because yours it's the CPOC. The Alien Enemies Act people who were on the plane with Kilmar, none of them got due process.
But the act is the process. That's what
Deporting
the act
them is the process.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say?
Wait, no, he's saying
not due process.
If they're deported under this act, that is the process that they are due.
So what happened was the Alien Enemies Act was signed in basically in the middle of the night. When Trump was asked about it a few days later, he didn't even remember doing it. He said, "I don't know." Marco Rubio handles that sort of stuff, which is an old wartime power that Trump allegedly signed us into. Doesn't remember doing so. Happened
Wait, Ryan,
and this
sorry,
was the justification. Sorry,
Ryan,
and when this was.
Can you clarify that? But the Aliens and Enemies Act is really old. So just clarify. I don't know what you're saying. Like, so it's a super. So when Trump signed,
yes, he activated it. He activated it, right?
But an act that was already present. That was already legally in our. Yeah. So it was already fully legal.
Well, the conditions for enacting actually were later. Specifically, the conditions for enacting that were, I believe, later ruled not legal. But that's neither here nor there.
I didn't know that.
But even still, again, I'm not defending anything, but legally speaking, if it was later, if it was determined to be acceptable to deport these people under the what is the something in Aliens Act, and then later, the Aliens and Enemies Act, and then later, it's like, actually, no, at the time of the deportation, that was a legal act. That was following the due process. That is what I was saying.
We're kind of talking about a few different things here. So when you say following the due process, like I think even with the Alien Enemies Act, you still have to you have to show those people by some means show those people are like people applicable by the Alien Enemies Act. Like there's some process that wasn't being followed there even. So like that's another conversation.
I don't. That's not what the Aliens Enemy Act says. I'm just gonna say that it's not what it says. I've read the act.
So
not what it says.
So could Trump in theory deport me under the Alien Enemies Act?
No.
Are you a citizen?
Okay, then yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. So no.
Here's my
the Aliens
passport.
Enemy Act is like someone who's if we've declared war on someone under the Aliens Enemy Act, we can deport them if they're, I think, above the age of 13. This is me off the dome, so I could be wrong in the details. But if they're over the age of 13, they're male. We can deport them in the time of war if they're of the opposing side, right? And Trump declared war, right, against the cartels, you know. And so if someone's of MS-13 or you can prove some gang thing, then you go back.
I think it's a little broader than countries we're at war with. I think it's countries that we're adversarial with.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's a little broader than just.
That could be. I'm speaking. I'm off the dome right now.
So, guys, I am gonna. I may or may not be back. I don't think I'd want to stay for the whole debate night at Grids, but I promised I would stop by. So, if you guys are still going, maybe I'll be back.
You're always welcome back, and happy birthday again. If I don't see you, brother.
Happy birthday, bud.
Good to see you.
Happy birthday.
Very much appreciated, guys. You have a good one. Oh, all right. I see a couple of you in there. We got our boy Colby. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. And of course, the man of steel himself. Welcome. Thank you, guys, so very, very much. Let's check out the chat a little bit and see what I missed. And then we'll head over to Grid. Right. Yeah. Do you really want that? I really don't think you want that. I don't want that. Well, I guess it's so much dialogue over a misdemeanor offense by desperate people looking to skirt government oversight of their actions. Political poison will distort your perception of reality and compromise your philosophy. Everybody says you should do a debate where you purposely make bad arguments unless people donate. Ultimate rage grifting. I don't think I'm good enough to do that, but that's a great idea. That is a great idea. Anything else? Someone's not legally in a country. I'm kind of confused as to why they'd even be considered allowed to stay at all. Yeah, I don't get it. Hey, a shout out to Adam, the captain of the Moral Felon Crew. Thank you so very, very much. Welcome to the party. And guys, we've lost Morty because he's like, I ain't getting any more food tonight. Remember, 99 cents gets him a refill. All right, where are we at here? We're gonna close down this chat. We're gonna open up this chat. Why does it do that? Just put it where I have the last window. Oh. So, game plan. We need a game plan. Because like I said, I don't necessarily have much nerd stuff to argue, but maybe there's stuff. So I'm gonna jump in. Let me know if you guys are, if we want to find something else. Just let me know, because I'm kind of just vibing. So let me know if you're bored, you don't like this, you found another one, somebody else talking about this. Let me know. Otherwise, we go and join the party.
Majority of people don't. You've got to think about it from a normie perspective. You've got to stop looking at it from, well, I think this and I'm highly engaged in this stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
The majority of people are headline readers.
Well, I'm asking
this
people
is
that are
full
highly
already.
engaged in this stuff. Like, did anyone check out the appeal, what their claims are, things like that? How much of a chance do you think they legitimately have in front of? And you're saying,
hey, it's Indian Jesus.
I don't know
Hello.
if some of the claims are true, which I don't know if they are. Apparently, one of the claims is the medical examiner, the young man that testified in the trial, that was his first year being a doctor. He was actually like the apprentice of another doctor who said straight up, like, there's no proof of asphyxiation. So they didn't put that judge on the stand, or that doctor on the stand. They instead took the assistant, who was a brand new doctor, and said, I didn't see any proof of asphyxiation. If we found him in his apartment, we would have said it was fentanyl. But since I saw the video, that to me justifies the asphyxiation claim. And they're saying that was misleading. I don't know how true that is. I don't know any of these people's credentials, but that's in the claim.
You talking about George Floyd?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Fair enough. I think he should. I personally think he'll probably, they'll be very quiet about it. They'll drag it out for a long time. And then the next thing you know, it'll be decided and gone. And that's it. That's the end of it.
Who are we talking about?
So yeah, I just don't think that. I don't think the activist will allow it to garner any real traction.
Why won't they answer me?
I mean, the impact, the judge that accepted it is not going to be the trial judge, more than likely. So it's going to go into the pile, and you're going to get a Boasberg, or you're going to get another one of these activist fucking judges that are just going to say, no, we can't do this.
I think at this point it goes in front of an appeals court. I think this is an appeals panel of judges.
But the trial judge for the appeals will not be a panel. That the trial will be with one judge presiding, and then the panel will go and sit down. So your judge can still manipulate, and I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not a lawyer or anything like that, but I don't have faith in. I believe that the bureaucracy will do what it can to protect itself and its legitimacy.
I mean, I in a way, I don't disagree with you, but at the same time,
that's a southern drawl.
I kind of do disagree with you, because I think that they can't hide. I mean, the problem is they can't hide the evidence forever. The cat is out of the bag, right? Like
the Kennedy assassination would like to talk to you. They did
the problem is that they didn't have 30,000 people with video cameras, and they didn't have all of the evidence, which they've already admitted to having. If I would actually agree with you if they didn't have all of the evidence that they have. The fact that they have all of the evidence that they have, the fact that they have the medical examiners who have said that, yeah, we don't
welcome.
But it's
57 officers right now from the Minnesota Police Department have all signed sworn declarations saying that they were taught that specific knee hold to the neck and back in training, and the testimony given in trial was not true.
Right, and the medical examiner that dissented to begin with originally said that, that they knew what they were supposed to say when they came onto the stand. Like, they knew that there was no dissenting opinion. They weren't there for the truth. They were there for an agenda.
Yeah.
And
well, the
now
fact
you can,
they allow,
and I would 100% agree with anyone who said, well, those sons of bitches need to be strung up. I would agree with that. 100%. I think that it's a dirty ass thing that they did. They lied in court on record, and getting them to go back on that's going to be rough, right? But I do think at some point it's all gonna come out, especially since they've got the pressure off, and it's gonna quietly go away. I mean, it's gonna quietly be that and he'll get out, and he'll be in his condition of his release is he can't talk about any of this. He can't go on a media tour or any shit like that, and he'll end up living in like an outer Mongolia or something somewhere.
So you're basically saying they won't overturn the conviction, but they may grant clemency or something along those lines.
I don't know. If they overturn the conviction,
they can't do anything to stop it.
Right.
They have to have something to hold over his head. So
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, because then they can't tell him like the NDA. Maybe you got a 5-year NDA. Then he goes out and writes a book and sells the gun he killed whoever. Or, well, that was Trayvon Martin, but that's what.
Yeah, they might do clemency. They could do that.
I don't
they
think,
could do
I think
a pardon from the governor or some shit like that.
Yeah, I don't think Tim Walz would do that.
Jason thinks nothing's going to happen because it's political, and overturning it would admit that it was political, and you think it's going to happen, but it's going to happen on the DL. They're going to try to hide it from the media. No one's going to talk about it. It's going to disappear. Anyone else? Let's get it on the record. Do you think Chauvin's getting out?
I mean, I think he has a good shot.
Come on, Indian Jesus, let's go, man.
Yeah, I can see it. I would not be surprised. I'm not going to say I bet that he definitely is.
I think there's a good shot.
Yeah, I'll say
cautiously. Muted. You got to fix your mic in this app. Happy birthday!
I'm gonna jump off of here for a minute, Grid.
Okay.
Wait,
I'll probably be back. So
we're obviously just fucking around. It's all right.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
I'll
be back
here in a second, so it'll be cool.
All right, bye, you guys, for now.
Bye.
Wait, you guys are having my audio's low again? Is my audio low again?
Let's see. I can get this up.
I fixed it on StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off too, so I'm gonna see what the wife's up to. So I will see you guys later.
All right, man. Well, I was going to show a video of the range day that we did from.
All right, let's see it. Oh, no, I'm all now. I want to see it.
Thank you, Behave. I think they're.
From my
I thought I heard
when
they said
we all went
something
to the
about
range
it.
with the Gorilla Piss and everybody.
Yeah, here I'm good. I'm wondering if they can hear me. I really want all this stuff on my screen. You never know. I just got rid of that.
I do like the footwork.
I just got rid of that strike. So
I do like that sexy walk.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. I will see you guys later.
All right. We'll be around more than likely. How are you, Indian Jeebus?
I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Your mic is not working again. His was working. I heard him.
He does have a good voice. I mean,
test. Yeah, I can hear me. You guys can't hear me? Test.
I can't hear you. I can hear everybody else.
I'm trying to hear you.
They say Jesus saves, but apparently he doesn't mix.
Yeah.
Audio mixer joking.
Yeah. I got you.
I thought you were going for race mixing.
Oh, no. Oh, wow. I still can't hear you. Check. What did you do? It was fine. We heard you.
Let me try to hop out. Oh, give me one.
Did you mute? Do you have a mute button on your mic? No. Okay. Dip out.
Try dipping out and come back in again. But yeah, put one in the chat if you would rather just have our own panel. Testing. Camera, microphone. Test. Okay, that's better.
Interesting. I'm gonna agree with you on that.
Look, I agree. Trump is old and everything else, but if all you have
mic check.
Yes,
there you go.
It was on the wrong setting. My bad.
Whoops.
Yeah, if all you have is Trump has a tiny wiener and he poops it all the time, you really got to find something more legitimate to critique.
And there's plenty there.
Yeah, obviously.
Plenty there.
but
Yeah,
that's
I felt
not,
bad
not on the list.
when people went too hard against Joe Biden's age. It built sympathy for him, with me personally. So, like, if you're going to go after Trump for getting old, I watched that happen to my grandpa. It's like you're just soliciting sympathy in me, making me think of my old grandpa who was dying. It's like, oh, that poor guy.
Well,
like,
I call Biden the potatoes. I mean, I openly said he wasn't actually the president, and what was going on was a form of elder abuse.
Joe Biden was elder abuse for sure. 100%.
Yes.
I mean, nobody can deny, or if somebody denies that, they're a special kind of evil.
Well, I mean, yes, but it was a means to an end in their opinion. So,
I'm sure that they had something going on there.
A lot of people are not happy with how we're going to approach the next general election. Because, I mean, yeah, the Democrats are in a bad spot, but with the way that Trump is burning bridges and so on and so forth, I don't know if we're in such a great... Well, I mean, we had MTG, we had the Epstein stuff, the Iran stuff. A lot of people are not happy as happy as they were.
He's ahead on the Epstein stuff. I think he's the only one that's going to come out of this unscathed on Epstein stuff.
Okay, maybe that's a possibility. I'm saying politically,
every single time they ask for more, it exonerates him more and more and more.
But in general, his attitude was we're like, oh, why do you care about this? After running on, we're going to drain the swamp.
But he didn't run on that.
What do you mean he didn't run on that?
He only mentioned it one time.
Yeah,
and that was in answer to a question.
And he actually said, "We're going to look at it." And
we're going to look at it. I mean, it's still there for some reason. They had 4 years.
So what was the point? What was the point of CashApp and Dan Bongino being put in their positions?
Supposedly to reform the FBI.
Yes, because for 4 years the FBI it had nothing to do with Epstein. Bro, let me.
Yeah, do you know who Cash Patel is?
Let me help you out something here. The whole reason that
we're going about Russiagate because I'm sorry.
The whole reason that they put Patel and Bongino in there was because of the 4 years at 4+ years that the FBI was weaponized against Trump to basically investigate his every move and try and prove things that didn't exist. And Trump told them plainly multiple times that if I'm elected, we're cleaning house at the FBI. And now, has he really done it? Not really, not effectively, right? I mean, they fired some people, but not enough. In my opinion, they need to gut the FBI and start rehiring. Maybe try Princeton instead of Yale this time.
You can't do that because look at what happened with defund the police. Once they fired all those cops, getting them back has never happened.
I don't want it. I mean, just replace them with different.
All right, and I cut you off.
Well,
so you guys don't care about that Epstein stuff, really?
No, I actually do. I think it needs to come out. I think it needs
to
come fully redacted.
So the only reason I care about Epstein at all is for how bad it's going to look for Democrats.
Well,
I want them screaming for it. I want them screaming for it because I know every single time that we have evidence come out, every dump of data they have, every single thing, it's always there's two people that it affects every single time. Democrats and people in the UK, and that's it. And every single time they do a data dump, it shows Trump in a better and better light every single time.
But then, why do you think he would be like? Why do you even if he personally didn't promise this, he was definitely pro. Yeah, Epstein, we don't like him, and all that, and a lot of the base was certainly focused on Epstein. Didn't Epstein himself, all that kind of stuff.
I don't think anybody on the right cared about it.
We run in different circles saying, God damn. I think that was at the top of the list of most of the people that I know.
So I'll tell you, I want that stuff because I want to know what our government is involved with.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, in the grand scheme of things, we have a woman sitting in prison who is supposedly guilty of trafficking children to nobody. So either produce the list of who all she did that for, or you release the woman who was convicted of doing the not crime.
Trafficked to Jeffrey Epstein, didn't she?
Well, so they really don't even say that.
So it's like exactly what she was convicted for, wasn't it? It was giving young
No,
girls.
she got convicted for
trafficking.
They changed it at the last minute. It wasn't pandering. It was I don't think it was trafficking.
Facilitation.
Facilitation. I think. Yeah. That sounds right.
But the deal is, if she facilitated trafficking of children, cool. To whom? Because Jeffrey Epstein is not listed, and that's where I have the problem. Look, I think she is guilty of doing something bad, mischievous, and otherwise. I have no problem saying that. But what I want to know is, and it's the same issue that that we had with the Trump conviction on the business practices. You know, he could be guilty. He could be guilty on a felony, but we're not going to name the crime. Okay, that is un-American.
Yep.
Okay, if someone is convicted of a crime, name the fucking crime, show the evidence, and so I have a problem with vague convictions.
I think I'm in that kind of that same boat, right? Like the only reason I care anything about Epstein is I just want to know. I just want the answers, right? And that's only. But I don't care. But in the grand scheme of things, they don't affect me. They don't affect a single thing politically. They don't affect where I vote. They don't affect who I vote for, really. Other than
You
that,
know that without knowing who is. I know there's no list, but just colloquially speaking, how do you know that without knowing who's on the list?
I think there is a list.
And like, just to be clear, I'm not disillusioned that we released the list and then a bunch of high-powered people are going to be charged and the world is going to be. I get that, but I think on principle, this is information that we need to know. And so for downplaying it,
but why? All right. So here's the thing: if it's just a bunch of billionaires and people in power that you can't touch, that'll never spend a day in jail, all it does is distract from real issues like the Russia-Ukraine war is still not over. Zelensky is still committing war crimes every single day. Zelensky's still being a criminal every single day. Don't hear a damn word about him anymore.
I don't care about that
because everybody's focused on Epstein, who's dead, and it doesn't matter.
Not. He's alive. He's back on his island, chilling.
Hold on. So
he's the conspiracy guy.
Yeah, and that's why I think Trump switched up. There's no something
never
happened.
Switched up.
Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted of 5 crimes. It was conspiracy and enticing, conspiracy and transport, and then the 5th one was sexual trafficking of minors. That was the big one that got her 40 years.
Okay.
All the 5 of the targets were Jeffrey Epstein, who she was trafficking and conspiring to traffic for in all 5 of her cases, or all 5 of her charges. So it wasn't vague. Like, it was pretty clear that she was actually trafficking minors across state lines. That's why it was a federal charge.
Well, there you go.
So I just a lot of the Epstein
but wasn't that from back in like 2003 though? Wasn't it like a really old? It was all old stuff.
It may have been, but at the end of the day, most of the Jeffrey Epstein shit is bullshit. There's actually 0 ties to Mossad. That comes from one guy's book. That comes from Jeffrey Epstein apparently saying
shots fired from the chat.
Saying this while drunk to his ex-girlfriend, and then he also hung out with a former prime minister. Like, most of this is hobnobbing. Rich people hobnobbing that all rich people do. I don't think anyone that's sane believes Oprah was going there during lunchtime to sacrifice babies at Epstein Island. She's probably just having lunch with Jeffrey Epstein when she says so.
And either one is fine with you.
Yeah, Jake, again, we went over this in 2024. The Biden administration did an investigation into Israel's actions and all the goods that we sold them and found 0 proof of war crimes. So I brought that up in the debate, and the only thing I got back was no investigations. So, I mean, you're going to have to deal with that one before you throw that out at me.
Epstein's definitely like, wow, we got some conspiracy theorists out here. I like it. So,
I do.
But I have way more.
Wait a minute, Grid. Hold on. You're telling me that you just believe everything that the establishment tells you?
No, I just don't believe everything's a conspiracy. I think that the deeper you fall into a conspiracy mindset, the more you are trying to convince yourself of something. And I just look at the facts and I read the things as they are presented, and then I don't try and see. It's when you try and see these deeper meanings and all of these like threads between threads. That's when you start getting lost in the sauce, and then you lose sight of the reality. Like most people have lost sight of the reality that, all of the nonsense that we're dealing with this stupid Epstein investigation has pulled us away from the true things that we need to be talking about, like the Russia-Ukraine war and why Zelensky refuses to come to the peace table. That's far more important than some dudes getting their dick wet. I'm just saying.
I'm
Because
not
people
claiming to
are
agree, but
dying
even
every
if,
single
so let's
day,
say
and
that
you
that's the
shouldn't.
case. How then would it not help us focus on those things when everybody is preoccupied with this list? Just release everything, nothing happens, and then
But
we can
it's
focus on the
he's
things
already
that,
signed to release everything.
yeah,
Trump
everything
signed to release
redacted,
everything.
everything with the everything that we care about redacted.
Well, so
Well,
everything
hold on.
has not
Hold
been
on. You didn't
released
actually
yet.
think that he had the power to actually release everything. The CIA,
could-
this
he
has
could
been the
push
problem
for
the
it
whole
instead
time.
of being like, why do you guys care about this?
Hold on. This is the problem. This is why this is such an issue. One of the most important things to realize about how little power Trump has over releasing these files is the way that the government works and the layers of bullshit in between him and the reality. The reality is that as long as an agency, and it could be CIA, NSA, DEA, or DIA, DIS, any FBI, any agency is investigating those files, they will be redacted. And a lot of them won't be released at all.
All that's
let's say that they think a military member is involved, and now you got CID, NIS, which is no longer NIS, it's NCIS, and who's the Air Force guys? The Air Force.
All those executive
OSI.
branches that you named, though,
OSI
they
is Air
all
Force.
work for Trump. Every one of those executive
They work for him, but they have this bulletproof layer of if they're under investigation, they can't release they can't release names and all that.
He still can. He can the ultimate declassification.
The most Trump can do is declassify because of how everything is set up as independent. He can't do a whole lot. I hate to break it to you.
He can't, because and what they're doing right now, the mantra right now is that they have to determine how many of these victims are or may possibly still be were minors at the time and all that, because there's like laws about releasing that information. This is just a cesspool of nonsense where normally you just release it and it'd be fine. You can't do that. He can declassify things, but he can't. Yeah, with the power of his mind. No, he can't.
Yeah, I'm not saying with the power of his mind he should do this, that, or anything.
I'm
saying
just
with the
laughing at
words-
Uncle Fatty here. Uncle Fatty
Yeah,
came
no,
in to throw some grenades.
But the notion, the thing that I'm upset about is not that he can't do things that he can't do, is that he's changing his tune. Even if he only said it one time in the run up, which is
All he
not
said
true.
was they would
even
think about
even
that
if that's the case, even if that's the case, he was in a position of we want to drain the swamp. We want to make sure the corruption and so on and so on and so on. And even when it came to Epstein, maybe he was dodgy, but he was on I'll say my side for the purpose of this discussion. And then all of a sudden, with that one press conference when someone asked Pam Bondi about it, it's like, wait, you still care about this? That is what I'm saying about. If you want to tell me that Trump's attitude and Trump's words and Trump rhetoric does not have an effect on American politics, then I don't know what to tell you.
I find it
I don't know
interesting
what
if
to tell
anybody
you.
care. I mean, I find it interesting if people are still talking about it. We have, like I said, I think they only trot it out as a distraction when there's some other nasty ass shit going down.
Then why didn't he treat it as every other distraction?
He has. He literally it went through the process. Congress voted on the bill to release the files, and he signed.
Prior to that, he had Dan Bongino and Cash Patel went through all the files and said there's not much here. They had to come out hats in hand.
I agree with you, Socrates. What's up, man? It's been a minute.
Okay, so real
Socrates,
quick, though,
you should have
hold
come
on.
to Nashville, by the
Real
way.
quick, though, I want to press you a little bit on this because
I do. I care about
declassification, and you were quoting somebody in chat too. The declassification argument, like you're saying Trump's held up by all this red tape, he can't do it. But his defense in the Florida case, when he took all those documents, was I ultimately hold the top declassification power. Declassification stems from the power of the presidency, Constitution.
Declassification doesn't mean releasing to the public either.
Yeah, redactions, as Jason said, I agree to. There are
Right. And that's what he's doing now. Is he's like, hey, this is what you guys want to do it, and he released it. Now I do believe that, and because I don't know who else I thought that once they passed that the bill to release all of that garbage, I thought that meant that it wouldn't be redacted. I was actually pretty surprised when it came out redacted, but then I remembered that again, during an active investigation, there's information it cannot be released. So
well, and that's actually one of the tricks that they do is they never close the investigation.
right,
So
and
never
they're never going to. That's my point. They're never going to close.
It's ridiculous. I work for the government. I'll tell you exactly how corrupt it is. I mean,
he is a Fed. What of it?
I am a Fed. Yeah, 100%. But I've been serving my country since '96. I mean, and I will admit it's where it has faults, and I'll admit where it's fucking based. There's a lot of corruption in the bureaucracy.
It's pretty corrupt.
I'm going to tell you guys the facts now, and nobody's going to like this, but the Epstein files.
Well, hold on. Before you do that, Socrates, the link is pinned, my man. You should be up here chatting with us. Second, you missed out, and you should have come to Nashville. You missed out hardcore, my man. You missed out so much.
So the Epstein files have always been a nothing burger. There is no list out there. The reason why the government is trying to slow this is because there's different laws and such. When investigations are being done, you get a lot of raw notes, and a lot of those raw notes never result in anything, but they're still written down. And we're going to see a lot of those raw notes. So we're going to see rumors that ended up being false, and we're going to not have no context if this ended up being false. And we found it out 10 pages later in the notes. They're going to be cherry picked out to use the public shaming mechanism.
Hit the pole, hit the pole, hit the pole. It is my birthday, but you
hobnobbing and the people that were there doing bad things that people are speculating. And until we have solid proof on a case-by-case basis, nothing's going to come of this. They're protecting their donors because their donors were hobnobbing with another billionaire. That's all it was just a bunch of rich people sucking each other.
Rich people shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And one of the arguments about all of this is
we're boring.
All right, we got one person who's going to be on our.
We're not nearly
nerdy enough for this.
I'll throw up a bone. Communism works good on paper. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, same thing I've heard probably a couple hundred times at this point. Not exactly a bone for me.
But anarchism doesn't even work on paper.
No, anarchism.
American Nacho. That is Aircraft Sparky. What's up, man? Hey, the link's pinned. Jump up if you want to.
The people who advocate for anarchism are the first people that will die. 100%. Because I will kill them.
Well,
oh, okay. Well, you know, right. It'll be interesting to be murdered by you. So I can't wait.
Yeah, the Unreasonable Man Show does not condone such actions.
No. It's all jokes. It's all memes, ladies and gentlemen. But no, it's hilarious. The people who want to scream, "Oh, the NAP and stuff," they don't.
Oh no, I'm not. You're
tyrants run the world. They always
communist.
Well, okay, so the NAP is primarily pushed by like libertarians and ANCAPs. The anarchism that I tend to prescribe, while I would agree in basic principle with the non-aggression principle, I think they rely far too much on it, and I think they failed to see that the way that power accumulates means that no one's gonna give a shit about the NAP when they're trying to get their way.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got to employ force in order to get people to fall in line. People are not a monolith. So.
Sparky, you got to talk.
No, people are not a monolith. And I agree. If you want people to fall in line, yes, you absolutely need to utilize force. My ideas surround finding a way, not necessarily to get people to fall in line as such, but to figure out a way to allow those many different opinions and views to come together and find a happy medium as much as possible without giving any particular person or group the kind of power that one would need to make people fall in line.
Yeah, hell yeah. You give it to the state.
I mean,
regulations,
general,
baby. Big government. Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah. So wait, what is it? Your what is the label in your name?
Anarcho-communist. So ANCOM is that, and then SciComm is just because I do some science communication here and there as well.
So how do you feel about Dave Smith?
Sorry,
Dave Smith.
Say the name. Dave Smith.
Dave Smith has been getting owned left and right.
I am not familiar with the name.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. I have a clip.
Okay, I've never heard of it.
Really?
All right. Yeah.
I think I've got a clip.
He's a libertarian comedian, is all it is. That's all you need to know.
Is he?
Okay. Yeah. No, like
I thought we were joking. No, yeah.
No.
He did part of the problem, and he did that debate with Douglas Murray. He's done Israel is his like main thing, but he's very much
He's a Jewsburg.
Yeah, like I don't follow most, if any, like big names in the libertarian community, just because.
Yep, we got some medicine.
All of them
He's
are
sleeping right now. He's doing all right, but don't forget,
weirdest sets
give
of
him,
contradictions in their ideas that they don't see, and I have not really found any utility in following what they say.
You're a communist.
Yes, I am.
You do realize the irony in what you're saying.
I would rather hang out with him more than anyone that watches Candace Owens.
Candace Owens.
I mean,
she is
generally when I hear the idea that anarchism and communism are somehow contradictory, it's from people who are using a definition of communism that only exists because some people did some shit in a really fucking weird way.
Sounds like communism to me.
I'm not up on communism.
Anyways,
I'm a student of
my
history,
definition
so-
of communism is one that includes statelessness as part of that definition. Stateless, classless, moneyless society, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. So, given that definition, I see no contradiction between the ideas of anarchism and communism. In fact, I see them as being two different expressions of the same basic idea.
Interesting. Well, Dave Smith doesn't like me, and I have a video clip proving that. I don't know what I did with it. I saw it the other day, and because we were talking about it over on Fabian Liberty's channel, I was like, yeah, Dave Smith doesn't like me.
I find it interesting that Dave Smith is considered to be a skilled debater.
No, he's not a skilled debater.
No, he's not. Honestly, and our buddy over here, Tyler, calls him a Jewsburg. Anytime anyone gets the label of a Jewsburg, automatically disregard their opinion, just like people with nose rings.
I don't even know what that means. What does Jewsburg even mean?
If all you talk about is Israel, you're a Jewsburg.
You know what spurging is, yeah? Like when Destiny names off 8 half-true things in a row.
If that's all you can talk about, if that's the only amount of substance that you can bring up,
clearly you guys don't like Dave Smith, but
no, I actually have nothing against Dave Smith. I just think his opinions are irrelevant.
I liked him until he was a dweeb. Then I liked him less.
He's my number one. He's my number one, dude. He is.
Isn't he recently saying impeach Trump and put him in prison underneath the prison at this point?
Yeah, and I disagree with that. And it was
why would
he was never.
I'll find it.
He's a libertarian. He's not Republican. He was very open about the fact that he only voted for Trump because he was like, Kamala and the Democrats deserve to lose.
Did you see the critique that Liquid Zulu, who is an actual ANCAP libertarian, did of Dave Smith and his?
I didn't, but I heard they have a debate coming up.
Oh, that would be hilarious. Dave Smith is going to get smoked into the dirt. Liquid Zulu, don't agree with everything he says, but he is very smart.
Yeah, that's a good point. From my chat, Dave wants to impeach all presidents. It's not that he's saying Trump is especially bad. He's just like, yeah, they're all war criminals. They're all lunatics. So that would be the context of that.
See, I think both can be true. I think Trump can be especially bad, and all U.S. presidents can be war criminals.
I think all presidents can be war criminals, but
I think
the problem with that argument is the president doesn't do anything. So he cannot literally be a war criminal. The person who commits the act or the actual war criminals, Bibi Netanyahu, who a lot of people like to call a war criminal, was an actual Mossad agent. He was a major in the IDF. He did a lot of amazing work. In fact,
so I have a question for you.
Killing
I
a bunch.
I have a question for you on that point, which is if your commanding officer orders you to commit an act that ends up being classified as a war crime, and you commit that act, is the commanding officer not also at fault and therefore guilty of committing a war crime by ordering you to do so?
Yes.
So there's actually some nuance to this.
Okay.
As a combat vet who has done a few things, not much.
Yeah.
Yo, he's just juice-burging, bro. He's just juice-burging.
Pretty much have to take most of that unless it's like an act of genocide or killing innocents and things like that. You have to take that as lawful immediately. That is how the military works. And I will tell you this, the United States military, the actual country of the United States, will never submit to an international court because we have this thing called sovereignty, and fuck you if you try to take it away from us. We will kill you all for it. And any country that cucks themselves to the international courts are not really countries. So they can go eat all the dicks.
All of that was beside my point.
Well,
My point was that, like, if we're taking the standards of what it means to be a war criminal,
Thank you so
US
very,
military
very
members are
much.
trained
Don't forget, guys,
on
every
international
donation comes with a
Okay.
refill
We are all trained on that stuff. What we
Morty.
can
Thank you,
do,
thank you,
what we
thank
cannot
you.
do.
We are
That
going to
way
head to
we
the
can identify.
and I'm just looking
However, like we'll look at
you know what I
gray
mean?
areas, okay? When it comes to like the deployment of National Guards to defend federal buildings within the United States, you could argue that violates posse comitatus. The Supreme Court would disagree. Okay, that is actually legal to do, but it is being worked through the courts right now as we speak.
Yes.
SCOTUS is going to come out and say, "Shut the fuck up."
Companies get sued for things their employees do
when it comes
all the
to
time.
things like the bombing of
Ugh.
boats in the Caribbean, things that I
Hey.
actually disagree with. I don't think we should be doing that. I think if we're going to be doing that, it should be done closer to our own shores, because we don't know the destinations of these drugs. Yes, these things.
I mean, we don't even know that there are drugs on a lot of these boats.
When you see big 55-gallon barrels of shit, I assure you, my
It's drugs.
friend, it is not fucking. So
it's drugs.
look, you can play dumb all you want with that, and I'm okay with that. But I will tell you that the line of intel that goes into a target package is so fucking in depth, you will never know about it, nor should you ever have to. They know what the fuck they're blowing up.
All right,
So
fair enough. But
so you have to take
the point of the question. The point of the question was that if the U.S. president, being the commander-in-chief of the military,
Depends on the
orders
crime. I mean,
his subordinates to do something that would meet the typical definition of a war crime, then at the very least you could accurately label a president as a war criminal, even if there's no conviction or whatever. Like, the whole point is like
game, so you can play that game. But
it's even
president
weird.
Never orders anyone to do anything. Literally, never orders.
No, but who's the
Says
commander-in-chief?
The commander-in-chief, the president of the United States, green lights things. They never give orders.
Okay, but that's the
approve.
I think the point that we're trying to say.
But like the green lighting is still like if a general comes to him with something that would meet the definition of war crime and he green lights it, he allows it to go forward. Then
that's different.
My parents gave me.
Approving a war crime is still a war crime.
And
there
some
are
stocks.
There are literally only two
That's
units that the president actually gives direct orders to on the regular. One is the United States Marine Corps, and the second is U.S. Army Delta Force. All the other ones go through this insane chain of command thing.
Yeah, and there's I'll get into the reason for that for just 1 second. This is the funniest fucking thing I've read today. They aren't going to travel 2,000 kilometers in a jet boat, dumbasses. I'm speechless. First of all, they're not jet boats.
No.
They're fucking cigarette boats. They're fucking offshore racing boats that are literally designed to travel 2,000 miles in rough water. That's literally their fucking
They're
job.
low profile. to
I don't know.
actually
I'm
drop
American.
down their radar signature and everything else.
Yeah, there's a reason they're using racing boats. It's not a jet boat, you dumbass. Yeah, one boat was an old guy fishing, another was a bunch of. I mean, seriously, where do I find these guys? Well, actually, he's here all the time. I don't have to find him. He knows where I am.
Look.
But
If they have proof, then they should go ahead and they should bring all
Yeah.
that
Tell you
evidence
what,
to the proper authorities.
tell you what. I agree with Sparky. Canadian, go to your Canadian authorities and turn in your evidence against the United States and see where that gets you. So here we go. As far as the chain of command goes, and the best expression I ever heard of this was, even if a general walked by and told a sergeant to do something, the sergeant would literally have a coronary.
Is it more
because
rude? Is it more rude
he's
to
so
just
far
go?
out of his chain of command, he
Or to
doesn't
just
know
sit
what he's
here
supposed to
and
be
be
doing.
like,
and it would create
I'm gonna go
havoc.
somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Right? If a general would walk by and said,
What the
"Sergeant, take your
etiquette
men and go 100 miles over there," there's an entire line of people that he has bypassed. So and these orders are given very vague on purpose. Trump says we need to do something about
XYZ. Yeah.
Yeah, Kuwait, whatever. We need to do something about these people. 4 or 5 generals and some DSA guys, NSA, but a lot of acronyms there, a lot of initials, all the alphabet soup. They all come up with a bunch of different plans. Some people read them that are really smart. They give him the best 3 or 4 or 5, and he picks one and says, "Okay, this one has the lowest risk of loss of life to Americans," or whatever his criteria is. And he says, "Okay, let's do this one." It's the vaguest thing possible. It'll literally say we're going to have assets go here, and assets are going to do this, and assets are going to come back. Then that goes to some general somewhere, or an admiral, or what the fuck ever, flag rank.
I'm gonna try jumping.
And they're going to say to a colonel or a group of colonels,
harder than it seems.
"Colonel, we need to make this happen. Figure it out." And the colonel's going to go to his staff. And he's going to say, "Staff, let's get this shit figured out. It needs to be done next week."
Because the other problem is,
and this
there's a
staff
lot
are
of
going to
people
go to the
watching
sergeants
both
and ask them
streams.
what the
So
fuck
if I
to
just
do.
like, "Oh, I gotta go," and then I
And the
just show
sergeants
up
are
on
going to tell
Confluence
the
stream,
staff what to do. And eventually it'll get back to the generals.
then. You
And
know?
then you'll have something go on. That's the best way I think. But because, again, you can't have the military is a huge organism. You can't just have random random people just go, "Hey, go do this," right? And everything up from the top up is like, it's just so vague. We're going to go do this. We're going to do this, and we're going to, we're going to use assets of this group. We're going to use assets of that group. But it's all very vague. So it's not like he said, it's not like Trump says, "I want you to blow up this fucking boat right here. This one, the red, white, and yellow one, because yellow is an offensive color with red and white." Or whatever.
That is true. That is true.
Whatever. But
Every
that's
thumbnail.
not how that works. I mean,
Every
I
thumbnail.
understand your point of view, but that's not that's not how that works. So
Grid, I did promise a bunch of people I'm going to jump around for my birthday, so I am going to take my leave. But always,
Hey, happy birthday, IJ.
Happy birthday.
Thank
Wait,
you.
wait, wait.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday,
How old
bro.
are you, man? IndianJesus, your birthday is not for another month. What the fuck are you doing?
What?
He just
I
turned
missed
21.
it. I missed it.
he got you.
Right over my head. I may be back. I don't know. We'll see. I'm jumping around. I don't got plans, but we will see. But
Well, let me know how your first beer goes, Indian Jesus. You're finally legal to drink.
How old are you there, Hot Rod?
I'm 36.
36.
36.
Nice.
Yep. So,
Well, good for you, young man.
My God, you're a boomer. Like,
thank you guys.
dude, let's go.
You guys have a
See you,
good one.
man.
Mhm.
What's up, Nacho? How are you, man?
What's up, dude?
So they don't care about Epstein PDF stuff. And I mean, hey, that was not clearly that's just not my crowd as much. Like, cool dudes, no hate at all. No hate, no shade. Don't even watch left and he was talking shit. That is not at all what happened. I just feel a little bit more at home with our boys. And Ryan's gone now. Nope, Ryan's back. All right, let me piss first. We'll put this on here. I'll put this on so we can kind of see where they're at.
But I guess I'm trying to paint a picture of one's a misspeak versus another one's an action that shouldn't have been done.
It's not a misspeak. He was reading. He wasn't misspeaking.
Is it a misspeak?
If you come up with an idea and it's wrong and you shouldn't have done it, I guess misspeak would be bad.
So it's a mistake, I guess.
Maybe
I
guess I should have said that. I shouldn't have said he misspoke. I'm saying he thought something was true. He shouldn't have said it. And they found a legal avenue in which they were able to get that policy. Versus
when we say he thought something was true. Wait, pause. When you say he thought something was true, what did he think was true?
That most of our problems that were happening toward America on a foreign scale were happening in Muslim countries. Is that wrong, or is that true or false? Like Afghan, Iraq, Somalia, Yemen. I wouldn't say Kuwait. Kuwait's old. But all these countries have one thing in common: they're all Muslim, and so
that's true.
Trump framed it as though it's a Muslim problem, but in reality, it was a danger problem in which Rudy Giuliani took what Trump, the mistake that Trump said, and then made it a legal policy in which they could hinder some of these, I guess, immigration from these more dangerous countries.
Yeah, right. I was surprised at every turn. I was just like, I thought we would be. I was like, yeah, nobody cared about Epstein. What? And then Dave Smith being a loser. That, like, obviously that was like, okay, Dave Smith doesn't like you, so now you don't like Dave Smith. But like, what? Dave Smith has demolished every single debate he has been in. Except the only exception would be Andrew Wilson, and he wasn't like there for a debate. He showed up for like just a conversation. It's like, well, would you fuck an incestuous like hey, yo, what are we doing here? Because Dave's not in that world. But what are we gonna do? Let's see, bro. Someone. All right. Well, since you guys were so generous, then here's what are we gonna do?
Yeah. Well, he found
a. But like, is it fair to see that as an excised problem and to want to fix that issue, and then to go a bit overboard and saying we want to ban all Muslims? I agree, that's crazy. But if you have a certain group of people, where a third of them in the UK right now, so these are not people in Iraq, these are people in Britain that want Sharia law. Is it not fair in some capacity to want to solve that specific problem?
So. In America, at least, when I think about people here who might want Sharia law or Christian nationalist law, what I would hope is that when they try to pass laws, that they are going to face the limits of the United States law and our United States Constitution.
Thanks to you guys.
Right. So because Sharia law, this is a very, you understand, this is a broad thing.
But the surveys I saw were that they wanted it enacted in a governmental level. It's not like they
might want that. Sure.
Right. That's different. Like, I get if you want to follow Sharia law in your personal life, like, sound off, right?
Okay. No, that's fair. That's fair. But what I'm saying is if people in the United States, which I'm sure there are people who want Sharia law in the U, like encoded in the US law, there might be things from Sharia law that would be within the United States Constitution's limits.
Marilyn, tell them to the back again.
And in that case, I might still have a problem with those policies. I may or may not.
Well, don't pull me up while I'm fucking
but
taking this off.
I would hope that like the most obscene things that I'm worried about when it comes to Sharia law, I think those things are already would be unconstitutional. So I'm not as worried about those things. Like coming into reality.
You're not worried if a third of Muslims, like, let's say this, I don't know the stats in the US, but if a third of Muslims in the United States wanted Sharia law and they responded that way in the survey, that's not like concerning?
Again,
it's a little concerning, right? It's a little bit.
It's also concerning, like 10% of Christians in the United States or something want
okay.
like Christian nationalism.
That's also concerning. Okay, shout out Indian Jesus gives the $10. Is this the panel where that brown guy is coming to be awesome and beautiful?
Ooh.
And if I look in the back chat, there is a brown guy who is awesome and beautiful at the same time.
Hello.
The one, the only Lutch. Good to see you. Thanks for the dono, brother.
Of course, of course.
That
My
was
chat
gay.
was very generous today, so I figured spread the wealth. Spread the wealth.
Now, compliments. Can I pick your still man apart?
Sure. Yeah, sound off.
Okay, so to be fair, I don't think this policy really had anything to do about Muslims inside of America, or I guess Sharia law being enacted in America. If I'm not mistaken, this was like 2017, 2018, where we weren't really seeing a lot of that politicized in America. I think a lot of this has to warrant the fact that we were in direct conflict with like countries like Somalia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, all these countries we were bombing at the time. And so I think this was more of a response to that than Muslims coming in and setting up Sharia law. I think this was more of kind of to combat the fact that we're at war with we're at conflict with all these Muslim countries, and we don't want them coming to America
But to tear apart your steel man of my steel man, or maybe I'm tearing apart my own steel man. If you wanted it to be a country specific ban, then Trump wouldn't have said, I want to ban all Muslims.
Come up on this panel.
So I guess that's why my steel man was about like, well, yeah, if 33% of Muslims want Sharia law, then I guess, yeah, that's a big enough group that maybe it could warrant some type of like, hey, we'll look into this issue. If what you're saying is true, it's only specific countries, then why not just list off those specific countries? Look at like the terrorism it's coming from, like you said, Somalia.
So yeah, I'm on this panel right now. I just posted the link to. Actually, I should just posted the fucking link itself. Copy link address. Boom. That post. I don't think that'll post, but just go to. Can we do this? But whatever. Just go there, hit the pinned link, and come on up.
Hey, we need to stop these Muslims, but in reality, it's not a Muslim problem.
We need some backup,
it's a danger problem, like Giuliani said.
But I guess, okay, but my steelman specifically was, what if it is a Muslim problem? Now, not all Muslims, but if it's 1/3 of British Muslims, that's is there not a steelman there that's not a large enough majority that want to enact Sharia law that do believe in the bad type of Islam? And again, the majority, let's say, don't, but it's a significant minority.
So number one, 33% is not a majority. You use that word. I think you just were using that word a little bit differently, but
maybe I misspoke. I thought I said the opposite. I thought I said maybe I misspoke.
Plurality. But
it's a strong minority. Yeah, the majority does not want Sharia law.
Well, and then you have to bring
strong minority does.
You got to bring Taqiyya into the conversation. Like, if we're not talking about Taqiyya, then this conversation is irrelevant.
What the fuck is Taqiyya?
It's a tenet based in Islam that essentially says, well, you can lie to people on the outside to make our faith look good.
Okay, yeah, I've heard that.
Like the example I love to quote.
It's impossible to pull for, though. Like, almost definitionally is the problem.
Exactly. And so that's why we can look at numbers and
okay, so sure, we can pretend. I mean, yeah. So maybe they're all lying. That's fine. But
I'm not saying that's not what I was saying.
This is stupid. We can talk about that in a minute.
That's not what I was saying. I can keep going. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying, Ryan. I was in the middle of a sentence, and I'm going to finish my sentence. So without bringing Taqiyya into the conversation, then as you correctly said, we do not have a good understanding of how these people feel about these things. My favorite example is Bill Maher's Religulous documentary. Something I watch at least once a year, and you all should too. It's mostly about Christianity.
Dog shit documentary. Disavow.
Did you see it? Did you see it? Or are you just saying it because you don't agree with it?
No, of course I've seen it. Are you fucking kidding me?
Point being, he gets to the part where he's talking to Muslims, and he's like, "Well, isn't it like the specific thing I remember is apostasy?" And he was asking a person like, "Well, what if an apostate is? It's in the Quran. It says it's okay to kill them, and so on and so forth." And I'm like, "Well, no, that's not really what it means." And like, what about beating your wife? No, they just mean like, just symbolically. And point being, they lie. It is part of their faith to lie to make Islam look better than it actually is.
Oh, so yeah, again, maybe that doesn't mean that person was lying. First of all,
I agree with you, but it means that we can't tell who is and who is not.
Yeah, it is an impossible conundrum.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, and I don't even know like the exact things being quoted or like the different interpretations of even that, right? Because I understand is that like honesty and stuff is a big part of Sharia law and everything. But like another thing is that what Sharia law means is extremely broad and in different places means very different things, right?
Man,
we all agree with this. We all acknowledge this.
I don't know if I actually acknowledge that.
May I read from the Google AI overview of the search for taqiyya, Taqiyya, concept of Islam that allows for the concealment of one's faith to avoid persecution or danger, translates to prudence and involves concealing one's beliefs, convictions, or identity to protect oneself from physical or mental harm. While the practice has roots in early Islam,
you realize that's not what you were saying earlier, right?
Honey, sweetie,
Protecting
baby. Oh, honey, sweetie, baby. But guess what? Guess what? If I decide, guess what? If I decide that I'm in danger because of this, that, then I can just appeal to taqiyya. It is, again, I've seen it happen in real time. People, that's not actually what I mean.
You don't know if you saw it happen in real time. What you saw was somebody giving their interpretation.
I saw somebody say a thing, then they were pressed on it, and they walked it back because they didn't actually mean the thing that they said. That's what I mean.
Wait, it sounds like this person was giving their interpretation of the book separately from.
I mean, it does say
they weren't talking about taqiyya. They were employing taqiyya because they were asking about apostasy.
They were employing it.
They were asked about apostasy. They said a thing and then pushed on that, and they walked it back because they didn't actually mean the thing that they said at first. That is what I saw. Exactly.
I do think this is a thing in Islam. I've heard it before. I don't remember the name.
I mean, it's there. I
But
didn't
just
make it up.
yeah, I don't think he made it up. I'm sharing the screen now.
What he just cited was specifically about protecting oneself.
I know, but that was Gemini. Look, Gemini's the worst AI. We can all agree. Okay, we're on Wikipedia, which is
okay for them to lie to the goyams.
Would you, Ryan? Would you say that there's?
I knew that was coming.
We're not bringing up those people right now.
Ryan, do you think any Christians use aspects of the Bible to in a way that is maybe Jesus wouldn't have liked? Maybe using verses here and there.
Plenty of Muslims, and I'm sure plenty of Muslims use the Quran in ways that shouldn't.
Right. So that's it. No. That's the point. We agree on that point. That's why I brought it up. I'm glad we agree.
Okay, so the reason you brought that up was because we were talking about a poll that said 33% of Muslims in the UK want Sharia law enshrined in some way or another into the UK law, and then you were suggesting
so it's probably closer to 50 because they feel like if I say I'm for Sharia law, then that puts me in danger.
I was still fucking talking, bitch. Actually, you're gonna shut up for a second, okay?
Am I? I was going to. I was just giving you a little thing. I don't know if you forgot. If you thought you had a mute button, this isn't TikTok. This isn't your girlfriend's show.
I use TikTok. I don't use TikTok. But
you're just so TikTok coded, Ryan.
Yeah, that's fine. 'Cause I'm handsome. Yeah, that's true. But anyway, so we were talking about this 33% who say they want Sharia in some form or another, right? I'm pointing out the separate part of the conversation I was trying to have is that Sharia law is a very broad set of rules, right? And then you were implying that 66% of them potentially we can't trust the 66% because plenty of them they might actually want Sharia law because they believe that they're protecting themselves.
Correct.
Is that crazy though, Ryan? Is that crazy? Like look at the look. I know the Gemini thing said one thing, but like if I'm sharing the screen right now, right? It says they can conceal their beliefs. I mean, I know we're not on like a certain I know we're on Wikipedia right now.
What does it say under what? I mean, I can't. It's not very zoomed in. Like in what circumstances does it say they can
dark mode that shit?
It says it's a concept that refers to Muslims concealing their faith or religious identity to protect themselves from danger. Okay, but then we'll keep going. The practice of concealing one's beliefs has existed since the early days of Islam.
Liars!
I guess
liars!
Early Muslims did so to avoid persecution or violence by non-Muslim governments or individuals.
Oh, so that seems like not a bad thing to do, right?
Can we go back to where I didn't keep reading, though?
I mean, that would make your taste better, but
exactly. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Go to Ryan. Okay.
And shout out to Cameron who said the hijab can't conceal a thing. Oh, love it. Love it.
Oh.
Yeah, we gotta. Oh God, there's so many. Why do Islam people have so many different interpretations of all this shit?
It's not complicated. We've seen how people weaponize victimhood mentality or just victimization in general. There's no reason to think that this group of people would not also do that. And the fact that their faith allows it is precisely why.
I know. I guess. But what I'm trying is it because of So I guess the key distinction. I'm sorry to cut you off, but like the key distinction is it because of fear of persecution, or are they doing it because like there's a way to do it in a sneaky way, right? Where it's like you're lying about what you want about Sharia law versus like you're going to be killed. Those are like distinct things. So I guess like
I'm going to roll the tape back because when Indian Jesus brought this up, he didn't mention protection or persecution or anything like that.
You don't have to roll that back at all. I am agreeing with you.
Because I am agreeing with you. His point was already to misrepresent this from the beginning.
No.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I think look, we're only like a quarter way down the wiki page. I mean, there's like so many different beliefs.
I agree that it initially started in this exact thing could be used in to put an analogous situation. If you have Anne Frank and you're at it, well, I guess that wouldn't work. Well, let's just say for the purposes of lying, let's just stick on the lying part. You have Anne Frank in your attic, and you know the Nazis come and they're like, "Where is she?" And you don't have her. That is lying. But if you say that principally the lie itself is okay, then the centuries later, as we have seen, that will get distilled down to, well, if I don't want to feel like people will see me differently. That's harm, so I can lie because of that. Well, I don't want my people to have to be subject to the degeneracy of women in bathing suits. So all and down and down and down and down. And again, Ryan, I will ask you: do you think this is outside of the realm of how Bible thumping Christians would act? Well, there's a Bible verse that said it. That's not something that happens.
It's nebulous, so it's kind of up for interpretation. It depends on who's wielding it. To be fair.
Fair, Ryan. Can I get a specific answer?
I'm not saying otherwise. Hang on. To be clear, I'm okay. I'm not fucking defending. I'm an anti-theist. Okay, I'm not here to like defend Islam, right? I disavow Islam. I disavow Christianity, all the shit. But well, that's because you're stupid, right? But like, what I'm actually doing is pointing to the criticisms and seeing if they're actually like on stable footing, right? And so when people say that, the main thing we were talking about before this whole deviation, which you're using to suggest that the rates of people who want Sharia law, again, whatever that even means to them, is actually much higher. I have no way to evaluate that, so it's all just gut feelings, right? It's all just my gut, and that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to
go to AI now. I'm going to AI. The wiki's too. There's too many examples.
But so the point that I was making before Indian Jesus popped up here, right, is that if we have people in the United States, for example, who want Sharia law enshrined for some reason, and that whatever that means to them, what I would hope, because I like the Constitution, I like the United States Constitution, is that there are going to be some laws that they are trying to push that I would not want, that would also be in conflict with that Constitution, and therefore would not be able to be passed, right? And that's what I want to see. And the same thing when Christian nationalists try to do their dumb shit. Right? Similarly, I want both of those people to fail at enshrining their anti-humanist policies into law. I want that to happen. What I don't care about is whether or not they believe in Allah or God, which are the same thing, by the way. Whether or not they believe in one or the other. I don't give a fuck about that, right? What I care about is whether or not the bad policies, as they exist, which plenty of them do, and again, Sharia law manifests different ways in different countries. So, and not all of them use these like insane punishments that we generally talk about when we're looking at Islam. I don't care if, as long as what they want can be blocked like properly. If some of them want those bad things, I don't want to ban Christian nationalists from my country. I mean, at least not realistically, right?
Yeah, I might wish
those would disappear, right? But not literally. Like, I don't want these people out. Like, I don't care about that. I just care about them not being able to do the bad things. That's what I care about.
Right, but if let's say 33% of Christians immigrating to the U.S. were going to try to do Christian nationalism, would you think it's fair to maybe misspeak at a certain point and be like, hey, I don't want these Christians in my country?
I would literally just say, hey, I want to make sure that we have things in place to make sure they can't do the bad things, right?
But you'd still bring them in.
Well,
See,
right, but
that's
the
where I guess I would disagree.
Also, hang on. This also points to like the broader claim, the broader point I'm trying to make about like when we say Sharia law, right? Like a lot of like non-Christian nationalists would also want like God's law to be part of the United States law, right? They would want that, but there are things about that, and what that means to them is going to vary drastically.
Would it be legal to ban radical versions of a religion, like radical jihadism? I can't think of radical. Would Buddhists have radical? I don't know.
There is radical Buddhist, yeah.
There's radicals in every, but I mean, I don't want to ban people necessarily who have like radical beliefs unless they're like gonna act. I mean, like again, like I don't want to ban Andrew Wilson, who I do think is a fascist, by the way, and a Christian nationalist. I do think I don't want to ban him. I want to give these fucking losers health care. I don't care about like what their insane beliefs are.
Well, I guess he would. I guess you mean like someone like him that was immigrating to our country.
Yeah.
Like,
To be clear, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously Andrew is as far as I know, a United States citizen. Though I haven't seen his birth certificate, so maybe we should be asking questions.
Oh, yeah. I think he's from Kenya. That's what I think.
I haven't seen the certificate.
Do we still need ChatGPT? But like,
sorry, I have this up. Hey, I don't know. ChatGPT might be like Islam coded, so I'm not sure. But it does.
It's super interesting. It says literally, it does not mean Muslims are encouraged to lie about wanting Sharia law. Literally says that.
But it could be like woke coded. Woke coded. I don't know.
You're not encouraged to, but if you have to because they're being mean to you, well, Takia.
Yeah, I think that's a fair interpretation. I don't think it's the fact that it encourages it. I think it gives them a opportunity to use this tactic to then be deceitful.
And again, I agree that initially, because of the geopolitical stuffs, that it had a purpose, but that should have, by the time I mean, again, I don't know the history of Islam that well, but by a certain point, the same way Christianity had a Reformation, there should be like, all right, we believe that we've got the right answer, and we've got enough people, so maybe we don't need to be lying about it anymore.
Well, but well, I mean, I don't know. Like, let's say, for example, if one of the like most powerful nations on Earth, just about 9 years ago, its president was calling for an all-out ban on Muslims, for example, entering the country until we figure out what the hell is going on. Do you think maybe these people then might suddenly be concerned that they are up for possible persecution?
That's what Turkey's doing to Christians.
Ryan, yes.
Okay. So why would why would we expect that to be removed from the?
Because no Muslim citizen was in jeopardy of anything. It was just people coming into the country. So what harm is coming to the people that are already in the country? Why does an American Muslim need to lie about that? Because of a Muslim ban. I'll just give you that. I'll give you that it was a Muslim ban. Let's go. Why does an American citizen who is a Muslim need to worry about danger and harm from Muslims being banned from coming into the country?
That's fair.
So
that's fair.
Well, no, it's not fair. If you are living in a country and the president of your country wants to stop people like you on the basis of being like you from entering the country, then you should assume
they're citizens. The people coming in are not citizens.
When I say like you, I mean of the same religious faith.
But they're not. I know what you meant. I know what you meant. You're just wrong.
Then why would you make the correction? It's fucking stupid.
Because you're wrong.
It's not meaningful. And I'm talking about what the citizens would think. It's not wrong. I'm not wrong. I never said they weren't citizens. You're fucking wrong.
Okay, hold on. Ryan, but there was no laws that were targeting Muslims in the United States, right?
It was about immigrants.
Yeah, no fucking shit, dude. I didn't say it wasn't.
The question is, what does an American Muslim have to worry about harm when it comes to a ban on Muslim immigrants? That is the question. Can you answer it?
I'm trying to fucking answer that, but you won't shut up, you dumb bitch. Like, seriously.
Hey.
What? He's a dumb bitch. Look at him.
No, hey. This is a respectable channel, okay?
Okay, respectable channel where I'm explaining to this dumb bitch over here.
Ryan, come on, brother.
To this fucking clown. Why I believe
I'll allow that
American citizens who are of Muslim faith would be concerned that the president of their country is calling to ban people who believe the things that they believe from the country. They would be concerned because once they banned all those people, they might be concerned that he might then look at them and go, well, we also need to get these people out because they believe the same things those people do.
But it was walked back, correct?
It wasn't walked back.
Hold on,
failed.
before we even get there. So you're saying that some other people who have something in common with me that is almost irrelevant to what we're talking about because we're talking about a legal status. So at that point, then what we could say, all brown people. They're coming for other people like us. Maybe we're next. Should I be worried? Should I be worried that you're?
Yes, you should be right now, dumbass. Yes.
Okay.
Get smaller lines.
Okay. Trump's gonna deport me. No, please, Trump. Everything I know is here.
Supporting homegrowns. Who do you think he's talking about? People who immigrated here. Hey, question. When Trump was talking to Bukele and he said that he wanted to deport homegrowns next, do you think he was talking about immigrants?
He might have been talking about terrorists. Do you have a problem deporting or getting rid of terrorists?
Yes, I don't think we should deport. I think we should lock them up in jail.
Oh no!
United States citizens who are terrorists, we should not deport them. No,
may I clarify? May I clarify? I said deport because we're talking about the immigration stuff before, but no problem locking up terrorists. No problem locking up terrorists. Do you have a problem locking up terrorists?
Oof. Are you serious? Is this a question you're asking me right now? Are you serious?
You're arguing for it not to be the case.
Ryan, we need to know your position on terrorism and if you think it's bad.
You just presented locking up terrorists as a bad thing. So I'm giving you the opportunity to clarify that you are not actually in favor of defending terrorists.
Okay, so I don't think any of you is following the conversation. So if you guys roll the tape back, what you'll actually hear me say is that when Trump was talking to Bukele, right, he was talking about deporting homegrowns next, and he's talking about American citizens who do crimes.
Homegrown what? Homegrown what?
He didn't say.
Oh, he just said homegrown. So use your speculation. Use your big old brain. What do you think he meant? Homegrown what?
Potentially terrorists, but also So
that brings us back to the question.
A lot of the people
with that. What is the problem with locking up terrorists?
Why the fuck would he actually mean terrorists if most of the people who were deported were not terrorists?
What?
Most of the people that Trump deported, even at that point, were not terrorists. In fact, that was right after. In fact, that was right after he deported over 200 people, which was then found to be probably illegal. But
I'll lay this out.
What?
I'll lay this out.
You're gonna lay out some dumb shit because you don't follow the conversation. But
dumb if you don't, know how your brain works. So we have the issue of being a terrorist. That is a thing. We'll put that thing over here. Then
okay,
hold on! I'm gonna finish my fucking sentence. I can keep talking and go in. I'll keep fucking going. So,
do you guys agree terrorism exists, guys?
Terrorism exists.
So we have terrorists, and then we have immigrants. Sometimes those things overlap. So the issue with the people at home is the terrorism part. The people with the issue coming into the country could be the terrorist thing, but is mainly the immigrant thing, and also both. Which part of that doesn't make sense? You could be, if you're an illegal immigrant, we don't want you here. If you're a terrorist, we don't want you to be part of society. If you're an illegal immigrant and a terrorist, we definitely don't want you part of society. Which part of that do you disagree with, Ryan? None of it, because I'm right. And if you'd followed me from the beginning, you wouldn't look stupid right now.
Hang on. You outlining those things.
Oh my God. Listening.
Okay, anyway, it's just not speaking to anything I said, right? So what before I also clarified that I think that domestic terrorists should be in prison and charged here and be locked up here, not deported to fucking CCOT where they're at the whims of Bukele
addressed
and these other fucking losers.
If you want to hang your hat on the fact that I've
explained to you that I'm not responsive to the things I'm saying. So
I explained to you.
I'm not obligated to engage with like whatever weird shit you're off on. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Thank you. So yes, as I said, I mistakenly said the word deport because we're talking about immigration before. So if you want to hang your hat on the fact that I said deport terrorists, okay. I mean, I'm down to deport American citizens.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about what Trump said, dude. Trump was talking about deporting homegrowns to CCOT. What he meant was U.S. citizens.
Yeah,
you're adding that interpretation though.
Okay, so I did not know that. I did not know that. I'm totally okay with it.
I'm not deporting U.S. citizens personally.
Okay. If they are terrorists, I do not care. If you are a terrorist, I don't care whether you go to jail here, whether you go to jail in Alligator Alcatraz or anywhere else.
You want people because if they're a terrorist and you're
you just
concerned
don't
about
be a terrorist.
You don't want them to be at the whims of some other country. You want them to be at the you want to know that they are locked away from society in your country, safe away from other people.
Okay, hey, fair point. Fair point. I'll give you that.
Want Bukele to be the one who has discretion of whether they get out. This corrupt fucking freak.
Fair point. Fair point. Yeah, right. Best birthday ever.
I guess I'll add.
Can I?
Thank you so very much.
Okay, can I go back?
You are here. Thank you.
This is maybe 5 minutes ago, but a question for Lutch. Okay, so what Ryan's talking about? Like, let's say me, a Christian, I live in Burma, and yeah, fair. So let's say I live in Burma and I'm a Christian, and then the Burmese government says, says what Trump says verbatim, right, against Christians. Is it not fair that me as a Burmese Christian would feel like, hey, maybe there's going to be further crackdowns on me, even though I'm a citizen right now and I live in Burma? But if that's what the president of my country, I don't know what fuck Myanmar fucking has right now, but whatever they have, if that guy says, these people are bad, we're not going to bring them in, is there not a credible fear response that I would experience as a Christian living in Burma?
Yeah, in the sense that maybe you would lie about your beliefs to make sure that you fit with the government wanted, right?
No, not. I mean, okay, but besides that, but like just in general, like is there not is a concern there, right? Like I guess
yes.
Right. So there is. So okay. So we're at least on the same page in that sense.
It is not insane.
So even though I'm a citizen, I would still be worried, right?
Is this a fair statement?
Wow, that's very reasonable, Confluence. I can't believe that we went down this whole fucking stupid rabbit hole since Indian Jesus disagreed with that from the beginning of this. Thank you.
Like, I don't know. We were in the weeds. We're in the. I'm not sure.
I don't think I disagreed at all with Confluence. And then at the very end, you made a good point, and so I agree with you. So why are you still fucking crying about it? What was? Oh yeah. So I was saying that I was never making the point that it is insane that if you're an American citizen, we were talking about the Muslim thing, so let's stick with the Muslim thing. That during the Muslim ban, it would not be insane to think, oh, maybe they're homegrowns. What does that mean? To take that and be like, I wonder, that has to do with me. To take it to I don't know what that was. I'm going to just ignore it. Take it to the next step and say, well, something must be done about this or before it happens. That is what I am talking about. You're saying, well, this maybe might be something in the future. Okay, let's cross that bridge when we come to it. But right now, we are very clearly talking about illegal immigrants and terrorists, as we were the whole time.
So you're done? Okay, I'm gonna walk back through like how we got here, right? Okay, so we were talking about people because the Islamic text or whatever has this piece about how you can lie to protect yourself from some form of danger, right? And so what we then pointed out was that, or what you said, that by now they should have changed this, right? Because it would be reasonable for this to be updated in modern day. And I pointed to the most powerful nation in the world then suddenly deciding to ban all people who believe your religion from entering the country. And then Confluence just pointed out, from just a similar analogy, right, that if people have that belief system, then they might be concerned that they might be persecuted next. And then we went on this whole thing about we jumped to the homegrown stuff because I'm talking about how now it's also concerning for them. And I think we went to the homegrown stuff because you asked if you would be in danger, and I'm saying, well, potentially yes, because fascism doesn't stop once they got the current scapegoat, right? They keep shrinking down, or they keep rather expanding the targets of that's the nature of it, and that's what you're seeing right now continually with Trump. But the point was that there's no reason for them to change their law when in modern they are still facing persecution, like being banned from a country or attempted to be banned from a country.
Yeah, and again, I agree that there's a difference between having a concern and needing that concern to be politically addressed.
What does that have to do with whether or not it's part of Islamic text?
It doesn't. That you were asking me if people would have a reason to feel scared because of the homegrown thing.
Yes, because you were saying that by now Islam should have updated their text to not have this anymore.
Yeah.
I actually agree with Lush on that. I mean, do you not, Ryan?
I mean, I think Islamic text should be updated, but not like any. It's reasonable for any religion to have something that's like, hey, if you're about to be persecuted and killed for your beliefs, then like, hey, it's probably okay for you not to like accurately represent those beliefs if you're going to be killed for it. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing.
I don't think I don't.
Like, if I was at a trial, hang on. If I was at a trial under Trump's America, right, and which, by the way, this speaks to the deporting homegrown terrorists thing, because Antifa, right, is labeled as a domestic terrorist organization despite not being an organization.
Yeah, send them back. Send them back.
If I am being asked by ICE or some whatever Trump admin people, if they're like, "Hey, are you anti-fascist? Are you against fascism?" and I say, "Well, no," right? Because I don't want to get fucking executed or whatever we're at that point. Because Trump did just call for execution of sitting senators because they repeated laws that are on the books about the military. So I think it would be reasonable for me to lie in that case.
That was a bit unhinged. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
well, a lot of stuff he does is unhinged. It's not, you say that a lot. You're like, well, this was a little bit. This was a little unhinged. This was a little unhinged. It's constant with this motherfucker.
I take it example by example. Okay, you know.
I can't throw you a bone and then you take the whole skeleton. If I throw you a bone, just take the bone. You can't take the whole skeleton with you. There's something.
What are we talking about, Big Soda? What are we talking about?
If I give you the bone to say, hey, this thing right here is a bad thing.
My
then say,
goodness!
No, everything's a bad thing.
The big $50. Oh my goodness!
Assuming he's
Look
on
at him.
my
He's like,
side, I agree with him. Okay, Trump. Trump has done a lot of bad things. Okay, a lot. At least 4 bad things, maybe up to.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much that I'm in Japan, so I can't hang around, but it's always your birthday. I want to wish you a happy birthday. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, that comes with a regular treat and a refill for Morty. Always gonna love it. Come here, Mort. Up. Come here. Come on. You're gonna stay all the way over there? No, you have to come over here. Come on. You got it. They want to see it. Let's go. Come. What's the matter? Yeah, come here, Mort. Let's go. Come on. There we go. Thank you. Shout out to the Vertical crew. Shout out to anyone who is making my puppy happy. Major League Madness. Thank you. So very, very much. My goodness. My heart is so warmed. Thank you very, very much. I gotta look. Damn, we still got Funkmaster as the sponsor, but madness, my goodness. Thank you so very, very much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate this. Thank you. Word up. Thank you so very, very much. Let's hop back in to the panel.
A little bit, and here's why. So,
okay, go ahead.
I think that the Trump, Project 2025 and the Trump administration broadly are engaging in a kind of fascist takeover of the
Trump
United
said
States
he didn't even know what Project 2025 was. He said he never even heard of it. And I believe him. Okay.
Are you really, or are you being goofy right now?
A little goofy.
Okay, because you understand that he appointed Russell Vogt, who was the author of Chapter 2 of Project 2025, as the director of the Office of Budget and Budget Manager or whatever.
I said I was being goofy. Go on.
I'm genuinely asking, like, are you aware that he did put Russell Vogt, who wrote Chapter 2 of Project 2025?
Yes, I think Trump has. I think Trump has real talk, not goofy talk. I think Trump has connections to the people that produce a lot.
Thank you so very, very much.
Exactly. Heritage Foundation. But I don't think that doesn't mean everything in Project 2025 is Trump's playbook, right? And I think you would agree with that too, right? It doesn't mean he's co-signing absolutely everything, right? Again, going back to the Ben Shapiro, right? Good Trump, bad Trump. Some stuff is good, some stuff is bad. And we can look at Project 2025. There's stuff in there I agree with. There's stuff in there in Project 2025 that's goated, and there's some stuff that's like very like not good and is a little fascistic. I'll agree with you.
What's like your gut percentage wise of Project 2025 policies that Trump has put forward?
My gut is like 67%.
38%.
Okay. Well, it's actually lower, right? He's successfully implemented about 50% of projects.
Oh, so look, I'm trying to give you grace, and I'm giving you too much grace. So Trump is even better than what I'm saying. Is what I'm hearing.
Successfully. That doesn't mean
I'm clipping that too.
I'm just saying he's following the playbook.
Okay. Successfully.
He's following the playbook.
Wait, how much? Okay, wait, but I think the more Ryan, I think I might be fucking myself, but the more pertinent number, and I don't know if we have stats on this, but is what has he tried to do? Because like overriding birthright citizenship, that's something he's tried to do and has failed, and I think that is unconstitutional. I think that is bad, Trump. Disavow, and so. What percent of Project 2025 has he tried to do? That's the more pertinent thing, not the success thing. Because if he tried to do 100% and he succeeded in 5%, then Trump would be bad, right? Because
go ask in the chat
on that, right, Ryan?
You want me to?
If he tried to do all and only succeeded on 5%, it does. The 5% doesn't matter. The fact that he tried to do all of it would be the bad
on the
part,
panel.
right?
It's an open panel.
So, like, what percent has Trump tried to do of Project 2025?
I'll vouch for you. Come on up.
What if he's tried to do 50%?
Clearly not the fucking all-star team.
It depends on the 50%. Because like when I've read it, it's like there's. I mean, I'm just being real. I mean, and maybe you would say I'm treading fascistic waters, but there's parts of 2025 that I'm like, okay, that's omni-goated, omni-red pilled, omni-based. Well, like the crackdowns on abortions and on trans stuff with kids. I think those things are, from my Christian worldview, I think those are things that should be done.
And
there are certain things
for the abortion.
Wait, say again.
Well, if we're doing Project 2025 at a federal level, what happened to state? The defense of overturning Roe v. Wade was specifically that it became a state's issue. Now we're saying we want the federal government to handle it.
I always want
that's what murder. Yeah, that's what I personally want.
Wait,
Ryan, you might think that's crazy. Right, Ryan, you might think that's insane. I hope you can at least understand my point of view, where I think
welcome.
We've debated abortion before.
Again, guys.
If you remember, I think that from conception, I think it's human life.
Donation now.
At least even if you disagree. Wait, what? Okay, okay. I think it's a human person from conception.
I mean, wait. So by your standard, we should be like. So you're against Plan B as well? Is that?
That it's the FDA has. So I don't know how to interpret this, but the FDA since Roe v. Wade has changed their stance on Plan B. So Plan B. And same with birth control. One of the side effects of it, the first way it works is like stopping implantation and stopping a zygote from forming at all, right? Like, so there's no zygote, there's no thing. But now
it's implanted,
right, and then since Roe v. Wade, the FDA came out and said actually all these contraceptives they actually don't stop implantation, so it's actually not abort efficient. But this is de facto different than what they used to put in birth control pamphlets. Like when you would buy birth control at the pharmacy and you would read the pamphlet, it would say one of the side effects is that it can stop implantation. So you can have a living zygote and it could stop implantation, and therefore it is abort efficient. And that the FDA has reversed this. And me looking at these studies, it happened after Roe v. Wade, so I don't know how to interpret it, because it seems a little coincidental that only after Roe v. Wade was overturned that now the FDA is saying, oh, these things are actually, it's not killing any life at all. It's just stopping the formation of the zygote completely.
I've got to mute this. You realize that sperm is not new DNA. Sperm that is my DNA. It needs to go with the egg, and then new DNA. New DNA.
Like post. I think there's various kinds of or like different Plan B pills that and different kinds of things at different stages technically that might, you might argue are like abortion pills or whatever. But like let's say it does handle it post conception, you would want it banned then, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And so you also would say that anytime a woman anywhere has a miscarriage, she should be investigated for murder.
No. Why? I mean, I feel like I think we've had the same discussion.
I
think we had the same discussion.
Then. Yeah.
Okay,
It's not
yeah.
your standard. It should be, right?
Well,
No. Because a miscarriage is something that happens
organically
by accident, naturally, right?
How do you know?
We know from studies. We know from
hang on. How do you know a particular woman didn't intentionally get a miscarriage by treating herself badly?
We don't know, but we know on statistics.
Because she's potentially killed somebody.
No. Okay. Plan B is the intentional act of trying to end the pregnancy,
Yes, I'm
right?
asking you a separate question now. Yes,
I know, I understand, but you granted me that it is a zygote, and this type of Plan B is killing that zygote. Okay, so that's an intentional act. A miscarriage, if you look up chemical pregnancies, that's the percent of people that don't even know they're pregnant and they just abort. They don't even know they miscarried. They don't even know, right? It's a chemical pregnancy. It's like within, I think, the first.
If we find out that they did, we should investigate them for murder, correct?
No, we shouldn't, because murder is an intentional act. Murder is
we don't know whether it was intentional unless we investigate.
I know, but if the intentionality with Plan B, wait, hold on.
To do. I agree. It's unreasonable.
Go after the doctors, not after the women.
Hold on. My argument, I would say, is if you take a Plan B pill under what you said, where we're going to pretend Plan B is. Let's say we say it is abortifacient. Then 100% of the time you take that, you are intending. I want morality to be intention based. That's my standard. I think all of morality is intention. All of it. Okay. So if you take Plan B, you are intending to end the life. A miscarriage, there maybe 10% of people who miscarry intended to do something that caused.
They're murderers who should be locked up by your standard.
I know, but I'm saying, do you not understand my statistical argument? At least, like with Plan B, we know it's 100%. With miscarriage, it's like, especially with chemical pregnancies, it's like it would be like 0.1% of people intentionally doing it. So I don't want to investigate the 0.1 and put them through that.
It sounds like what you're arguing is that it's not practical, and I agree, it's impractical. But it's not. But by your logic, it would be justified. Yes.
It's not justified.
It's murder.
No, the justification, and I feel like you're going to cuck me on this, Ryan.
10% are murdering, according to you.
The justification would be, and I hate to say this, and you're going to take this the wrong way. The bad part would be investigating all the women. It's only, let's say, 0.2%. You're putting, the 99.8% of people through hell, through investigatory processes. Don't open your eyes, Ryan. I'm not saying what you think I'm saying. I think that would be a greater harm, okay? Because you're putting all those people through something negative on the off chance that you find a homicide. And here's why that's different, because I know you're going to say that's the abortion argument. It's not, because in the abortion argument, you are intentionally killing someone. In this example, you have the possibility, you have the remote possibility that some percent of women have killed an embryo, and it's epsilon. It's epsilon percent of people.
A person to you, right? A person.
Yes, it is a person.
A person. Why'd you use the progressive cuck language there?
Can I jump in?
You called it an embryo real quick.
It is an embryo. It is an embryo.
Why are you calling it a person?
I got something from my chat.
That's not Look, I'm not like anti-science, Ryan. Okay, it's an embryo. It's an embryo, and it's a person.
Why are you calling it a person there? In what you just said?
Because it has unique DNA. Can I read something from my chat?
No, actually, okay. Wait. You can. I actually want to respond to Ryan, because I actually think this is a true thing. What Ryan is saying. I will admit that I think the farther along it is, I think the worse it is to abort. Because I've been hit with the thought experiment of, like, if it's a burning building and you could save 1,000 embryos versus like 2 babies, which would you save? And it's like, when it's a baby, it's like, yeah. So that has caused me to realize, like, yeah, like once, and same with like any stage of development, the farther along it is, I think the more important it is in some morally ineffable way. So I do agree with you. But I still think it is a person from a zygote.
It is. That's a
bad analogy.
And so
I would save my children over someone else's children. Does that make children's life worth less?
That's That's not really relevant to the hypothetical, but
It absolutely is. It's putting value on different types of life. But shout out to Liberty Plus TV from a chat said, when my son died, we had to speak to the cops and they had to investigate, even though they knew it was not a murder. Obviously, for fuck's sake, how fucking removed from reality are people? So I am not even. And then he said, if they didn't rule it not a murder, how would anybody know we're innocent? Good point. So. I'm not before we.
I can't tell what side that chat message is on. I can't tell if that's like pro me or pro Ryan.
Saying that should be investigated. They're saying a miscarriage should be investigated.
It's facts. So you take it however you want to take it. The reason I'm reading it is because it is directly relevant here to the point that Ryan's making about, so we're going to investigate this, that. Yes, potentially, and that isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world, but. Taking a step back from that,
no,
you think it is wild. And if we have the signs of a miscarriage,
you confluence.
If we have the signs of we have the signs hold on. We don't.
Okay. I'll let you cook.
The main thing on abortion is not persecuting women who get abortions. It's persecuting doctors who are giving abortions. And so in that process, you cannot prevent some whore from sticking a fucking hanger up her shit because she didn't want to. That's going to happen if she wants that to happen. That is not a legal thing that we have power over. What we do have power over is institutions being able to enable this. And the legal status of this to be exactly the same as murder because it is ending a unique DNA sequence.
No, wait, holy shit. Wait, I think I hope I'm misconstruing you, Lutch. Okay. So again, so if you intentionally take the life of a baby, right? The key word is intentional. If you're like a mother and you miscarry at, let's say, like the first trimester, then there's no reason to think it's intentional. And to read one of my own chat messages from section 230 says, no, only miscarriages where there is reasonable suspicion should be investigated. That's something I would agree with. If there's some reason to think that you took some type of
their names are there,
some type of drug to intentionally, you're taking like pennyroyal tea to get rid of your baby, then sure, it should be investigated. But if there's no reason, if you just had a miscarriage, we don't want to put through mothers who've had miscarriages are traumatic enough. We don't want to put mothers on fucking trial for that.
I read that chat out.
Let me make a point. If my child dies in his sleep, will there be an investigation about his death?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. You think that's traumatic for me? You think I want to go through being investigated by the police? What's the difference?
Certainly not. Good point.
I guess okay. What I would say, and I don't know, I don't know who agrees with me at this point, but what I would say, the difference between like SIDS is an incredibly rare thing that happens to a very small percent of children. So yes, if you have like a crib death, then yes, okay, then the harm factor is like, yes, you should be investigated because maybe something was like untoward.
Or either way,
but with miscarriages and chemical pregnancies, that's like 30 to 60%. It's really hard to know the data, especially on chemical pregnancies, because they happen so early on in like the fertility cycle and stuff. It's so common that to investigate all those would cause way more harm than they would like solve.
Would be impractical. I agree.
I did. Well,
it would not only be impractical, it would also be immoral. And I don't think you would disagree with that, Ryan. It would be immoral to subject all those women when only an epsilon % of those women have actually done something bad.
I don't
agree.
Unless
you don't agree, sound off.
I don't agree that it would be immoral. I absolutely agree that it would not be pleasant. And as Liberty's saying, that's what happened to me. It wasn't pleasant. That's how everybody knows that I'm innocent. If you have a dead baby, it should be investigated.
This is where they want your taxpayer resources to go. This bullshit. Listen to them, guys. Listen to what they tell you.
Can I finish? Can I finish? I thought you.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Oh my god, this guy's
so gracious.
So nice. What an amazing person. So since I have the floor. No, I'm just kidding. The idea, again, the reason I brought that up is because there's two different points that we can argue. If you are interested in persecuting the women, then there is precedent for that. I'm not defending that. I am saying there is precedent for that. Secondly, and separately, I personally am saying again, that we don't go after the women, we go after the doctors. Then we have a situation where the only people who are actually doing abortions are the people who are doing shit at home. And yes, that is dangerous. That is not safe. That is all these other things. But the number of babies dying will be infinitely less. And that is the goal.
Well, according to the national data, that's not true. Like even with states that have banned abortion, the natural level of abortion has not gone down like at all.
Meaning
So
like they went to the next state over?
Well, sure, yeah, potentially.
Yeah. So what happens when they can't go to the next state over?
Well, I mean, hopefully they'll still be
then
able
they
to,
have the
way
baby.
less. And
Or they
by the
learn
way, the
not to
maternal
fuck around.
Also, by the way, the maternal mortality rate in those states has gone up drastically, which I'm sure you don't care about. But so I just want to point out that Indian Jesus just said that we should not, his own logic. He just said that we should not investigate if a woman
Wait, I am lunch-pilled.
You're
If you
not
said
going to tell me that I
you
don't
can't
care
say when
about
you-
mothers dying and then just fucking ramble on. And
Yeah,
not let me
actually,
respond to that.
I agree with Lutch on that. You can't.
I
You can't say
You don't care about that.
absolutely.
If you want to abortion, then you don't care about
I
that.
absolutely care about that. There's a
Okay,
difference.
so you'd
between-
say, oh,
I absolutely care about
it's
that,
fine.
Ryan.
It's
I
fine.
absolutely do. But there's a difference between my personal emotions and the principles that underlie our legal system. Do you agree, or do you think it should be based on what Lutch feels?
Wait, but we're talking about what the law should be.
Yeah, should the law be what the law should be based on legal principles, or should the law be based on what Lutch thinks?
I would expect you to vote. I would expect you to vote for
me?
representatives that would want to change the law to
So again,
the things
the
you
question is,
desire.
should it be based on our legal principles, or should it be based on my preferences?
We live in a democratic republic.
So the question was, should our laws be based on legal principles, or should they be based on Lutch's principles?
The answer was we live in a democratic republic, so it should be both. You should be electing representatives.
I could so you're okay with me personally deciding?
23% of Gen Z was aborted.
Oh, but you don't care about that.
Yeah, I think you don't. I think you don't care. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm
you would want a
fighting.
federal ban on abortion. Right?
Holy projection!
Yeah. So if you want a federal abortion ban, then you don't care that the maternal mortality rate would rise drastically. You
Well,
don't care.
if you want abortion, then you don't care
Ryan,
about dead
okay,
babies.
wait,
You don't care about dead
Ryan.
babies. How dare you not care about dead babies?
Ryan,
you see how gay of a fucking argument this is?
That is a bit gay of an argument, okay? Because like if you might not trust me, I do care about maternal mortality rates, but I also
Just
want
not
a
enough to
federal
kill
abortion
babies.
ban.
Just not enough to kill babies.
You care more about a federal abortion ban than you do the maternal mortality going up. Is that fair?
Yeah. I care
Okay,
more
well, there you
about.
go.
I care more about
Yeah, but
millions
that
of babies
doesn't- okay,
dying
but
than I
that
do
doesn't
care
mean-
about. I'm
So
perfectly
that's what
you just said, though,
I'm perfectly happy to
Ryan.
stand on that.
That's not what you said.
I am
Can I
perfectly
ask,
happy to stand on that. I care.
ask Ryan, when you bring up maternal mortality rates, are you saying they like died during childbirth, or there was complications with the child with the labor, or was it throughout the progression of the pregnancy?
So all I'm saying is that in states like Texas, which have implemented these state abortion bans, I believe Florida's also done this to some degree. But at least I know Texas, the maternal mortality rate since that was implemented has gone up 33%. Meanwhile, it's gone down 7% in that
This is
same
a
time.
freebie.
Do you know how they're qualifying?
Y'all know how that shit works.
Mortality
Y'all know
rate.
how that shit
So
works.
it means the women
We're
are
gonna freebie.
dying at some point
you.
before childbirth, presumably.
Okay, yeah, that's why I'm asking you. I guess you don't know.
They're dying. Yeah.
Okay, so
Higher
do you
rate than
think-
they were, a 33% higher rate than they were before.
Do you think if a woman was going through a pregnancy and she had to have a life-saving procedure, and in the result of that life-saving procedure, the baby dies, would they qualify that?
My bad, brother. You gotta let me know. You gotta
yes,
get me paid attention.
medically,
Oh
yes,
my
it would.
goodness. Well,
Are you
there
sure?
you
Do you
go.
have any facts for that, or are you just saying that?
He already got his treat.
No,
and let
I'm
me
aware. I know this for
with
a
the
fact. It would be
big
called
20.
definition.
Thank you, amputee.
medically.
Thank you so very
abortion
much.
is
Oh,
defined
let's
as
see
the,
it go in there,
willing
in there,
or knowingly
We already finished the other
ending
one.
the life of the fetus.
Can't use
I
it
guess
too
you'd
much.
say.
But this is only true colloquially and to like
I don't
Republican
think
senators.
dogs are supposed
but
to have
in
that much,
the
but-
medical
Okay.
literature, it's not defined the way you just said it at all.
Thank so very
Ryan, I don't know.
Removing a fetus from the womb, like
Ryan, I don't know if that. Ryan, are you confident on that? Like, are ectopic pregnancies, are those counted as abortions?
Yes.
That's
As long,
my-
if the,
that's my final
yes,
question
yes, I
is
would say
if-
yes.
Yeah, they are.
if
Yeah,
you
they,
have to have
I believe those are actually.
Are they? Are they
yes,
actually?
yes,
Is this like
yes.
facts?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm ChatGPTing this. You guys carry on.
Yeah, I've dug into this.
That was my
Carry
final
on my
question.
wayward son.
In my view, that wouldn't necessarily be an abortion. That would be a complication in the surgery.
Yeah,
I
no
understand-
sane
I do
person
think
would
they-
call it that. But I guess
Yeah,
Ryan's
I
saying in
understand
the
that.
medical definitions, it would be
Right,
classified
the
as that.
same person, but this is one of the issues with the Republicans who are writing these laws, right? Like they're using this colloquial definition of abortion that doesn't align with the medical definition, and this is why doctors are finding themselves in these situations where they don't know if they can save people's lives because it might be in conflict. And there's ongoing court cases where they're still unsettled, right? In Florida, at least there's multiple,
I'm
and more
just
in
saying, look, this is AI. I'm saying ChatGPT disagrees with you, okay? I asked it, are ectopic pregnancies classified as abortions in statistics? It said, usually no, ectopic pregnancies are not counted as abortions in official abortion statistics.
Okay, that's a separate thing. So hang on, official abortion.
But that's what I
statistics-
asked.
Wait, that's specifically the question. Are ectopic pregnancies counted as abortions?
Yes, that's a different question. Medically counted as abortion versus being considered in the abortion statistics. That's different, right?
That's what we're talking about. Stats.
Well, okay, wait. So, okay,
Is that
can you
not what we're talking about?
Maybe he's making
What is medically known as an abortion includes what's handled when dealing with an ectopic pregnancy. That's what I'm saying.
Wait. Can you?
Okay, so
wait,
not
wait,
in.
calm down, hold on.
I
Ryan,
think that's a bit of a backpedal.
Wait, hold on.
It's not
Okay,
backpedal.
sorry. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead.
Say that applies to the abortion stats. I don't think they usually measure it that way. No.
So, Ryan? Can you just explain the difference, the relevant difference on how it's counted in the stats versus how we talked about it medically? Was that the two things that you said?
I mean, the whole point of my question was, saying that if you have to have a life-saving procedure, and that and there's a complication for the baby to save the mother, that wouldn't be an abortion.
Yeah, so I'm just reading from Wikipedia right here. I know you guys might not like Wikipedia, but it says specifically, abortion is the termination of a pregnancy by removal or expulsion of an embryo or fetus.
That's okay. That's not a medical definition. That's emphatically. Look, I happen to not like Wikipedia. Sometimes I do.
That's
it depends.
a lie. You said
It
that you
depends if
did.
it aligns with me. It depends. Okay, but
that's what it sounds like.
Well, that is no. I'm being for real. But
That is bullshit. Confluence.
But when I'm looking, Ryan, I'm trying to find what you're finding. Medically, I don't think an ectopic pregnancy is counted in any medical sense as an abortion. I could be wrong. I'm Googling off the fly right now. I don't think an ectopic pregnancy is counted as an abortion. I don't, and medically, statistically, in any sense of the word.
Wait.
Hold on, quick question.
Is the procedure to handle an ectopic pregnancy identified medically as an abortion? That's what we want to know, right? That's the real question.
The termination of the pregnancy. If it's a termination of the pregnancy, that would be the abortion killing the baby. If the baby dies naturally, would that be the termination of the pregnancy?
No.
Like, is the abortion what's causing the termination? Or the termination of the pregnancy?
Wait, why don't we do this?
That's a clarifying thing. I think. Wait. Hold up. I just want to say this one thing. I don't think an ectopic pregnancy. It's not. An ectopic pregnancy is when the egg has implanted in the fallopian tube. So it's not even in the uterus. So I medically, unless Ryan has something to counter me, I don't think that's counted as an abortion. It's in the fallopian tube. It's not going to become a.
Would it be the termination of a pregnancy?
I don't.
Yes.
Medically, colloquially, perhaps. Medically, I actually think you're wrong, Ryan. I think you're wrong.
So here's the point. Here's the thing.
So what I'm saying, to be clear, no, hang on, Jesus. No, I don't want to wait.
I will make this better. I will make this better.
I don't want you to do another thing.
I know you don't. I know you don't. You're fucking scared. Okay, yeah, you just wait. Go ahead.
I don't even know what you're.
Ramble.
Don't let
the
I don't know who to pick. I want to say one at a time, but I don't want to show favoritism.
I'm just gonna be clear about what I'm saying. Okay. So what I'm saying is that if the definition I'm using for abortion, which is the termination of a pregnancy, right before term, basically, then if a procedure that qualifies as that is done for an ectopic pregnancy, then by that definition, it's technically an abortion.
Well, now who's talking colloquially? I thought we weren't talking colloquially.
Wait, I didn't say.
What you
I
just
say
said. No, you didn't say no. But no, I'm saying what you're giving as a definition is a colloquial definition. Like definitionally it is.
No,
You're not
I'm
using.
I'm saying it fits under the umbrella of what we would call an abortion.
Show me the medical. Then Ryan, then I think the burden of proof is on you. Show me what the burden of. Show me where it says. I'll let you go in a second, Lush. I know you want to go, but Ryan, Ryan, I want to hear, because like from what I'm looking at, an ectopic pregnancy is not considered a medical abortion under any standard of it. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, so let's go off.
I'm willing to bite that. That might be true.
Okay. So let's just say that if hypothetically we took the ectopic pregnancies out of the abortion conversation for this colloquial conversation. So when we say abortion,
we just did, but go ahead.
Right. I'm saying let's go with that. So if we are taking that outside of what we are calling abortion for this conversation, and then we talk about abortion, then now the ectopic thing can be a separate conversation, and maybe there's a carve out for the ectopic pregnancies. So let's put that to the side. So if the ectopic pregnancies are not counted, and we're just agreeing for the sake of the conversation, then how does that affect your opinion on abortion laws?
I'm against restricting people from getting an abortion.
Sorry, is that one more time, please?
I said I'm against restricting people from getting an abortion.
Okay, so then why does the ectopic thing?
Yeah, Ryan is insane on. Yeah, actually, Lech has a good point, because me and Ryan have talked, and Ryan, you have said up to the point of birth, it is morally fine to terminate the pregnancy.
I said it should be legal. I didn't say it's morally fine. I never said that.
Okay.
So
okay.
You don't agree with this. But
so morally, it is murder.
So here's what I said
trimester.
About question, right? So here, let me be clear, because that is quite a claim, right? So it's not far from the truth, but I want to be very clear about what I do believe.
Okay.
I believe that what he just described, this people getting an abortion moments before birth or whatever, or even 9 months, even 8 months, this is extremely rare. In fact,
don't talk about the rareness. No, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
It's about the principle. I don't care if you don't care. I'm telling you what I believe.
You know that's a distraction. You know that's a distraction.
No, I'm trying to explain. Okay, if you'll listen, I can. Right.
Okay,
so the reason I bring up how rare it is because I don't want to live in a world where it might, like, I can imagine, I don't even know if these women exist, but I can imagine there's a woman who wants to get pregnant so that at 8.5 months she can get an abortion because she loves killing 8.5-month-old
that's
fetuses.
not what we're talking
Right.
about. That's a straw
That's
man.
what I'm talking about.
Let's let Ryan cook. Let's let him cook.
So what I'm saying is that I don't think these women exist who are doing that. However, if those women did exist, I would not want to write laws that would stop her and someone who needs an abortion at that point from getting an abortion. Right.
Okay, but
when I say needs an abortion at that point, I believe that almost every abortion post 8 months is by some degree medically necessary. Okay?
Ryan, you clarified nothing, brother. Morally, if you end intentionally a third trimester fetus, are you committing murder? That's what I want to know. What's your not legal, not rare,
murder's
not
a legal term. Murder's a legal term. So
no, it's not. No.
Actually.
Okay, so
wait. Ryan, this is a crazy thing for you, Ryan.
If it's
the unjust ending of a life. The unjust ending of a life. So we're trying to colloquial definition. This conversation, the unjust ending of a life.
I just want to say. Something can be legal and a moral term at the same time. I'm just saying that. So I agree. Murder is a legal term. It's also a moral term. Okay. The two things can be true at the same time.
So we don't.
So I'm asking you about the moral part of things. Is it morally? Are you murdering from a moral? Yes. Are you
unjustly ending a life?
Dude, Jesus, shut the fuck up. If we're talking about,
say something that makes some fucking sense. We're all here trying to. Oh my God, Ryan, please! We're all here. He's so close.
When you say the word murder as a moral term, you're specifically loading it as an unjust killing, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
So I don't. So what I'm saying is, every situation that I'm aware of where this happens, there is some justification. You might not agree with justification.
That's not what I'm asking, though. That's emphatic, Ryan. I want you to answer the question.
It is answering the question.
It's not. It's not.
Okay,
I'm
then how is
saying.
it not? Walk me through
Okay,
how is it not?
what I'm saying is if no, I want to no, everyone. No, I want to say this first. I want to finish this. Okay, Ryan. What I'm saying is a third trimester baby. Let's say you want to end it. You have no reason to end it. You just decide. You know what?
You're not saying there's no
I
reason.
want to end it. Yes, I'm loading this into my hypothetical.
Okay,
I agree with that. I agree with that. But I'm saying, so in the third trimester, you're like, I just want to end it for any reason I so choose. Do you think that is the unjust killing of life? As in, it is morally wrong to do?
Yeah, so to the woman the hypothetical woman I brought up who's doing exactly what you just said, right? I believe that woman is like a moral monster. I wouldn't endorse that person, but I wouldn't want it to be illegal because of people who might need one at that point. And I don't want them to have to prove to, Confluence or a Republican senator or whatever that they actually need it.
Sure. Okay. That's at least that's a weight off my chest. At least you're not. Okay.
Can I ask
That's
a
good.
question to Ryan, kind of on this topic, because you're talking about just reasons and unjust reasons. So
Yeah, I have to pee. Don't say anything like super interesting though. Say like boring stuff. Okay.
So we've all heard of postpartum depression, where after the baby, the woman gets depressed. But there's also prepartum depression, where before the baby there's a lot of hormones happening. Women can get super depressed. Is that a reason to get a late stage abortion?
Maybe.
When you say, is that a reason? Are you asking whether or not it's
justified? It's just or unjust. Like, would that be just like the mental health of the woman? Would that be justified? Even though everything was physically fine, but mentally there was depression or anxiety that happening. Would that be a good reason?
Might find that to be like a less moral reason than like something more directly related to health. But I still.
Yeah. I mean, you can see the angle I'm taking. It's like mental versus physical. So it's like, where do we draw the line? Like, I understand if
I don't want the state drawing that line. That's my whole point.
Who should then?
No, they shouldn't.
So I'm saying
if they, you don't want the federal government.
So if the state doesn't do it, or the feds, if you don't want the line being drawn by a government body, should it be drawn by, say, a moral body of society? Should
I was about to talk shit, but not me myself.
For people people getting an abortion because they're depressed, like towards the end of their term.
Else, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, like, should we say that's not okay as a society?
That's mean.
Whether or not we draw the line.
That's mean.
Like, make that woman feel bad because
what she did.
Make that woman feel. I mean, if what we're saying is like, should we sit here and do what we're doing right now and say that's probably not a good reason to get an abortion? Then yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm not against that.
Yeah, I'm not like personally attack someone, but yeah, we should, as a society, we should agree.
That would have been the fastest shit in the world.
Yeah. Well, again, it's not okay.
Trying to figure out where
yeah, sure.
This is a complex issue, especially when you're talking about late stage stuff. I personally liked the old liberal view of safe, legal, and rare.
If it's safe and it's legal, why should it be rare?
I don't know when we moved away from that was the Hillary Clinton campaign talk when she was talking about it in 2000.
Yeah, but she's
well, I think that's actually still the pro-choice position, because what most pro-choice people advocate for, and actually there's a lot of pro-life people who are technically pro-choice because they're like, oh, I wouldn't get an abortion, but I believe in the right for people to choose, which is
those we call those people morally cucked. That's what we call them. Right?
I mean, you can call whatever you want, but I'm just saying a lot of them call themselves pro-life, but they're pro-choice in practice. But like the reality is, like, the pro-choice people in general, we're also advocating for things that reduce abortion, like access to contraception, better sex ed, stuff like this. Like nobody's. I mean, the only people who are like stoked about abortion are like women who are like trolling people who are super aggressive about being anti-abortion.
It's mostly trans men.
I get your point of saying that like the most people that might be the people that you're in circles with don't believe this, but a lot of people do still. It's and I think it is a problem where you have states like when they repealed Roe v. Wade, you have states that automatically went to 9 months or late stage, versus with Roe v. Wade, the feds were able to block the late stage option because it said in Roe v. Wade of like up to a certain amount of time, but you couldn't do a 9-month abortion. At least to my knowledge, I could be wrong with that, but I thought that's what Roe v. Wade did, was it blocked late stage abortion as much as it helped early stage.
I'm not sure about the specifics, but yeah, I mean, I think there was like a federal limit or whatever. But yeah,
So I mean,
I have a brief interruption. K2, you haven't talked in a while, and I don't have StreamYard's Premium, so I'm gonna remove you. You can come back at any time, but we have Thumb and Weave also. Go on, continue. Sorry. I don't want to boot someone without like saying a preamble, so I don't want to derail you guys. But
No, you're just like,
sorry, Ryan and CT. I'm
Maybe
sorry.
We should get a woman's opinion on this matter since we're just a bunch of guys talking in the chat room. Maybe we should get a woman's opinion.
Yeah, why should guys be able to have an opinion about?
Yeah, why would guys have an opinion if like murder is like good
oh
or
my
like
God,
you
why
know,
would guys
crazy?
have an opinion when they are the other half of a creation?
There you
Any-
go. All right, so it's still 5-on-1 against Ryan. Let's go.
As always.
As it should be.
Why do you
As
think
it
he's
fucking
here?
should be.
Why do you think he's here?
To be clear, the American populace is on my side on this. Like most
Ryan, let me ask
Americans
you
agree with me
something.
more
Let
than
me
you.
ask
do.
Most Americans are fucking
also
cucked,
thinks there's
Ryan.
more than two
Ryan, let me
genders.
ask you
So
If a woman, like say a really good friend of yours is a girl, and they come up to you and say, "Hey, I have been with this guy for like 3 months, and he got me pregnant, and he's not in it. You know, he just left me, and I don't want this pregnancy. I don't want it anymore. He's out of my life. I don't want him." And she come up to you for an abortion because she doesn't want it anymore. Are you going to support her or not?
I would support whatever choice she made. I would support her.
So
Yeah.
you're going to support her
wait,
just
whoa,
because
whoa,
you got-
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, hold on, Confluence.
Confluence.
So you're going to support her just because she doesn't want the baby? Oh, this guy's not in my life anymore, so I don't want it anymore.
Ryan, you said that someone who did this for a non-medical reason.
You were talking about 8.5 months. She's talking about like 3 months in, right? Is that what you said? Something
She didn't
Yeah, like a few, like this.
She
this
she
woman's a
actually
few
said 3
months
months,
in.
right?
Okay,
Yeah, 3 months.
okay.
Okay, she did say
So
3 months.
wait, okay. So
So
wait.
you would support
Okay, I'll let
her getting
you
an
go.
abortion?
I would say, hey, look, this is something you have to decide for yourself, and I will support you in whatever you decide. I'm still gonna be your friend. I'm not gonna.
What about 8 months, Ryan? Would you say she's a moral monster? Because that's what you said before.
For that
Same standard?
exact reasoning?
Yeah.
Wait, okay. So what's
yeah,
the
potentially.
difference between 3
Okay.
months and 8 months, Ryan?
About 5 months.
Cameron, be nice. Be nice.
5 months.
No, I'm talking like.
No, that was good. That was good. I have to
What's the
W
difference?
Ryan when he just that was good. That was fast. That was fast.
That was stupid. Honestly,
No, that was fast. It was
you gotta
fast.
give him.
It was fast. You gotta give him an attaboy. That was like he was on his
What's the
toes.
difference between
I want
a
this much
3 month
kudos
and
for that
8
joke.
month old? Like like what's the organs like? At 3 months to 8 months.
Wait, what is the organ? What? I'm sorry. What are you asking? What are the organs
Like what's the development like?
Like
I-
you only
eight-
like
8
pull up
months,
like an image of a fetus at 3 months and one at 8 months? Like what are you asking?
8 months is just early.
It's the I'm talking
they
about
can
the
totally
biology.
survive.
What is the difference between 3 months and 8 months? How
When
is
did you
that a
become a moral monster? Because Ryan, you said at 8
Ryan.
months, you said in
Right.
your
How
words,
is that a hard
moral
question?
monster.
Biology difference between a 3 month old fetus, 3 months old fetus.
Sir, we're 5-on-1ing you, Ryan, right now. Okay.
As the host,
everyone attack Ryan at the same time. Go.
Am I hosting now? I am the captain now. Everybody quiet. Right now.
So
Ryan,
I think
let
the
me ask
difference.
you.
So
Let
when
me
I
ask you.
joking,
Ryan,
can you ask me another question? Can I answer the first one?
Yeah, Ryan. No, Ryan. No, wait, no. We should let Ryan. We gotta let Ryan answer that one. We did ask him.
When I say when I
question.
jokingly answer the difference is 5 months, which is a joke. I'm quipping, but realistically,
And a good joke.
It is a good joke. It's a funny joke, and I'm hilarious. But that's besides the point. Okay, what I'm actually pointing to it's tongue in cheek, but it is also part of the real answer, right? Because it's not just 5 months of time; it's 5 months of carrying and growing a child, right? It's 5 months that you are deciding to do that thing versus like a couple weeks of doing that thing, right? And I think that what you're putting your body through over that period of time, I think there's good reason to decide not to do that versus if you've already gone that far, like you should probably just deliver the kid. Like it's basically whatever you do is going to be like delivering it at that point. So I wouldn't ever recommend someone to, by choice, for no reason other than they wanted one, to get an abortion at 8 months or 8.5 months. I think it's ridiculous. And also, I don't think anybody fucking does this.
Okay, but at 3 months,
I think
Ryan,
the
at 3
majority of
months,
people do it.
you're saying that you just said that that's a couple weeks to 8 months. 3 months isn't a couple weeks, right?
Wait, no, I didn't call it a couple weeks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you kind of did there. You said a couple weeks to 8 months. When I said
no, I'm sorry. When I said 8 months, at 8 months, it's like a couple weeks before the kid's born, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay, well, that didn't register.
Is that
so? Let me ask you, Ryan. When does the heartbeat develop in a fetus?
Is it like 7 weeks? I'm not concerned. Heartbeat's not like the standard I would.
It's
take
at 5
for any
weeks.
reason.
And 5 weeks is when the majority of women realize that they're pregnant at 5 weeks. That's a heartbeat. That's a heartbeat. A heartbeat.
And
that is meaning that's a living organism. That's a living thing, right? A heartbeat.
Yes.
Because that's when blood flows through it. With the mother or not, blood is flowing through it. So
yeah, okay.
Why would it be okay for anybody to get rid of something that has a heartbeat, even as little as 5 weeks?
Because I don't believe that people should be obligated to grow a child for the next 5 months.
But people are
Ryan, clarify, Ryan, we're talking morally, right? I just want to be clear. Morally, right?
We're not going after people in the chat.
I think it's immoral to force that woman to carry to term for that 5 months.
But okay, that was you said
close your fucking legs, right?
Okay, wait. Can I, if I can try
various ways to prevent pregnancy?
Try to bridge the gaps of the legs from closed to open. Okay, so
liberals
Ryan, you said 8.5 months, moral monster, right? For let's say just reason. We're talking morally, right? What you want to do, right? That if you just for no reason at all, you just want to get rid of the kid. You're just like fuck this kid, okay? So you want to get rid of them. You said moral monster, okay?
Yeah, I guess you've already carried it for 8.5 months is ridiculous.
Right. So
stop at that
exactly.
point. Yeah,
right. So I guess what I'm asking is like, what point? What point do you say? So moral monster at 8.5 months. When are you like now? You're like omnigoted and you're an autonomous woman with agency and you can do it anytime you want. Like when do we switch over from like those two things? Like at what specific point?
I don't know if there's like a moment. It's kind of a scale of like when I think it would, like if you've been pregnant for like 6 months, I would say like, well, so if the same friend came to me at 6 months, I'd be like, well, I mean, you've been carrying this kid for so long, like are you just gonna like after that, like I mean, I'd have a little bit more discretion. I'd be like, well, still, I mean, that is another 3 months. You have to be pregnant. Like there's a lot of stuff that can happen in that period of time. I mean, the maternal mortality rate is going up with these abortion laws. I don't know that I. But you keep.
I think you keep. Ryan, you wouldn't apply the same standard to like a 1-month-old baby to like a 3-month-old baby.
It's no longer growing inside of the person, so all of my moral concerns about this are completely gone.
Okay, so is that your? But you said 8.5 months is a moral monster, which I that's a W Ryan moment. I agree with you, but then I guess I want you to kick it back.
This person exists, so that's also
no. Yeah, well, sure. We're talking. Yeah, that's fine. We're talking hypothetically. They're doing it for fun. They're doing it for no reason at all. They just don't want the kid. And I'm saying
something Weevil's example. To be clear, like this person.
I know. I understand. I understand. But I'm just trying to clarify. At what point? What do you bring it back to where it's like it's nothing? Because Thumping Weevils is like early on heartbeat. And you would say, okay, it doesn't really matter at that point. But then at 8.5 months is a moral monster. So like, what
doesn't matter?
Determines
wait, clear. Like when we say it doesn't, like I still think I think abortion's sad. It's a hard thing for people to choose.
You keep saying Ryan. This is what the meta talk. What bugs me, Ryan, is that you only focus, and you could say the same thing of conservatives in the other direction, but you only focus on the woman. You're not at all. Everything you've said, like everything that I've been listening to for 15 minutes has been about the woman, but nothing about the kid. It's all about like, well, if she's carried it this long, she might as well go along. But it's like, but then you said moral monster. So you obviously think there's some value there. So at what point is the fetus valuable? Is it a sliding scale of value? Does it become valuable once it gains consciousness? Like what is your...
I think it always has some value. I just, my issue is that value is not ever, by my standards, justify using the state to force that woman to carry it.
I don't care about legal stuff, Ryan. I'm asking about like fuck legal stuff. Fuck, honestly, like let's, for the rest of this talk, let's fuck legal stuff, okay?
I don't
morally.
But I'm listening.
Wait, you what?
I don't promise that, but I'm listening. I think abortion conversations without talking about the legality and talking about really real underground consequences are fucking vapid and stupid. But
wait, how? Wait, wait, excuse me.
We can say that about anything. We can say that
Yeah,
about
wait.
anything.
I can drill this down. I can drill this down. I can drill this down. I can drill this down.
Wait, no, hold up. I want Ryan to justify that. How, if something is immoral, what does it matter what legality says? Like, if we're on like a fucking island and there's no laws, morality still applies, does it not?
Yeah, of course. But what I'm arguing is not like I'm not deriving morality from legality. I'm talking about what would happen, like my moral judgments, how legality engages with those moral judgments. Right?
But I'm not asking. Okay, for the rest, can we hypothetical? Please, Ryan, entertain me. Okay, for the rest of the conversation.
I always do.
You always do, Ryan. Okay, for the rest of the conversation, let's pretend we're on an island. We're just talking about morality. We're not talking about legislation, laws, anything. I'm curious about your moral stance, okay? And I think Thumping Weevil, maybe I'm wrong, I think she's curious too when she asks about the heartbeat, right? Like, at what point is it morally, not from any government, nothing. We're on an island, okay?
It's about morality. It's about, does it make you feel good or does it make you feel bad? Do you feel guilty for helping a friend do so? Or do you feel better that you're helping a friend out about killing an innocent living thing?
So I would feel, again, we're on this island, I guess, and my friend is deciding whether or not they should they have some way to do a safe abortion or whatever.
But I'm saying,
3 months
regardless of where,
right?
Yeah,
or let's say okay,
Let's
she has a
say 3
heartbeat or whatever. All right, yeah. So this person and I are on this island, and they're talking about whether or not they should end this pregnancy.
Different name. So this is the vertical chat.
I think morally, right? I would say I'm gonna. If you decide to carry this, I will support you. I'll be with you.
Some say it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna help you go through it.
Does kind of
deliver it if I can.
switch.
I'll do all this stuff.
sometimes,
And if you
but
decide
I
you
don't
don't want to
really
go through with
know.
that, I'm not
I
gonna.
think it's just
I'm
a
not gonna throw you to the wolves. I'm not gonna leave you here and say you're a piece of shit. I'm gonna understand that you don't want to go through that process. I respect that. I think it's reasonable, and I'm whatever you decide. I'm gonna be here. That's what I would do. That's my
okay. So to kind of fill the gap again, at 8.5 months, you said moral monster. So at what point do you turn from, hey, I'll support you in anything you do, woman, I will help you, I'll carry the baby even, but like if you want to kill it, you can. But then at 8.5 months, you're a moral monster. Like, what's the what line?
No, I think what he's trying to ask is like,
I have a better question, please.
8 months. At 8 months, is your vision changed? Like, if the same person, if the same friend came up to you at 8 months and said, "I can't do this anymore. I need to get rid of this baby," how are you going to feel? Like, where is that immoral? Like, is that immoral at 8 months?
I would say we should probably. I would prefer if they would try to go through from that point. I would say I'll do whatever we can to like help you get this baby.
And he's
across
been
the finish
consistent
line.
in saying that. And so, like, I think the better question is, Ryan, can you acknowledge that from our perspective, there is a non-arbitrary line, whether that is the DNA, the heartbeat, the brain activity, whatever it is, that's a non-arbitrary line. And what you are proposing is something that requires an arbitrary line.
Wait. You say it's non-arbitrary, and then you refer to a handful of different things you could arbitrarily pick from. So
that's
not what arbitrary means.
I think Lutch is goaded on this one. I think what he said is very true.
I'll go slow. So
he's setting certain standards.
Gotcha. So when new DNA is created, that is not arbitrary. That either did happen or that did not happen. Another non-arbitrary thing is when there is a heartbeat. There either is a heartbeat. Hold on. You didn't understand me the first time. Hold on. I'm going to keep going. You didn't understand me the first time, so new DNA.
I heard you fine.
That is not an arbitrary point. Heartbeat, that is not an arbitrary point. Brainwaves, those are not arbitrary points. Those are three different non-arbitrary points. And so depending on where you fall as a pro-life person, then you might say, oh, up until this, up until then, or you might say, conception is it. Those are not arbitrary things. Even though they are different standards, they are not arbitrary. Can you acknowledge that what you are saying requires an arbitrary line to be created? Because at 8.5 months, it's no good, but at 3 weeks, it's fine. So somewhere in that is a line that you personally are drawing.
So I'm going to say two parts to this. Number one, selecting which one of those you value as the deciding factor, that is an arbitrary decision. You are arbitrarily deciding which one you value most. That is just as arbitrary as what I'm saying.
I agree.
But yes, I acknowledge that mine is also arbitrary. Yes.
Okay.
But there's
wait,
okay.
Wait. Let me. So I agree with you that which non-arbitrary standard you pick is arbitrary.
Yes.
That
okay.
I'm not asking that. What I am saying
I agree.
is that picking a standard based on an arbitrary reason is different than just basing it on an arbitrary feeling. You're grounding your arbitrariness to something.
Yeah, I would say this kind of like rigid demand for like fine lines to apply to complex situations is actually a failure of this like whole objective morality LARP that people engage in.
Hey, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in objective morality. I just believe that when new DNA is created, that's a human being, and you shouldn't kill that person. So.
Okay, that's fine. You feel that arbitrarily you decided that. Yeah.
Okay, I briefly have to shout out a super chat. Always be plugging buy Confluence merch. Okay, Thumping Weevil donated $5 to say Confluence. You changed your comb over tonight. Disavow, but actually it is true. And actually, Ryan, if you want to get some Confluence merch, because I know you're like a super fan, you can go to confluence.com/Ryan/store and use the code C2CT223 to get 15% off.
I was gonna say, like, hold on, wait a minute, what?
Continue on.
If you're gonna use my name as a code,
okay, the hashtag.
Yeah, you get 5%.
Let's go.
Okay,
extra 5%.
Thumping for 30% off.
No, that's a secret code. You're not supposed to say that.
I didn't hear it. Bill Burr's bit about abortion.
Yes.
Have you seen it, Ryan? Have you seen it?
No, I don't think so.
I can
I'll just give
recreate
you so you know who he is. He's a stand-up comedian.
Yeah, of course.
Bill Burr, redhead guy. His opening line, he's like, "I believe abortion should be allowed, but I also recognize it's murder." Is that kind of your philosophy? You just don't want the government. You just don't want the government to like have their hands in it, but you do recognize like the morality of it is. And he uses a metaphor of like if he was baking a cake. He's like, if I'm baking a cake, and I put the cake in the oven, there's going to be a cake in 45 minutes. But then if you take the cake out of the oven and throw it across
the 30-minute mark,
there's no longer going to be cake. It was still the same thing. You just took it out of the oven a little early. Is that he made it a joke? I'm asking more.
He's like, he's like, you took it out 10 minutes early and fling it across his room. It's like, that's not a cake. Well, it would have been.
Yeah, it would have been a cake.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not one of these people who argues it's like not a human or it's weird. I know a lot of people like lean on like. I understand. I think why they do it, but I think it's bad reasoning. Like it's a human being like the whole time. It's just I think it's a human being that is also dependent on somebody else consenting to yield to grow them that human being inside of them. I think that's
it was good, Ryan. But I love his podcast. But, oh man, he is going downhill. I'm hoping. I'm hoping
it's a human being.
He is a legend.
No matter the stages.
But politics ain't his shit.
It's just like the fact
really
of like your morality of thinking that women have the right to just like not even medically. Like I get like the whole like if it's medically needed to have an abortion, that's different. But to just get rid of it just because like, oh, this man's not in my life anymore. I just don't want the baby anymore. Or I don't want it anymore. I don't want to be pregnant. Oh, well, I didn't take any precautions and I got pregnant because I didn't use condoms or birth control or nothing. And they're using it as a
I will say the new Kevin Hart special.
And they're getting rid of them.
It's Kevin
Do
Hart.
you really think that's
it's
okay for women
Kevin
to
Hart,
do?
but it's not bad.
Should there be okay? What I should ask is,
Kevin.
should there be like strict regulations for this, like as a medical term?
No.
Okay, but this we've left the island, and that's my problem because I still want to press Ryan. Okay, look, I'm sorry, Ryan.
It's just
I want you on the island. I just
anymore and just want to off the fucking baby.
I want to know. I think I could be retarded, but I want to know to start it off. What is Ryan's position on when on the island again? No legislature, nothing. When are you a moral monster to abort for no reason at all? Like,
Yeah.
do you have
I don't know if there's a fine line, and I don't know if there needs to be a fine line. I think I would feel stronger about it the longer I would feel strong. Can I answer now? Fuck. I would say I feel stronger about it the longer that she's been dealing with it, the closer we are to it being out of the womb. Yeah.
Okay, and now but so a 1 month old versus.
So really quick on Kevin Hart. Yes, I love Kevin Hart, but he is definitely a different kind of comedian because his rise went up so fast. That being said, in 2009, he came to Rider University before he blew up, and that shit was awesome. Hey, we got our boy Jack. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, brother. Thank you. All right, I don't want to miss too much of this, but yeah, Kevin Hart's dope, but.
We're still. We're always on the Alan, brother.
Welcome. No apology necessary at all.
So I think it does get more complicated here.
Like and share. My goodness. Thank you so very much. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy.
I would say I'm going to help. I'm going to help take care of this child. If you don't want to take care of this child, then I'm going to do it.
You're talking about abortion.
I'll take care of it.
But that's a non-answer. You wouldn't, because. If the woman killed a 1 month old, you would say that's infanticide. And if they killed a 6 month old, you say it's infanticide. So you don't draw a gradient pattern between those two infanticides. They're both infanticides, but in the womb you do. So I guess I'm asking why. Like, what is you're saying? It's all human life from conception, and you agree. And that's
what about that? What about that?
I am happy that you agree with that, right?
Right? Like,
I don't think
I'm saying that like it is growing inside of this person, and we have to weigh like their moral worth as their own individual person, right? And what they decide, whether they want to grow this child inside of them. I think that it's a difficult moral question, right?
We can weigh that.
She's been growing it makes it more of a difficult moral question.
I don't think so, because if you decide sex, like if we're talking about grape, then there's a little bit of moral grayness, but I still don't think that justifies the murder of a baby. But no, you choose.
I separate consent to sex with consent to pregnant, or to consent to staying pregnant for 9 months.
You shouldn't, because that's not how cause and effect
people do. Everyone does. Everyone.
Oh, everyone does it. So that makes it true.
You rhetorically refuse to because you're.
Everyone
practically.
I like to separate consent from drinking to consent to being drunk.
Right then.
Stupid.
I mean, if there was a way you could stop.
I separate.
I wouldn't try to force you to stay drunk because it's the consequence of your actions or whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, because that's not how alcohol works.
Yeah, no shit, dude. But it is how pregnancy works. You can stop it.
Right. But by only murder. You could stop me from being drunk by murdering me. What if I wanted to be? What if I said, "Oh man, I drank too much, Ryan, and I just don't want to be drunk anymore. And the only way is for you to end me." Would that be justified for you to do that? Because I want it.
Well, I'm not going to end you. I mean, after the more I talk to you, the less I'd be likely to save you. But I mean, I would probably try my best to stop you from killing yourself.
Why? Yeah. Okay.
Because I love you, buddy.
I don't know if you want to. Okay, I have an insane. And Ryan, okay, you said you'll entertain my insane hypotheticals. Okay, so this one's like fucking rancid. Okay, but like, let's say you're in a society. Okay, you have a zygote, and it's gonna live to be a full blown human being. There's no women, okay? It's the zygote is living independently, okay? It's in like a fucking, Black Mirror-esque chamber, okay? Do you think it's worse to kill the zygote from to killing when it's like 50 years old?
I don't get it.
That's the first question. And the second question is, do you think both are murder?
He's got two. Well, I think he read.
Sorry, the zygote is sitting there. 50 years old. Can you? I don't know if I understood.
I might have said that wrong. Okay, so I'll repeat. Okay, so you have a zygote. It's not attached to a woman, because I think your main issue is like, and I can understand this. Your issue is like the woman's kind of
her organs to grow this child.
Right, sure. So I'm trying to remove that in my insane, and I agree, it's an insane hypothetical. But yeah, so you have a zygote that's growing in like some type of like tube, and it's gonna go from a zygote to being 9 months to being a fully fledged human being. At what point would you consider that murder? Or is there any point? Is it worse to kill, to break that tube and kill it when it's a 1 month old, or when it's like 50 years old?
Like, are they both murder? And is there a gradation of harm that you're doing?
So without,
with
you're
no
asking-
woman, no
think
woman
I would
involved.
Personally, yeah, I think I would care less while it's like a zygote, but I would probably care more the longer it's like when it's like as it starts to like resemble like a baby more and more, I'd probably start to care about it and probably be like, yeah, I don't want anyone to kill this thing, and like there's nobody's body autonomy that has to be weighed against it. So I mean, I don't see any problem with keeping that alive. Yeah.
And the second question: are they both murder?
Are they both murder?
If you broke the tank on the zygote,
it's really hard for me to view the freshly conceived like at that moment. It's hard for me to view that as murder, but like
so is it a vibes based thing? Like, just being honest, is it vibes based on which point you would consider it murder? And I know it's an insane hypothetical, but
to be fair to Ryan, he already
probably.
To be fair to Ryan,
I think almost everything comes down to vibes at some point. But sure,
okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
To be fair to Ryan, he did acknowledge that he's drawing an arbitrary line and making other statements too. But like we kind of nailed that down. So
well, hang on. Well, I guess I would actually push back. Like when we say if we're going to use arbitrary in this way, it feels like we're using it to be dismissive. But like I don't think selecting my like segment of discernment, right, versus you deciding on a heartbeat, or like I just don't see why like what the word arbitrary is doing here.
Well, I would
except for
I agree with that.
I don't disagree. I believe
Letch agrees too. I think.
Yeah, I believe that if you are deciding heartbeat or consciousness or anything other than conception, that it is as arbitrary as anything else. It's just at the very least, it's grounded in something instead of 6 months seems.
Yeah, I would say it's a weakness of your moral system.
I would agree with that. But I have an interesting hypothetical. Shout out to Guam Tech. If we can have robotic wombs available, should women still be allowed to abort?
I thought about this a lot. I don't know exactly where. I mean, I think the issue for me is going to be about transferring it to the womb right now. Like what is that process and how intrusive is that process?
Let's say hypothetically,
I'm kind of undecided. 100%. Yeah, well, it's not about being safe; it's about whether it's intrusive.
Confluence.
This is why we need mods on the fucking other thing.
Oh shit! Oh, okay. Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, timeout. Sorry, I'm bad at reading chats. Okay, so hold that thought about robotic wombs. Okay. Oh fuck! Why do I have to read this? Okay. K2, thank you for the $5. He says, "Make confluence, put on a hat." Okay. Look, I understand. I'm 5-headed. Okay. I can't. I don't know how to fix that. Okay, brother. I don't know. And Thumping Weevil donated 5. Thumping. Yeah. Play those sound bites. Play it like repeatedly. Yeah. There we go. I need to have a Steam Deck or whatever you have. Thumping says, "Sorry, I checked on my baby that I chose to have because I have morals and dote off people immorally." Oh, Ryan, that's like a shot against you, brother. I mean,
it's actually a shot at the 60% of women who get abortions who are already mothers. So that I think that's
yep.
My first child, I never even thought about abortion. So
yeah, I don't.
There's that.
That's great for you. Like it's a cute virtue signal. It's just super not relevant. But I mean, thank you for sharing.
Okay. It's not a virtue signal. It's not irrelevant. But shout out Guam Tech, even though Guam is not in my chat, which that's a fucking brother. Okay, like I understand Lesh is super cool and stuff, but like I mean, hey,
I'm dropping the link right now. If he wants to come up, he's coming up. I'm dropping the link to you right now.
But beyond that, the Guam's Tech example of a robotic womb. Which I'm not sure exactly what the difference is between that and my island, but
wait, is that who we were trying to like? That's who me and IndianJesus were talking to about.
Because the idea behind the robotic womb is that because as you were saying, Ryan is focused on the woman, and so if we have a woman who no longer wants to have the baby inside of her, then she could then. She doesn't have to abort the baby. She doesn't have to kill the baby. They could just take the baby out and put it in the artificial womb. So if and Guamtech says if the baby could still live without harming the mother in any way, shouldn't that be every reason to keep them around?
And I'll say, to be fair, there is a Chinese company that's working on this technology right now. That's in like prototype phases, where like they think they have it kind of figured out. They're still working out the kinks, but this is going to be the future. Is there will be robotic wombs that will be able to carry a baby.
I mean, yeah, probably. And I don't know exactly like what how far that technology would have to be before I'd say like. I don't know if there's a point where I would say like, okay, women have to do this instead. I'm not sure about that.
I mean, you already said, Ryan, to your credit, you said it is vibes based, which, and I don't mean that in a defamatory way, because I understand emotivism if you're familiar with that, the philosophical.
I mean, I outsource my morality to like a book or whatever, so I have to go off vibes, right? So
yeah, that's what I mean. Like that's I think that's probably for most people, that's probably where their morals come from. So I get that. But actually, a side question, Ryan, for you. Okay, this was super chatted in. Ryan, would you kill this dog? If a woman was like, I want this dog killed, Ryan, would you kill that dog? Yes or no?
I would not kill. Why would I kill the dog? Is it growing inside of her? Is she pregnant with a dog?
Yes, she is. It's called puppy pregnancy syndrome. Actually, that's a video on my channel.
Wait,
Google, go to my channel, puppy pregnancy syndrome. I had a whole video on this. Okay, Confluence 358. Always be plugging. Back to the dog. Yeah, Ryan, would you kill that? Oh, Ryan's like he's not. Oh. Ryan, would you kill? Ryan, don't kill that dog, brother.
Obviously,
that's like TOS. If you're about to like sacrifice like mine style.
Confluence, can you put us both on like the screen together?
I don't.
Look, everybody else.
I don't know how to do it. If there's a way in stream chat, someone fucking tell me.
You just have to remove everybody with him.
Yeah, I'd have to like destroy everyone.
He's at a year and a half right now.
Okay, he's 6 months. He's
oh my god, it's a baby.
Like he's lost. I've had him for a month and a half, and he's already lost 3 of his teeth.
15.
Oh yeah, I love the little baby.
Wait. Okay. Wait. Sorry, not to distract, but Lutch.
He's a mutt. My dog's a mutt, and it's okay. I still
brief talk. The most important, Lutch. You said Bordy was going to the ER. I saw this because I always read your community posts.
No, I saw a bomb.
Wait, where is he? I don't see him. Where I don't see him.
Black on the fucking on the couch.
Oh, I see him. So is he good? What happened?
Yeah, so he has an enlarged valve in his heart. And he had like a bunch of fluid in his lungs a while ago. He got put on medication. He's been doing decently well. But he was having on Wednesday, he was having more breathing issues, and it felt like maybe not a big deal, but I was like, let me just check this out. So I sent him, and they just updated his medications, and that's why we have the Morty Memorial Fund over here. He's fine now, but
donate to Lutch. Hit that. Can you hit that like bum? Yeah, there we go. For
I
Morty.
will say though,
Morty.
Over a year ago, it was in August. In August, they told me 6 to 12 months, and it is now the following November. So Morty's a fucking fighter. Morty is a fucking fighter. And Confluence, I think you got some more super chat.
Oh shit! Oh, thank you. I'm so bad at the chats.
How do you not have the chat on the screen?
I have no. I look because I don't know.
Because you full screen because you're in light mode.
No, I don't know. I have like, to be real, I have a Chromebook like beside my main screen. I don't know if that's the best way to do things, but I have a separate Chromebook disconnected from everything, and that's where I put the chats. I don't know if that's like a good thing to do or not.
Why don't you just wait? But so you have? Do you have StreamYard?
Ryan, that's Johnson, right?
Full screen? Or
yeah,
no?
he's a weenie.
I have you guys full screen.
Yeah, don't do that. So don't do that. Then again, put yourself in dark mode so you don't have fucking.
My dog's a
Then you
mutt.
can see all the chats as you're talking.
Like he's a little bit bigger than Doc, and this is the size he's gonna get.
All pups matter. I'm with you.
All puppies matter.
But not all human fetuses. Crazy statement from Ryan. Crazy statement. Puppies more valuable than humans. That's
Okay,
not.
look, I know you're being silly, but again, just to clarify.
I think that is what you actually just said for real.
Okay, since you're gonna say that, I'm gonna be clear. I do think that like a fetus has value. I just think that the mother's like choice as to whether or not to grow that child inside of them matters more. Is my position.
Have y'all seen that viral video where it's like a man on the street interview and he's going around with a petition to like allow for dog abortions? He's like, do you think we should be able to kill dogs before they're born because they don't have a family to go to? And everyone's like, no, obviously. They're like, no, you can't do that. And then he's like, thank you, sign here. And then he goes to the next page. He's like, do you think we should do that for babies? And everyone's like, I don't want to answer that.
Hey,
So that is the thing.
There we fucking go.
Yeah, Ryan, how do you feel about that? Yeah,
I think
what's
people
good
should
now?
people should probably be more honest about. I mean, we have like pounds and like we euthanize like dogs, and it's sad, but it is a reality. And if one of those dogs is like pregnant, I don't know.
We gotta read. Should we euthanize children then? Because there's a lot of people that don't like kids. I know it's kind of like
I don't think so. I value human life in general like more than dog life, except for Umbreon. I would kill every single one of you for Umbreon.
I am curious, Ryan. And
shout out.
This is more of a serious question.
Donos to the dog.
Oh wait, okay, wait, sorry. Okay, wait, before you guys go on, I did miss the super chat. Okay, K2, keep on trucking. I gotta do this. Always be plugging. Confluence, buy my merch. Use the code Ryan Radical Coder to get 15% off, just off the dome. That's how generous I am to get the mug, okay? And K2 says, and I will read it if I can fucking figure this shit out. K2 says, I believe it's gonna use skin cells to make eggs in the robotic womb. Okay, I think I read that a little late. I think that was probably back. My guess is that was back in the robotic womb talk. Probably. I think I read that a little late. Okay.
I think CT has a pressing question. I'm curious what it is.
Yeah, well,
before you go,
I am curious your stance. Like I brought up earlier, talking about Roe v. Wade and how Roe v. Wade allowed federal abortion, or it allowed every state to give early term abortions, but in theory banned late term. Are you for going back to a system like that, or do you like having it on a state by state basis? Because if what we've learned on a state by state basis is you're going to have states that are zero tolerance, and you're going to have states that are up to 9 months. Do you think we should have somewhere in the middle there?
I think we should federally codify the right to an abortion in law.
But do you think it should block late term then?
What?
He's saying no. He's saying no. He's saying federally it should be legal up to all through the pregnancy, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I guess he's also saying there's not a stipulation for only late term medical reasons. He's saying anybody.
I'll explain why, because I did say earlier, right? Like I do believe that it might be like an immoral choice for a person to make at that point. I don't trust because we're off the island now. We're talking about the real world. Finally, this is where I prefer to be.
I hate being off the island. Fuck.
Yeah, don't I know it? But like in reality, I don't trust this like idea of like I don't trust the state to determine when it's like medically necessary. I trust the doctor and the woman to decide when it's medically necessary. And
that's who we're appealing to, though. The doctor.
I'll be the first.
I'm saying
Ryan,
both.
I also don't want the feds or the government in general making laws about people's lives. I do think that's a dangerous precedent to set. I am somewhat of a small government libertarian type of guy where I don't want the feds to have overt control. I think they currently have too much control. But you also recognize that
you and me both.
A baby at 8 months is a life. So like where do you draw that line?
Yeah, so this is why
I mean, big enough super chat, like, you never know what it'll do.
Like, I'm not aware of any case of a 8 month or later, or even like 7 months or later abortion where someone's doing it just because they hate
I mean,
God, I wish we were on the island. I fucking wish we were on the island right now.
Exactly.
Okay.
You do, because in reality, there's these women that you guys are pointing to. They don't exist. That's the problem.
That's
right.
But hold on, Ryan. We're a bunch of dudes that are online at 12:40 at night. I don't know
sure
where you're at in the country. We don't
Yeah,
know
yeah,
these girls personally, but they exist. If we
Where?
knew them personally, we'd probably be out hanging out with them, but we don't. We're on.
Disavow. Disavow. Disavow.
I have a lovely, beautiful girlfriend. I'm not worried about that. But
you see my point. Though. You see my point.
Yeah, sure. I just don't know. I've never seen any data that supports even like an anecdote. Right. I guess I've heard people on panels say it, but I've never seen any like news story or anything
Dominique,
that
Dominique, yeah,
specifically cites
yes.
like some
Doctors
woman
can be
who at
persuaded
8.5 months decided just
if there
because
is an incentive,
she's
a
like,
legal incentive.
I decided I don't like
potentially go to
babies, and
jail.
I just think it'd be fun.
Probably
going to
be
like, it seems
a
like
little
it's
bit less.
always medically
And unlike
like when we say one of the issues when we talk
our
about medically
friends,
necessary,
our
right?
good friends over at Confluence, we know what is going on in the chat. Shout out to Keep on Trucking. K2, keep on trucking with a big 10. A treat there. And yeah, baby. Thank you, K2. That is how you take care of the chat. Am I right? Am I right? Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Let's add you to the banner and get back in here. Oh, we're still muted.
Dude, plugging. K2 said, read the freaking chat, Coomfluence. And he also says to Thumping to check her Discord. I don't know what that's about, but I will heard it. Sorry, keep going. Thank you, K2, for the $10.
Thank you, K2, for the $10 on my
always
side.
be trucking.
I got a super
what I
chat
always
from
say.
someone named K2 Keep on Trucking for $10. Thank you so much. Said, tell Coomfluence he sucks at reading the freaking chat. Well, thank you so very, very much.
Yeah, he's not super good at
that. Wait, who thinks I'm joking and who thinks I'm not?
I believe.
Wait, I thought you were for real. Are you joking?
I am not.
Because that's what K2 fucking does. K2 fucking
Because
does
K2's a
that shit.
gangster, and we reward gangsters who do that.
So I guess to engage with the is it prepartum depression? Is that what we're saying? Is that the phrase?
Yeah.
Is that a word? Prepartum depression? Is this a thing?
Absolutely.
Regardless, talk about postpartum depressions when you after you've had the kid. But there is a level of prepartum depression that can come.
Thank you. Very, very much. Look at him. Just look at him. He's loving it. He's loving it. Oh, that's you, brother. That's you. Thank you.
Here's the thing.
Yeah. So my solution to this problem wouldn't be to like try to find these cases before they happen and make it illegal or whatever, or to like stop them from getting an abortion. My solution would be to try to like expand people's access to like mental health care and try to prevent people from getting in that circumstance in the first place.
Good answer. Ryan trying to be the politician.
Yeah, it's my. I mean, it is. I know it's like a politician answer in no sense, but it is like that is like where my heart like lies. You know, like I genuinely believe that sincerely.
I'm not saying bad shit.
I know. I understand where you're coming from though. But yeah, that is like my sincere heartfelt belief. Like I really do care about mental health. I do think it's extremely important, and I think it's also super underfunded. And there's going to be a lot more people because of the underfunding of these things that end up in that situation. I think that's not good. I don't want women to be in that situation. I think it's sad.
Not to derail the conversation, but I just want to tell y'all guys tonight, hey, it's been fun. I'm probably about to go to bed though.
You can't leave.
Have a good night, Big Soda. We love you here.
07s. We love Big Soda.
We love you, man.
Appreciate y'all. Bye.
Peace. So I don't know if maybe Ryan, you answer this. I'm just getting someone saying, can you prod the invasive question a little? Like, abortions are invasive to begin with. I'm just wondering what his logic is behind that statement before when we were talking about the robotic
sure.
wombs.
Yeah. So the reason I brought up invasive, it's about like whether or not it would be reasonable to expect someone to make that choice. And so I'm thinking about like how they would weigh these different like choices based on like how invasive it is. And I mean, I was just kind of thinking out loud about it, but I do agree that abortion is an invasive procedure, and also is a C-section, and I think these are the kinds of things that I don't want to dictate for women. I would prefer that they are able to make up their own minds on it. Yeah.
So then, theoretically, again, we're back on the island. Theoretically, if it was the case that we had these,
That's what I want.
We had these robotic wombs, and let's just say for the sake
the real world,
for the sake of argument, for the sake of understanding the principle, let's say that these robotic wombs are they're perfect in terms of the level. They perfectly replicate the human body. So like issues could still happen, sure, but it is identical. And so then, Confluence, I think you got someone backstage. If we, I lost my train of thought. Shit, I lost it.
Hypothetically, we're back on the island.
Guam in the chat.
Guam in the
panel. 07, brother.
Happy birthday, Lutch.
This was Guam's
Happy birthday,
hypothetical.
Lutch.
Let's let Guam take it away.
Yeah, happy birthday. I told you that earlier. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I was mostly just kind of wanting to prod on the question of the invasiveness thing because obviously, the abortion itself is invasive, and I think you're kind of going more towards, Ryan, the idea that like nobody should be forced to have to do something like that. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, basically. Like I would never force someone to get an abortion either, right? It's kind of like
So I mean, the question there though is that is it necessarily forcing somebody to do something that would save a life? I mean, if anything's going to save a life, it's better than just outright killing it. Because if we have the ability to save the unborn child at that point, it just comes down to murder at that point if you go the abortion route, wouldn't it?
Wait, if we have the opportunity to save it, it goes down to murder? I'm sorry. Can you...
Yeah, if you have the opportunity to save it and it doesn't affect the woman except for having to go through the procedure, which let's just for this argument say, it's very safe, proven, not going to harm her in any way. If that's a possibility, but she still chooses abortion, then that pretty much is murder, right?
Yo, my goodness, Jesus!
So I think that's probably where
Holy shit, brother!
Being able to let technology kind of take over
my God.
Some of the
now we've got a new
arguments that people are having may be the answer. Right now, abortion is just the best that we have right now. Outside of just let the kid get born, man.
Oh my goodness!
I can't necessarily say I'm fully in favor of. I'm more of a Ron Paul libertarian on this kind of thing.
Great day.
Shouldn't be illegal, but it should definitely be seen as.
Will do. My goodness, thank you, brother. So
like you just shouldn't choose it. But I do think that technology is going to move in that direction to where we don't have to make that moral judgment anymore. It's all just a good thing.
Maybe I think that we are so desperately far from there being no moral calculus in that, where it's just obvious that there's one thing to do. And I don't know realistically that we'll ever actually get to that. I mean, it's possible through technology that we'll get to a point, and I guess in theory I might support if there's let's say there's a teleporter or whatever that pops the baby out of your womb and puts it into whatever artificial womb, then I guess maybe I would require that at some point. I'm a little bit undecided about it.
Let's say that the invasiveness of being able to put it in the artificial womb was just as invasive as getting an abortion.
Of the stream with $100 fucking dollars. Look at him, he's loving it. He's loving it.
I guess
He's
there
fucking
it
loving
comes
it.
like
Thank you, brother.
because we're using it.
very
It
much.
seems it
Again,
might seem just
sponsoring
as invasive. I
the
think
stream.
like
You have a
there's some subjectivity
fantastic
to
night. Thank you so
this
very
as
much.
well. I mean, I'd be more open to it, but again, like we are talking about like a far off future, which I think is important to note.
I mean, maybe not. Like, not necessarily.
It's more about the principle than when will we.
I form principles based off of reality, like so. That's the thing.
Right.
Oh, come on! Don't you can deal with a hypothetical.
I did.
He's been driving the hypotheticals all night. But I think it's fair because of the fact that we are where we are in history. And so in trying to decide where we should go moving forward, what opinion we should have going forward, we have to then take the hypothetical of, okay, if I take this road, where does that lead? If I take that road, where does that lead? And so, yes, we are looking potentially farther into the future than, he's not thumping. We have to take hypotheticals at some point.
I mean, I would go so far to say.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ryan.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that like because of like we I agree, like we have to decide like what direction we're heading and stuff. I think right now the direction we're heading on the ground is just an increasingly restrictive of abortion in this reality where we don't have any of this technology, and like we have to grapple with that before we start talking about some future that may or may not actually manifest in the way that we're imagining it. And I don't want to make policy decisions right now based on this hypothetical decision or this hypothetical world that I'm undecided about, even with all of the so many things granted here. Like I still think it's a difficult situation. Like I don't know.
I feel like we kind of fall on the opposite ends of this, but correct me if I'm wrong. I do think that once artificial wombs do come in and they're viable, and let's just, for the sake of this argument, say that it's just as invasive as an abortion or less, that in my opinion, I do think that abortions at that point should be illegal, just because you still have the ability to keep a human life without having to
go through any.
You would be able to keep the human life and not affect the mother just the same way as if you would kill it, but now it's a law.
My gut agrees with you. Like I lean towards it.
Put it into law then.
Go with your gut.
Well, no. The reason I'm not is because I would if I imagine that I'm I wake up and I'm in that future, like I wouldn't. What I'd be curious, I would want to talk to the people affected by this and see like what their concerns are, and like I don't know what this would be like. So it's hard. Like and I mean I presume this. It sounds like what we're talking about is like it would just be adoption but earlier, and like once a kid's born, I don't think we should kill kids that are born. And I think that if you don't want to take care of it, you can put it up for adoption. It sounds like we're just kind of moving the line back as to when that's an option, and so I lean towards being open to that, but I just. Again, this is all extreme hypotheticals, right? There's a lot of things that just aren't the reality right now.
I'll personally be the first to say that the abortion system, or not the abortion system, sorry, the adoption system itself is broken in the sense that you end up having to pay tens to maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars to adopt a baby when there is
once we don't need y'all
arguably excess babies. So there should be a way to more easily be able to adopt. I think that
when robots can raise our children, you will come to the AI side of things, CT.
I mean, yeah, it'll be ChatGPT babies. They'll be fucking amazing.
See, that terrifies me. As someone who loves ChatGPT and defends ChatGPT and AI all the time, I don't trust that.
Agreed. Dilly for me and Ryan agreeing on something.
Y'all don't want ChatGPT babies? Why not?
I
don't even know what that would
do your kids.
Well, this is
I think it might be better than some parents in reality right now, but
that's like a transhumanism thing. Like, because if you could just prompt your baby,
I'm a Peter Thiel babies.
Yeah.
Like, how do you feel about humanity? Well,
I want my babies to be able to control drone swarms.
I'm pro-choice for babies being able to choose what drone swarms they use.
I mean, there's definitely been a few different sci-fi novels and even shows actually that have come
Alright,
out
should I-
recently that have
should I
kind of
put this
taken that
on?
question of like entire civilizations
Here's what I'm
being
gonna do.
raised by robots or even computers of some kind and stuff, to the point where like,
All right, I'm putting. You got to do it. You got to do it on. You don't have to show yourself, but I won't. I won't show you. But hold on.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, hi Jesus. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, won't let me cam up, but oh, thank you, brother. So very much, very much appreciated. You have a fantastic night, brother. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
There you go.
Everybody.
Have a good one. There we go. My own special song. Wow. I feel special. I feel special. Yup. Unmute.
yeah, I don't know. I
No,
do think that technology
not on purpose.
is really going to be changing a lot of the way that we see some of these big questions that we have these days. Everything. And I personally think that it's closer than further away, which is why I basically still go off the idea that I am going to be the eventual socialist, just not right now. It's not good. We can't do it.
Well, I think there's we keep arguing about these like government structures from the past, like socialism or communism or capitalism. I think eventually we're due to create a new government structure at some point, right? It's going to be something new that we haven't heard of. It'll be like a variation of everything. That'll be like they'll make up some fun word for it, like physicalism or I don't know.
Liberal democracy.
You know what I'm saying? It's going to be something new that is the next wave of government corruption.
I think social democrats are about to see a huge surge in popularity. And he's like not democratic socialists, but like social democrats, which are kind of like libs, but like like a little bit more progressive, maybe.
Well,
like I think.
Well, like Mamdani.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Dun,
I think these are
So Mamdani has a very big, he has a very big opportunity in front of him. And I'm
That's
one of the
right.
people who is saying, I really hope that he gets elected so that we can either see a better way of doing things. That's what I'm saying. I hope that he does get elected at the time when he was running so that we can either see that there is a better way of doing things or prove what a lot of people already think is going to happen.
And I will be the first one. I am, I definitely within the very Christian crucible coded crowd that I have. There's a lot of people who, whether it's the socialism thing or the Muslim thing, or sometimes it's just the brown thing, they don't like him. I will be the first one to be like, oh shit, all right, motherfucker did his thing. I don't think that's gonna happen, but if it does, mark my words, clip it.
And nobody's clipping that.
I mean,
but
I'll be the first
Yeah,
to
go
say
ahead.
I don't pray for the downfall of America's greatest city.
Yeah.
I hope
I
Mamdani
pray
comes
for the
in
downfall of the idea that socialism would work.
Yeah, no, I trust me.
And by social,
I'm
you
not
just
for
mean like
socialism, but
having
he got elected. He got democratically elected to that position, and just like what people should have said for Trump was, I hope he does right.
I always said that.
We'll
I
see.
said that both times he got elected. I'm
Time
like,
will
well,
tell. Yeah, I mean, you might not like
I hope
the
he
guy,
does
but
good stuff, but I really doubt it. But I mean, also there was
Why does nobody like me? I'm a true American, but I believe every empire
we're all
falls.
true Americans here.
Like every empire falls. What makes us
Well,
think
Guam's
that
Guam.
America isn't going to fall at some kind of point?
I mean, one day it might, but like, and also like when we have like a fascist takeover restructuring our federal government, it's probably a good time to be concerned about that. I agree.
I agree. If we did have a fascist takeover of our government, that would be a time for
I have some
concern.
terrible fucking news for you, Indian
It
Jesus.
would be a time. It's not
Ryan,
the time, but yeah,
what's
it
the
would be a
fascist
time to. consider.
So Donald Trump is currently consolidating power in the executive branch and reshaping our federal government through the Project 2025 playbook, explicitly through an ultra-nationalist lens.
You're saying a lot of things. You're kind of
Yeah, you're saying a lot of things,
So,
but can you
first of
back
all,
everything that you're saying?
If
Wait,
he
what-
wanted to actually take complete power, would we have these things that happened like last week, say the vote on the Epstein stuff, where it actually went to the Congress, or would he have just dropped it on Truth Social?
Or then again,
Trump had
would
the
the
ability to
government-
release those files this whole time, by the way.
would the government
Did he
shut
sign
down?
it, Ryan, or
The
no?
government
He
would-
signed
would
it,
the
right?
government shut
Right.
down like it did if he was in complete control?
Well, the government.
Wait. When you say, so to be clear, I'm not
The
saying
whole
Trump is
government
like
shut
in
down
complete control right now. I don't believe he is. I think there are guardrails that are right now upholding, but I don't want someone pushing on those guardrails and shaking them as hard as
Isn't that
possible.
what
I don't think that's a
every
good thing to do.
presidential does? Isn't that
No,
what
it's not
every
something
president
evil.
does?
It's actually fucking not. It's what Trump is doing, and most
All
presidents
right,
do it.
tell me
Let the cat
presidents-
claws away.
Ryan, tell me the presidents that don't do the same thing that Trump has done.
Joe Biden.
What did he
Well,
do
he didn't-
differently that Trump did?
He
Really?
approved a bunch of bipartisan
That's-
legislation, working with Republicans
that's not-
and Democrats in Congress to pass bills that were good for the American people. That Trump fucking shredded as soon as he got into office.
Didn't Biden pardon more people than any president before him,
Yeah,
Ryan?
he did. And did he not
Yup.
stop the
Is that not is that not an excessive use of executive power?
I don't know if that's true, but Trump has pardoned way more, but it's not even
Did
close.
he not
Like, it's
stop
cartoonish.
the oil?
Yeah, but we're
at the
the
beginning?
history goes in like one direction, you know.
You don't remember the last day pardons, Ryan, that Biden issued?
It was like
his son.
everyone
He's a
on death
destiny
row
fan.
except
What do you
like
expect?
5 people.
What do you
He
expect?
commuted certain
pardoned
sentences. It's
his own
different. He-
fucking
commuting
son with
commuting them is
criminal
not
acts that he
full
almost
pardon.
did?
No,
Right.
Ryan, that's not fair. That's a play on words.
Didn't wait,
No, it's
Ryan?
not.
Didn't
It's
Biden
clarification.
pardon his
please.
own fucking
Hold on,
son?
please.
Yeah, and he was smart
Hold
to
on.
because there was political
No.
corruption that was going to go after him. Yeah.
What about Fauci, Ryan?
Hold on.
What about
Okay.
Fauci?
Yeah, absolutely.
He
Donald
didn't
Trump
just
and
issue pardons. He didn't just issue
all these
pardons.
people, they're fucking nuts. They're podcasters who are conspiracy theorists.
He issued pardons. I'm not taking my employees from any other podcaster. I'm talking about the news. He issued pardons that went back to 2011, before the annexation of Crimea and Ukraine. Do you know why those are important? Is because that's when
Sure, go ahead.
that's when Hunter Biden got put on the board for the Ukrainian energy company that was trying to funnel natural gas through Germany. And then what did the United States do? According, well, not officially, but what did the Biden administration do? They blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, because the whole point of funneling natural gas through Germany was to bypass Russia's stock. We were trying to bypass the Russian pipelines. We were going to funnel it straight. And,
Wait, is that
and
a bad
then
thing?
Well, don't forget. I mean, we don't know.
That all happened. Why?
I thought
I want to
that
depend on Russia for anything if possible.
I thought the Ukraine
That'll happen.
blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. Am I crazy?
Not the Ukraine. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
Not
that shit.
Ryan, don't fuck me like that. Don't fuck me
from Tenet Media.
Yeah, I guess I'm Tim Pool coded.
Who was what
that's important, though.
administration
That's important, though. So
stopped the
you're saying
oil
the Biden-
refinery?
Hold on.
Who stopped the barrels coming into the United States from Canada?
What?
Come on, man.
The oil, the refinery. When Biden stopped the drilling, when he stopped all that, like the whole truck protest, where
he didn't
like
stop
the
drilling.
oil.
Those are two separate things. The truck protest was to protest the Canadian government. It had nothing to do with U.S. oil.
It did have something to do with the U.S. oil in
It had an effect
2020,
on U.S.
early
oil, but it
2020.
didn't have anything to do with U.S. oil. It affected it.
It did in 2020.
Yeah,
in
no,
early
I remember what you're
2020.
talking about. I'm saying they're not correlated. They happen both at the same time. But in my opinion, at least, the Canadian truckers didn't protest because of the Ukrainian natural gas pipeline.
You're saying they didn't protest because of it?
Well,
No.
What
They weren't.
what were
those,
they
those
protesting?
are
I don't remember.
two separate.
Oh, I'm muted. They're protesting about lockdowns and stuff, right? Like it was about
yeah.
Yeah.
They were protesting the whole COVID lockdowns and the Canadian government being just kind of authoritarian, and then they went after, and then they kind of proved the truckers right, and they went after the truckers' bank accounts, which is like the first play that an authoritarian.
I missed that. Oh, I would have jumped on that. God damn it!
But it's not.
I don't know the context
Russian
of them
music.
going after truckers' bank accounts or whatever. There might be some good reasons to do that. I don't
There
know.
is no good reasons. As someone who lives in Canada, they just froze bank accounts because people were leading the protests against the C-19 mandates. So that's what happened. Canada did that. That is,
it wasn't connected.
That is pretty gay.
What I was more talking about was that
Seems pretty fascist to me.
The whole Biden administration was corrupted.
It might be authoritarian, but that's not what fascism isn't. Just getting rid of people's bank accounts or whatever. Especially,
Hey, I would say, Ryan, I would just say they're treading the waters of fascism.
Yeah,
that's what that's just my personal
coded.
words that I would use. Like
because
it's
you're using fascism to just refer to like authoritarianism, but it's more than that.
So,
like fascism is a
Ryan,
broader thing than that.
Do you know what happened?
I agree, Ryan. I agree. It is.
Annexation of Crimea situation
What?
happened, I think, 2011.
No, I'm not super well read on that. No, I don't know.
So that's when the United States funded a coup against Ukraine. We ousted something Kowski. It was the Russian. He was a pro-Russian elected president. We ousted him. He flew out of Ukraine into Russia for safety because he was worried that he was going to be overrun. Then we installed the United States pro-government into Ukraine, and then the Russian Navy had their
dead ass
boats in Crimea.
Every time I look over, I'm like, I just want to make sure I'm muted over there.
50 years.
Yeah, he's
they had a
dead
land
ass.
lease that they were leasing the ports to give them access to the Black Sea. When the coup happened that ousted the Ukrainian government, we removed their port access. So when we say that like Russia
is a
invaded
good
Crimea,
question. It's on the
never happened
Virtue
the way we-
channel,
it's
which is
portrayed.
done in Discord.
Russia was
which
already
I will,
in Crimea.
stream
That's where their navy was. That's where the port is. So
okay.
all of a
Universities and colleges
the Russian
receiving
Navy was
federal
in Crimea.
funding.
We said you're not
be
allowed to be in
tuition
Crimea
free for
anymore.
citizens.
And Russia said no, we're not
No.
leaving. And that's where
I don't
this
really know
whole,
much about
like,
this.
Crimea War from
Federally
2011
funded.
started.
I just
So
was
Ukraine
like,
wanted
probably
them
not.
to leave, and they didn't want to.
But it was a
Oh,
Ukrainian
it's that
government that was
Kaiwater dude
installed
that was on
after
the stream the other
their-
day.
Yeah, the U.S. Yeah, I agree. U.S.
So, I
supported.
got some work.
I mean, the Ukrainians overthrowing their Russian-backed government. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
Do I
then
do I have the right position?
all that
Like
happened,
it shouldn't just be
and,
free, right?
They tried to tell the whole world that Russia.
Then everybody's going to do
invaded
it, and then there's going to be more people in
I
school.
think they kind of did. I mean, did they attack
No,
when they were
that's
asked
the
to
whole
leave?
They were already there.
Wait, when they were asked to leave, did they just they stayed and
leave?
they were
No.
like, "Don't leave me alone. Leave me like, or we're just going to stay here and
Alone.
be peaceful." Like I
Yeah, and well,
don't know what happened
but then Ukraine has had a civil war for 8 years where they were.
I got to
selling
figure
the
out
Donbass
why,
region, which was
but I got almost 24
mainly
hours for that.
Russian migrants,
And
or not migrants,
it's one of the
mainly
mini debates.
Russian
I think it's like a
natives,
30-minute debate or something. It's not like
and
15.
they were dropping bombs on the Donbass region for like 8 years.
Oh, the fucking commies! You're a
And then
fucking
cut
commie.
to the last 3 years where we have
Here for 3 weeks. Hey, it's a
Ukraine Russia
birthday.
war, where like
well,
all of a
you
sudden-
agree
all of a
that
sudden
3
it
years
came out of
ago,
nowhere.
Russia.
Like,
You agreed three.
this-
I'm not saying it came out of nowhere, but you agreed 3 years ago Russia forces invaded Ukraine directly this time. Whether or not they did, I'm not sure about
this-
that, but
This time, yes. No, yeah, they definitely and all. Do you know what happened the week before Russia invaded Ukraine?
pray tell.
We sent Kamala Harris to a press conference while she was the vice president that said we were going to allow Ukraine to enter NATO.
I think we should. The only reason we can't now is because of disputed territory, right? I
That's-
think they should be in NATO.
Brian, that's literally why the war started. You obviously don't know how NATO was started if you think that, because
Yeah, I understand there was one point where NATO there was like a verbal agreement or something that was like, oh,
Yeah.
we're not gonna, but that's
You mean
not
at one
that's not
point-
legally binding.
You say,
I don't care.
hold on.
Fuck Russia.
You say,
No.
you say at one point there was a verbal agreement for NATO. Do you know when that verbal agreement happened for NATO not to expand east? East was the fall of the Berlin Wall.
No, a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Wasn't that long ago. I mean,
it
in
was like
terms of
the 80s.
human history,
Yeah,
it was 36 years ago.
But that's what started all this. Is
In the
when
80s, it was
there was
46
the
years ago,
negotiations
but sure.
for the Berlin Wall, which split Germany in half, east-west, communist, capitalist. That was the argument of saying, listen, we'll tear down this wall, but you can't expand NATO.
Yeah, but like, okay, wait, CT, like, there is other NATO countries bordering Russia, right?
Not then, but now there are.
Yeah, that's at the invasion of Russia to the Ukraine, right? There were.
So basically,
is that
long
like
story,
if that's the argument, then like what
TLDR.
about the other NATO countries that border Russia?
I'm saying
TLDR. Just because taxpayers paying for it doesn't mean it should be free, because that's how we get into the as you said, indoctrination, and then they have control over information. That's essentially the road I want to go down, right? Shout out to Skylar, said Trump conned all the stupid people in America. Well, I don't necessarily disagree, but
split off and became independent.
But so are the countries that also again are NATO now, right? Like the Baltics.
True, but Ukraine is kind of like the last one. And
why though? Like why? Like what makes Ukraine so special that Putin would invade them?
Hasn't Putin like been very clear about this?
Not NATO.
He wants Ukraine. He wants it to be part of Russia. He's been very clear that's what he wants, and those people clearly don't want it. That's why they're fighting him trying to do it. Like, so fuck that. No, you don't get to just take countries. We don't do that, right?
Well,
We support people who are fighting against that.
So genuine question.
All the time, bro.
Genuine question from ignorance to Ryan. Why exactly? And again, from ignorance, I just want to hear your opinion. Why should the fact that Russia is invading Ukraine, wants to take Ukraine, has wanted Ukraine, and has not shown any signs of going further than Ukraine, why is that an issue for Americans? Again, I'm not challenging you. I'm just curious on your position.
Yeah. Well, we say not showing any signs of expanding past. I don't know that. Like, I have no reason to believe they wouldn't try to go further if they successfully took Ukraine. And I think that if they did, then they would probably go into a NATO country. And I think it is actually reasonable to assume that might happen.
Do you really think Russia would go into a NATO country?
Well, but shouldn't
like a land invasion? Do you really think they would go into a NATO country?
Yeah. I mean, if Putin decided he wanted that to be part of the Russian Empire, yeah, of course. He's going to do what he wants.
That's a fucking death sentence.
But why wouldn't we wait until then? Why would we because again, this is I keep seeing this maybe it's the way that I'm thinking of it, but it seems like we're over the past 10 years or so, we keep getting into these conflicts, and it's like, let's start a war to make sure there's not a war. That doesn't make sense to me.
Start a war to make sure there's not a war. Russia started this war.
Okay.
And Ukraine is defending itself.
Right.
They literally invaded. You already acknowledged this.
Absolutely not true.
No, I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine. But I'm saying specifically for American. Why does that matter for us? Unless and why can't we wait until they do attack one of our allies, and then we are completely justified in going full force, send in fucking SEAL Team 6, get that shit over within a day. I'm being hyperbolic.
I mean, number one, I think it's good that we support countries around the world who want to be not invaded and taken over by countries like Russia, who are imperialist and want to roll tanks into countries and take them by force. I think we should push against that, right? Which is also my issue. I also don't like that the way we support Israel's what I believe is a genocide in Palestine, right? I don't like that. But what? Yes, of course we can.
Those are two different things.
Yeah, because
I'm not saying that
Israel's an ally of the United States. So as much as we have
Ukraine.
But they're not.
They're not an ally. Ukraine's not an ally of the United States. That's what you're saying?
No, Ukraine's never been an ally of the United States.
In what sense? We literally help. You just outlined how we literally help them get the government they currently have. Right?
Yeah, for no reason.
No,
they're literally
because
an ally.
Because the government.
We ran a coup in Ukraine to oust
We
the
supported
pro-Russian
them.
government.
We supported their coup, is what you mean,
No,
right? We supported
yo,
their coup.
you think we support coups in the world? We run coups in the world.
Yes.
We're the United States fucking government. We pump the CIA full of money so they can go. That was the whole USAID thing. USAID was the ones that funded the coup operations in Ukraine. They had like concerts and shit. They like flew in artists to create rallies.
Yeah, but that's
I don't
fascism,
really-
okay?
I don't care. If that's what the people want,
See,
then
he doesn't
that's what
care.
people want. I support it. Yeah.
What do you mean you don't care? But you're making your points based off that's the reason.
Like Donald
I'm saying-
Trump.
I'm saying Ukraine's not. I'm not talking about Trump right now. This happened under Obama.
No, I said if the people want it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I support Trump being the president. I don't support him breaking the law while he's president or overstepping the boundaries.
Which
of the
law?
United
Which
States.
law was broken
Hold
in
on.
this context?
But then this is how this all
number
started.
one,
We were talking about. I brought up Crimea, and then we were talking about Hunter Biden and the pardons he gave out. Hunter Biden was pardoned because he was on the board of Burisma, which was an energy company in Ukraine.
Okay.
This all started because you can't backtrack and say that you support the Biden pardons and then say you don't care what happened in Crimea in Ukraine.
I never said I don't care what happened in Crimea.
You just
come out
fucking
of my
said
mouth?
that, dude.
No, wait.
maybe
what I'm saying is, when I say I don't care, I mean it doesn't justify what Russia's doing right now.
That's not the question. And frankly,
Okay, well,
it
that's what I
does.
was saying. I don't care about.
Frankly, it does, because what Russia agreed to in the 80s when we brought down the Berlin Wall was to say we won't expand NATO eastward. And we've done nothing but expand NATO eastward for the last 30 years. And then once it gets to Russia's doorstep and it's Ukraine.
It already
and
was,
we
as
run-
Confluence pointed out. They were already at Russia's doorstep, but go on.
and we run a coup to overthrow their pro-Russian government. How is that not supposed to threaten Ukraine?
I mean, they might feel threatened, especially if they were unwanted in Ukraine. Their government was unwanted there, and they were like keeping those people from having
Do you
the
not know how
government they
coups
wanted.
operate? It doesn't matter if they were wanted or unwanted. A coup,
Of course,
a
it
coup
matters.
is
I mean, it
overt
matters if you
power.
care about like liberal democracy or anything like it. Yeah, it does matter, of course.
So
I was going to say too, like, I mean, the fact that the NATO is already pushed into other countries surrounding Russia. I mean, wouldn't that go more to say that Russia has been pretty fucking tolerant all the way up to Ukraine? You know, the fact that they're constantly being made out to be
Russia waiting for
monsters.
Ukraine to actually join NATO then, by the same logic that
Russia
like Canadians
Russia
did.
tried to join NATO. Russia sent papers to join NATO, and we denied it.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, fuck them.
What do you want then? What do you want? If you say
I'm not asking Russia to join NATO. I'm asking how. Like, I don't view Russia as an ally. I think Russia is run by a fascist Putin, and I don't want them to do that.
Thank you.
I think if they were in NATO, they would
very
not be doing good things with that.
Let me take that argument just to the side. Do you
Hey,
really
good
think
night,
all of the people
Indian Jesus
that
and Morty. Good
America
night
calls
to you.
allies
Thank you so
Canadian
very
governments?
much for
course not.
hanging out and giving
so why is Russia
our
against it?
overlord so
I mean,
much
I don't
goodness.
think we should be
Oh,
allies in
he's
the way we are with
loving
like
it.
things like Saudi
He's
Arabia.
loving
either.
it. Thank you.
Okay, so what
Very
happens
much
then if,
appreciated.
how does that change what's happened to Russia, Ukraine? You already said you don't think we should be allies.
With Russia, not you. I think we should be allies with Ukraine.
Why?
Yeah, why?
I
What
mean,
do they
it
bring-
seems like we're supporting the people, the will of the people there, which is a good thing, I think.
The will of the people. The will.
Yes.
Do you think the will of the people might have been influenced by the coup operations that were ran in 2011, and then
I mean,
led
it's possible. Yeah.
and then led to the shelling of the Donbass region for the last decade?
I mean, it's possible the will of them was influenced, but I'm not talking about whether or not they were influenced. I'm talking about what their will is currently.
Do you know the will of the
Why-
Ukrainian people?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
what's
for Russia to stop bombing them to get out of their country. Yeah.
Well, what do we even like? Speaking of NATO, why do we even need NATO? It seems like we're just getting other countries to be like, "Hey, America, fight this for us." Like NATO was created to defend against the Soviet Union, and that doesn't exist anymore. So why do we still need NATO?
Yeah, but
The best
Russia's-
way I've
Russia
heard NATO
still exists.
explained is NATO itself is like an LL Bean catalog for weapons. So once you're part of the club, in NATO, you then buy your weapons from NATO weapons companies, which is like Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin.
No, I understand the I understand all that. I'm saying on a more superficial level, like we don't necessarily want to have this pipeline of people to be able to just get weapons deals and stuff. Like, are you guys would you guys be in favor if we were dismantling NATO? Would you be in favor of that or no?
I don't think so. I think it would weaken the United States.
No, because they're doing the same thing that Lutch, you're actually in favor of. The anti-bad guy, good guy club. That's basically all they are.
Yeah, I mean, and when you say it would weaken the United States, how? Like what? What
we
we
have all these alliances that kind of compound our military power.
But we don't need that. That's all the other NATO countries that need that, and they get it from us.
I think
they want it. Whatever there's a lot more going out from America to NATO than coming from NATO into America. Whether you want to talk about money, whether you want to talk about effort, whether you want to talk about time, whether you want to talk about effort. Do you disagree with that?
I don't know. That might be true.
Europe is the stay-at-home wife of NATO.
They all are.
Who doesn't have kids?
America is the house of NATO, and Europe is our mistress that we just funnel everything through.
Liberty Plus said NATO is just designed to make America pay for Europe's defense because Europe was destroyed after World War II. Since Americans came from Europe, but now Europe is this entitled welfare recipient. If NATO was so powerful, why do countries go to the USA to broker deals and peace agreements? And I agree with Liberty Plus.
I do agree that we don't have a threat coming from Europe, but what NATO really is just a weapons deal. It says NATO countries are expected to spend a certain percent of their GDP on American-based weapons manufacturing. Granted, there has been
one specific thing that NATO does, right? That's not like all of NATO.
Well, Angry MPT brings up a good point and said America wants veto power over NATO. That I could see.
What?
Angry MPT said America wants veto power over NATO. That I could see. Sure. That has some value.
I mean, we also get like intelligence sharing, right? That's useful.
Oh yeah, all the intelligence sharing between.
I was going to say, are we sharing with them, or are they sharing with us?
Island? Yeah,
it's both, right?
Is it though?
We've been sharing.
Yeah,
we've been sharing stuff as much as a kid shares something in a sandbox. We don't share with Mossad; they don't share with us. MI6, all of the main intelligence organizations. We might think they all share intelligence, but they don't share it.
Wait, so you're saying we benefit from it? We get intelligence, and we're not the ones giving intelligence. We're just getting free intelligence.
Saying, if anything, the opposite. They've got half our politicians blackmailed on an island somewhere, and we're giving them intelligence.
All right, so since Confluence doesn't read his own chat, K2 is saying, what about the Blue Jays that are trying to stop practice of Orthodox Christians? The Blue Jays are flight from Israel to Ukraine and buying property and kicking out Christians. After the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia tried to be one of our partners, but George Soros fucked that up because they want us hating another country for no reason. So the military complex can keep you bringing in the money.
Boom. Good one, K2.
So wait, if we dismantled NATO, wouldn't that mean that at that point the countries
that's where society didn't already so
the countries that do depend or do expect like military support if Russia invades them, wouldn't they no longer have that support?
Not necessarily. We could still provide support to anybody we fucking wanted to.
Yeah, okay, but like we wouldn't have an agreement. Like in theory, it wouldn't trigger a response immediately. It would leave more discretion, right?
But honestly, to be fair, it might be better if we don't just automatically trigger stupid responses, because that's how you get into World War III with nukes.
Well,
Russia tries to nuke Germany.
We can put that at the foot of Putin, the guy who keeps doing this shit, right?
No, I mean,
so if he wants to start World War III, then that's on him. Like it's like nobody's going to prevent him from doing it, right?
See, that's the philosophy that I'm trying to get across. It's kind of not.
Yeah.
I understand what like is happening over in Ukraine, and like Russia was the first to invade, but the reason Russia invaded was because we said NATO, or we said NATO would let Ukraine join. And Putin basically, he gave clear marks ahead of time. He said, that is the last straw. If you can put in writing that you will not let Ukraine join NATO, I will not invade. He said that clearly.
Yeah, why should we let like fascists like Putin like blackmail us into policy decisions?
What do you mean let? We're not letting anybody do anything.
He's an authoritarian internationalist.
He's not under the jurisdiction of America. What do you mean let him? Nobody's letting him. He's doing what he's doing. We are not in control of Russia. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, no shit.
Okay, so then we are not letting anyone do anything.
When I say let him, I mean not responding,
Because
right?
that's
By
not our
supporting
fucking
Ukraine, for
responsibility. That's
example.
the point that we've been trying to make to you for the last half an hour.
Yeah, but you haven't made it very well because I
No, you're just
don't
fucking
see any reason
stupid,
to not
and we keep
support
saying it
Ukraine.
over and over and over and over and over. Yeah,
You
but
just-
well,
you guys
like,
just, like,
you know, like
propaganda. Like,
NATO
that's what it
and
seems
like
like, to be honest.
technically, like information share, like, bro.
Like you're like just let Russia take Ukraine. What's the big deal, guys? That's
Yes,
like what you guys have been saying for the past
correct,
hour.
correct,
Yeah, literally.
correct. It is not worth American military. It's not worth American dollars. It is not worth it for this fucking little
I disagree.
scrap of land. That's the way the world works. You can't save
Yeah, I mean,
everybody.
And
if you try to save everybody, everybody fails.
Them fighting back. We can support them fighting the fight. They obviously want to fight. I want them to fight. I want them to do that. If they don't want
Let them fight.
to take
Go
them over,
for it.
they
I'm-
are. We're
Go
supporting them.
Ukraine. Go Ukraine. Go Ukraine. Go for it. Just leave me the fuck out of it. And guys, we got another Hunger Dance. I don't have too much more time.
Russia-
So if you want to get something more,
Sorry, you don't have to like it. You can vote against it. I don't give a shit. Most Americans want us
I
to support
did.
Ukraine.
I did.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about military actions. Voting does nothing. But
All that being said, I gotta actually
Brain dead,
take
but
off.
sure.
Confluence,
Yeah.
thanks for letting me come up. And Lutch, happy birthday. CT,
Thank you,
good talking to you.
guys.
Sevens Guam.
Brian,
I
good
do.
talking with you too. Take it easy, y'all.
Peace out.
I mean,
brother.
voting
do-
put Donald Trump in office, right? Like stupidly, but yeah.
Well, yeah, and you know, look where that goes.
You just have
But
to
no, I do.
add-
I
you
do.
just
I
have
got to
to
get
add
Morty
that-
outside before he shits in my
last
house.
mark.
But Confluence, check out your chat. There's some stuff in there. But no,
Yeah.
I got you, bro. We don't have a.
You
We
just
don't.
taught me.
We
to
don't have a
click
conversation.
the live chat.
This channel's about to blow the fuck up. So we're gonna make it happen. So I am gonna dip out of here. Special thank you to you guys. If you donated to my stream, I am going to say goodbye. If you'd like to see that, but then you must come back to Confluence's stream after. Thank
Happy
you.
birthday, brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
Happy
Thank you.
birthday.
Much
Are you gonna do Discord
appreciated.
after?
You guys have a good one.
You too.
All right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, right. Force doctrine. I was like, no, but they're so sad. No, motherfucker. No, motherfucker. This is American. Exactly. He wants to send other people's kids. And like, yeah, in a detached theoretical principle type mentality, then you can kind of see how what he's saying makes sense. But then, of course, it comes to the reality and doesn't make any fucking sense. We can do Discord for a little bit. It's fucking late, so I'm not going to stay for too long. But yes, we will be in Discord. I see Adam over there already. I will see you guys shortly. But first, oh my goodness, I got to give a big shout out to everyone. Look at all of this, guys. My goodness. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at it. Just look at it. Oh, guys, you have made this a very, very, very happy birthday. And it's fucking hilarious that my dad was here when I was like, I went out earlier and it was a little weird. But hopefully he understands. Hi, welcome to the party. I am about to shut down, but you know what I'm going to do is drop that link to the Discord server where we are headed right now for the after party. If you click that link before the stream is over, it is a members only after party, but I will allow you to join us. Hit that link and come on through. But yeah, it was a little awkward, but hopefully he understands that's because my mom was weird. Like they came and they drove up to do holiday stuff, and they're going to a wedding, and so they picked up me and Morty, and then we went. It was like a 40-minute drive to this place where it allows dogs inside, because there's a place near me where you can bring dogs on the patio and stuff, but it's cold and shit. I will not say that. But I will say, I love, Kai says, gooning, Kai says, to 6-7, Kai says, mango, mustard, Kai says, videos. There you go. There you go. That is for Kai. But yeah, like they came through, didn't get out of the car, just hopped in. Then it was 40-minute drive there. Then like there was a comfortable couch where we all could have sat, been comfortable. Morty would have been with us. We were having lunch. Everything was in a bowl. Easy. You are very welcome. And my mom was like, let's just sit at this table with super uncomfortable chairs that Morty has to be on the ground. I'm like, okay, well, then I'm going to have to fucking constantly be, focused on him. Whereas if we all just sit, he'll chill. Whatever. Finish eating. And then I'm like, okay, what are we doing? So I go sit on the couch with Morty. And my dad comes over. And we're sitting there. And she's just like standing there. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I genuinely do not know what that means, which is why I would not say it. But I don't think so. I'm 36 now. I don't know what the fuck this shit means. But yeah. So, Dad, if you're still watching, or if you came back for whatever reason, you obviously were not the reason that birthday lunch was weird. And this is the only birthday that was celebrated outside of me and my dad since 29. My parents only just moved. Just saying. Just saying. All right, guys. It is time for the after party. Again, guys, make sure you hit that link and join before the stream ends, because it is time for the after party. A big thank you again, sponsor of the stream. Madness. Very, very, very much appreciated. I cannot tell you, Major League Madness, how much I appreciate it. And all of you guys. It's not just one person. It's the fact that you guys could be doing anything else in the world. And yet, here you are on my birthday, hanging out with me, spending time, giving me your money. Oh, that means so much. Thank you so very, very much. Guys, once again, Morty is staring at me. He's like, motherfucker, I got a shit. We will do that. He is the Overlord, and I am your host, Lutch, a.k.a. TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Remember, guys, live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So make sure you hit that subscribe. We're on the road to 5K. We didn't make it today, but hopefully by Christmas, 5K. I'll be a little upset. We're like 38 people away. But by Christmas, 5K. Let's do it, guys. Thank you so very, very much. Once again, guys, I am your host, Lutch, a.k.a. TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, we are out of here. Peace.